Hello, wonderful people. Welcome to Black Magic, your story destination. We have an absolute treat for you today. What if Harry was born during a solar eclipse and his magic was tied to celestial events, making him a living prophecy engine? If you're enjoying these stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support keeps the stories coming. With that said, let the adventure begin. Chapter 1. The Eclipse Child. Harry's eyes snapped open at precisely 3:17 a.m. Not from a nightmare this time, though those were common enough, but from a strange tingling sensation that danced across his skin like electricity. He sat bolt upright in his bed at number 4, Privet Drive, his heart racing. Something was different. Something was happening. The summer air felt charged, almost alive with possibility. Harry reached for his glasses on the nightstand and shoved them onto his face, then froze at what he saw in the cracked mirror across his small bedroom. His eyes were glowing. Not their usual green, but a brilliant silver that cast eerie shadows across the peeling wallpaper. What the? Harry clapped a hand over his mouth, not wanting to wake the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon would have a proper fit if he caught Harry awake at this hour, let alone with whatever this was happening to him. Harry crept to the window, drawn by some instinct he couldn't name. The night sky was unusually clear, and a spectacular meteor shower streaked overhead, painting brilliant white lines against the darkness. Each time a meteor flashed across the sky, Harry felt a corresponding surge inside him, as if his magic was somehow resonating. His wand, lying inert on the desk, suddenly sparked to life without him touching it. Golden sparks danced from its tip, forming strange constellations in the air of his bedroom. Bloody hell, Harry whispered, watching as the magical display grew more elaborate with each passing meteor. A particularly bright streak shot across the night sky, and Harry gasped as a wave of dizziness hit him like a physical blow. He stumbled backward, barely catching himself against his desk as his vision blurred and shifted. He was standing in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. But not the Great Hall as he knew it. The enchanted ceiling showed a cosmic event of impossible beauty, planets aligned in a perfect row, stars pulsing with energy, and at the center, a dark spot where the sun should be. An eclipse. Below this celestial display, a hooded figure stood with arms raised toward the ceiling, channeling power that warped the very air around them. And Harry, no, not Harry, but someone using his body, was walking forward, palms glowing with the same silver light as his eyes. The conjunction comes, Harry heard himself say in a voice that wasn't quite his own. When 7 become 1, the seeker shall claim what was promised or fall to his own ambition. Harry slammed back into his body in Privet Drive, gasping for air. He collapsed onto his bed, his entire body trembling. What had just happened? A dream? A vision? It had felt more real than any of the glimpses he'd had of Voldemort's activities last year. His wand had stopped sparking, and when Harry checked the mirror, his eyes had returned to their normal green. The meteor shower continued outside, but whatever connection had been opened seemed to have closed again. Harry grabbed a crumpled piece of parchment from his desk and scribbled down what he'd seen before he could forget. The words he'd spoken in the vision seemed important somehow, though he had no idea what they meant. The conjunction comes. When 7 become 1, the seeker shall claim what was promised or fall to his own ambition. He stared at the words, a chill running down his spine despite the summer warmth. Something told him this wasn't just an ordinary dream. And after 2 years at Hogwarts, Harry had learned to trust these feelings. Happy birthday to me, he muttered, suddenly remembering that today, July 31st, he turned 13. Somehow, he doubted this strange occurrence was Hogwarts' idea of a birthday surprise. You look terrible, mate, was Ron's greeting when they met at Diagon Alley 2 weeks later. Not feeding you again, those muggles? Harry shrugged. I'm fine. Just haven't been sleeping well. That was an understatement. Since the night of the meteor shower, Harry had experienced 3 more episodes of what he'd started calling star spells, moments when his magic seemed to surge in response to something in the night sky. Once during a particularly bright full moon, and twice more during smaller meteor showers. Each time, his eyes glowed silver, his magic behaved erratically, and he experienced brief, cryptic visions that made no sense. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through his thoughts as she pushed through the crowd toward them, her bushy hair bouncing with each step. She threw her arms around him in a quick hug that smelled pleasantly of vanilla and old books. "How was your summer? Did you get my letters? I was worried when you didn't write back after." She stopped abruptly, pulling back to study his face with narrowed eyes. "Are you all right? You look exhausted." "That's what I said," Ron chimed in. "Told him he looks terrible." "Thanks," Harry said dryly. "Really helps." Hermione frowned. "Seriously, Harry. Is everything okay? Is it, your scar again?" Harry hesitated. He hadn't told either of them about the strange episodes. Part of him worried they'd think he was going mad. Another part worried they'd think he was turning into the next dark wizard. Neither option was particularly appealing. "It's nothing," he said finally. "Just summer homework stress." Ron snorted. "Yeah, right. Since when do you stress about homework?" "Since Snape threatened to poison me if my potions essay wasn't perfect," Harry improvised, not entirely untruthfully. "Come on, let's get our supplies. I need new astronomy charts." "Astronomy?" Ron's eyebrows shot up. "Since when are you interested in stars and planets?" "Since." Harry trailed off as something caught his eye. A display in the window of Flourish and Blots featured a large, leather-bound book with a moving cover illustration. Stars swirled across its surface, occasionally aligning to form constellations that sparkled briefly before dissolving back into chaos. The title glimmered in silver lettering, Celestial Influences on Magical Potential. Without thinking, Harry pushed through the door and headed straight for the display. 5 galleons, said the shop assistant when Harry picked up the heavy tome. Bit advanced for a 3rd year, though. That's usually Newt-level study material. Harry dug into his money pouch without hesitation. "I'll take it." Hermione appeared at his side, her eyes wide with interest. "That looks fascinating. Are you taking advanced astronomy this year?" "No," Harry said, clutching the book to his chest. "Just curious." Ron joined them, arms already full of the required textbooks for the year. "You too and your extra reading. Mental, both of you." But Harry barely heard him. The book seemed to pulse against his chest, almost like a heartbeat. Something told him the answers he needed were hidden in these pages. The Hogwarts Express rumbled through the countryside, rain lashing against the windows as summer gave way to a premature autumn chill. Harry sat with his new astronomy book open on his lap, poring over a chapter titled Eclipse Magic, Myth and Reality. While most astronomical events have subtle influences on magical potential, solar eclipses represent a rare convergence of celestial forces that can dramatically affect magical individuals born during such events. Historical accounts suggest that wizards and witches born during total solar eclipses may exhibit unusual magical properties, including heightened sensitivity to astronomical phenomena, spontaneous prophetic abilities, and in extremely rare cases, magic that waxes and wanes with lunar cycles. Harry's heart pounded as he read further. The most documented case is that of Cassandra Trelawney, whose prophetic abilities were said to increase tenfold during astronomical events. However, more controversial accounts speak of individuals known as celestial vessels, or star-marked wizards who could not only predict future events but potentially influence them during periods of cosmic alignment. The compartment door slid open, and Harry quickly shut the book. "Anything from the trolley, dears?" asked the elderly witch pushing the snack cart. Ron, who had been dozing against the window, perked up immediately. "2 chocolate frogs and a cauldron cake, please." Hermione declined politely, while Harry bought a pumpkin pasty more out of habit than hunger. As the trolley witch moved on, Hermione leaned forward. "Harry, you've been reading that book non-stop since we boarded. What's so interesting about astronomy all of a sudden?" Harry hesitated. If he couldn't trust Ron and Hermione, who could he trust? Besides, Hermione might actually help make sense of what was happening to him. If I tell you something, he said quietly, you have to promise not to freak out. Ron sat up straighter, suddenly alert. What have you done now? Nothing. Harry protested. At least, I don't think so. It's just, something weird has been happening to me. Hermione's expression turned serious. Weird how? Harry glanced toward the compartment door to ensure no one was passing by, then lowered his voice. On my birthday, there was a meteor shower. And I had some kind of vision. But not like the ones with Voldemort. Different. And my eyes. He took a deep breath. My eyes were glowing silver. And my magic went haywire. Ron's mouth fell open. Blimey. Has it happened again? Hermione asked sharply. Harry nodded. 3 more times. Always during some kind of astronomical event. Full moon, more meteors. And each time, I say something, prophetic, I guess. But I don't remember saying it. It's like something else speaks through me. That's. Hermione trailed off, for once apparently at a loss for words. Mental, Ron supplied. Completely mental. Thanks, Harry said dryly. Hermione bit her lip, thinking hard. Did you write down what you said during these episodes? Harry nodded and pulled a folded piece of parchment from his pocket. Best as I could remember them. Hermione took the parchment and read aloud, the conjunction comes. When 7 become 1, the seeker shall claim what was promised or fall to his own ambition. The marked one walks between worlds, neither fully of stars nor earth. Choice remains while the moon waxes, but waning brings the binding. Ancient eyes watch from the tower. The false guide points to ruin while the true path lies hidden in plain sight. When the hunter's moon rises full, truths long buried shall emerge from shadow. Blood calls to blood across the veil. She looked up, her expression troubled. These definitely sound like prophecies. But they're not like Professor Trelawney's, they're more poetic. Symbolic. Wait, Ron interjected. You haven't even had divination yet. How do you know what Trelawney's prophecies sound like? Hermione waved the question away. I read about her in Hogwarts, a history. Harry and Ron finished in unison. Despite his anxiety, Harry smiled. Some things never changed. The real question, Hermione continued, ignoring them, is why this is happening now. Have you always had these reactions to astronomical events? Harry shook his head. Not that I noticed. But. He hesitated, then opened his book again, turning to the page he'd been reading. According to this, wizards born during eclipses can have special connections to celestial events. Especially around their magical maturation. Ron looked blank. They're what now? Hermione's eyes widened. Of course. Magical maturation typically begins around 13 to 14 years of age. That's when a witch or wizard's innate magical signature starts to fully develop and stabilize. If you were born during an eclipse. Was I? Harry asked. Born during an eclipse, I mean. I don't actually know. A brief, uncomfortable silence fell over the compartment. The Dursleys had never celebrated Harry's birthday or told him anything about his birth. And he'd never thought to ask anyone else. We can find out, Hermione said firmly. The library will have astronomical records. And if you were? She trailed off, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Harry, this could be incredible. Astronomically influenced magic is incredibly rare. It's also bloody inconvenient, Harry pointed out. What if my eyes start glowing in the middle of potions? Snape already hates me enough. We'll figure it out, Hermione promised, squeezing his hand. Together. The train began to slow as the sky outside darkened further, but not from approaching evening. Storm clouds had gathered, unnaturally thick and ominous. "We can't be there yet," Ron said, pressing his face against the window. The lights in the compartment flickered and died, plunging them into darkness. A bone-deep cold began to seep into the compartment, and Harry felt a strange pressure building behind his eyes. "Something's coming," he whispered, his breath forming clouds in the suddenly freezing air. "Something wrong." As the words left his mouth, his vision tunneled and shifted. Spectral figures in tattered black robes gliding down the train corridor. A skeletal hand reaching for a compartment door. Screaming. A flash of silver light pushing back against suffocating darkness. "Harry." Hermione's voice sounded distant, echoing as if from the end of a long tunnel. "Your eyes." Harry blinked, the vision fading as he returned to the present moment. But the cold remained, intensifying as frost crystals formed on the compartment window. "Dementors," he heard himself say, though he had no idea what the word meant or how he knew it. "They're searching the train." Ron looked terrified. "How do you know that?" Before Harry could answer, the compartment door slid slowly open. A towering, cloaked figure filled the doorway, its face hidden beneath a hood. Where its face should have been, there was only darkness. A rattling breath filled the air as it seemed to draw in more than oxygen, it was sucking the warmth, the light, the happiness from the very atmosphere. Harry heard screaming, distant, desperate. A woman's voice. His mother, he realized with horrible clarity. Her final moments replaying in his mind. But something else was happening too. As the Dementor leaned toward him, Harry felt the pressure behind his eyes explode into searing pain. A rush of power surged through him, responding to some cosmic force he couldn't see but could suddenly feel, a storm of magical particles bombarding the Earth's atmosphere, invisible to normal sight but somehow connected to his core. "The void hungers but finds no sustenance in celestial fire," Harry heard himself saying, his voice resonant with power not entirely his own. "Return to your shadows before the light blinds you forever." Silver light erupted from Harry's eyes, streaming toward the Dementor in brilliant rays. The creature recoiled with a high, cold shriek that rattled the glass in the windows. Before anyone could react, it fled the compartment, gliding rapidly away down the corridor. The lights flickered back on. Harry slumped against the seat, suddenly exhausted, the silver glow fading from his eyes. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed, gaping at Harry. "What was that?" "I don't know," Harry whispered, his ordinary voice returning. "But I think the storm up there." He pointed weakly at the ceiling. "Solar flare. Particles hitting the atmosphere. I could feel it." Hermione stared at him, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. "That was wandless magic, Harry. Extremely powerful wandless magic." The compartment door slid open again, making them all jump, but this time it revealed a shabby-looking man with prematurely graying hair and a kind, weathered face. "Is everyone all right in here?" he asked, then froze as his eyes fell on Harry. For a brief moment, something like recognition, or perhaps fear, flashed across his face. "Did the Dementor attack you?" Harry nodded weakly. "It came in, but it left." The man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Left? On its own?" Harry scared it off, Ron blurted out, then winced as Hermione kicked his ankle. "Did he now?" The man studied Harry more intently. "That's unusual. Especially for a young wizard." He reached into his shabby robes and produced a large chunk of chocolate, which he broke into pieces and distributed among them. "Eat this. It helps with the after effects. I'm Professor Lupin, by the way. Your new defense against the dark arts teacher." Harry accepted the chocolate but couldn't help noticing how Lupin's eyes lingered on him, curious and slightly wary. "Thanks, Professor," he said, taking a small bite. Warmth immediately began to flow back into his limbs. "I need to speak with the driver," Lupin said. We'll be arriving at Hogwarts shortly. Eat the chocolate. All of it. He paused at the door. And Potter? I think we should have a chat tomorrow. My office, after your last class. Before Harry could respond, Lupin was gone, closing the compartment door behind him. That was weird, Ron said through a mouthful of chocolate. Why'd he look at you like that? Harry shook his head, a sense of unease settling in his stomach alongside the warming effects of the chocolate. I don't know. But I think this year just got a lot more complicated. The great hall buzzed with excited chatter as students filled the long house tables for the welcome feast. The enchanted ceiling above showed the storm still raging, lightning flashing across an angry sky. Each time lightning struck, Harry felt a corresponding tingle along his spine, a muted echo of the power surge he'd experienced on the train. You're sure you're feeling all right? Hermione asked from across the table, her eyes not leaving his face as the sorting ceremony concluded. I'm fine, Harry insisted, though fine was a stretch. He felt drained but hyper-aware, as if his senses had been dialed up to uncomfortable levels. He could feel the storm above as a living presence, pulsing with energy that called to something deep inside him. You don't look fine, Ron observed around a mouthful of chicken once the feast had appeared. You look like you're about to jump out of your skin. Harry was saved from responding by Dumbledore rising to his feet for announcements. The usual warnings about the Forbidden Forest and banned magical items were followed by a more somber introduction of the Dementors as guards around the school perimeter, a precaution due to Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban. Dementors are not fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks, Dumbledore added, his eyes briefly finding Harry in the crowd. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I therefore warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you. Harry shifted uncomfortably. After his encounter on the train, he wasn't eager for another run-in with the soul-sucking creatures. As Dumbledore continued with introductions, Harry's attention was drawn to an unfamiliar face at the staff table, a woman with striking silver hair despite her relatively youthful appearance. She wore midnight blue robes embroidered with tiny stars that actually twinkled in the candlelight. And finally, Dumbledore was saying, I am pleased to introduce Professor Aurora Stellaris, who will be taking over astronomy classes following Professor Sinistra's departure to pursue research in Egypt. The new professor inclined her head gracefully, but Harry couldn't shake the feeling that her piercing blue eyes were fixed directly on him. A chill that had nothing to do with the Dementors ran down his spine. She's looking right at you, Hermione whispered, confirming Harry's suspicion. Maybe she stares at everyone, Harry suggested without much conviction. As the feast concluded and students began making their way to dormitories, Harry felt a light tap on his shoulder. Professor McGonagall stood behind him, her expression characteristically stern. Potter, the headmaster would like a word with you in his office, she said. The rest of you may proceed to Gryffindor Tower. Harry exchanged worried glances with Ron and Hermione. Was this about what happened on the train? Had Professor Lupin reported him already? Now, Potter, McGonagall prompted when he hesitated. Harry followed her through the emptying halls, anxiety building with each step. By the time they reached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, his palms were sweating. Fizzing whiz-bee, McGonagall said, and the gargoyle leapt aside to reveal the spiral staircase. Up you go, Potter. He's expecting you. Harry climbed the stairs, knocked tentatively on the heavy wooden door, and entered when Dumbledore's calm voice called, Come in, Harry. The circular office looked much as Harry remembered it from his previous visits, silver instruments whirring on spindle-legged tables, portraits of former headmasters snoozing in their frames, and Fawkes the Phoenix perched regally beside Dumbledore's desk. What was different, however, was the presence of not only Dumbledore but also Professor Lupin and the new astronomy teacher, Professor Stellaris. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore smiled gently. Thank you for coming. Please, have a seat. Harry sat cautiously in the chair before the desk, acutely aware of Professor Stellaris watching him with unnerving intensity. I understand there was an incident on the train today, Dumbledore began, his blue eyes serious behind half-moon spectacles. Harry swallowed. "The Dementor, sir." "I didn't mean to, you are not in trouble, Harry," Dumbledore assured him. "Quite the contrary. Professor Lupin has described a most unusual reaction to the Dementor's presence. A reaction that, I must say, interests us greatly." "Us?" Harry glanced at the two professors flanking Dumbledore's desk. "Professor Stellaris is not only our new astronomy teacher," Dumbledore explained, "but also a leading expert in celestial magic, a rather obscure branch of magical study concerning the influence of astronomical events on magical abilities." The silver-haired woman stepped forward, her star-speckled robes shimmering. "Mr. Potter," she said in an accented voice that Harry couldn't quite place, "were you aware that you were born during a total solar eclipse?" Harry blinked in surprise. No. I wasn't." "July 31st, 1980, she continued. "A rare summer eclipse visible across parts of northern Europe. Not just any eclipse, but one that coincided with a planetary alignment involving Mercury, Venus, and Mars, a cosmic convergence that occurs perhaps once in several centuries." Harry's mind raced back to the book he'd been reading on the train. Wizards and witches born during total solar eclipses may exhibit unusual magical properties. "What does that have to do with what happened on the train?" he asked, though a part of him already suspected the answer. Professor Stellaris exchanged glances with Dumbledore before responding. "Mr. Potter, individuals born during such powerful celestial events sometimes develop a unique connection to cosmic forces. Their magical cores become attuned to astronomical phenomena in ways that can manifest as heightened powers during certain celestial alignments. Like meteor showers?" Harry blurted out. "Or full moons?" A smile curved Professor Stellaris's lips. "So you have noticed some effects already?" "Yes, precisely like those events. The solar particles from today's geomagnetic storm would have a similar influence." "But why now?" Harry asked. "I'm 13. I've seen plenty of full moons before." "Magical maturation," Lupin spoke for the first time, his voice gentle. "Around the age of 13, a wizard's magical core begins to stabilize and fully manifest. In cases like yours, extremely rare cases, that's when celestial influences typically begin to appear." Harry's head spun with this confirmation of what he and Hermione had theorized. "So the silver light, the visions, that's all because I was born during an eclipse?" "Not just any eclipse," Professor Stellaris corrected. "A convergent eclipse. And the manifestations you describe are consistent with what limited historical records tell us of similar cases. Though I must say," she added with a gleam in her eye, "driving away a Dementor with raw celestial energy is quite remarkable, even for an eclipse child." "An eclipse child?" Harry repeated. "An old term," Dumbledore interjected softly. "From times when such births were more closely monitored by the magical community." A troubling thought occurred to Harry. Did Voldemort know about this? Is that why he came after my parents?" A heavy silence fell over the office. Harry noticed Lupin and Stellaris exchange quick glances. "We cannot be certain what Tom Riddle knew or believed," Dumbledore said carefully. "The prophecy that connected you two made no mention of celestial circumstances." But Harry sensed there was something they weren't telling him. "Professor Lupin recognized it on the train," he pressed. "The way I drove off the Dementor. He knew it wasn't normal magic." Lupin cleared his throat. "I've encountered something similar before. Many years ago." "Who?" Harry demanded. "Was it my parents? Did one of them have this too?" Another loaded silence. "Your mother was not born during any significant astronomical event," Dumbledore finally said. "As for your father, no, he did not possess celestial sensitivity either. However, your grandmother, Euphemia Potter, was quite knowledgeable about celestial magic. It's possible there was a family history." Harry frowned, sensing the partial truth in Dumbledore's words. There was still something they weren't saying. "So what does this mean for me now?" he asked, deciding to set aside his suspicions for the moment. Professor Stellaris stepped forward. "It means, Mr. Potter, that you would benefit from specialized training to understand and control these abilities. With your permission, and the headmaster's, of course, I would like to offer private lessons in addition to your regular astronomy classes." "I think that would be most wise," Dumbledore agreed. "Professor Lupin has also volunteered to assist, given his particular expertise in certain areas of defensive magic." Harry looked between the three adults, feeling overwhelmed but also strangely relieved. At least now he knew he wasn't going mad. "All right," he said. "When do we start?" "Tomorrow evening," Professor Stellaris said. "The harvest moon will be at its fullest. A perfect time to begin exploring your sensitivity to lunar influence." As if on cue, the clouds outside Dumbledore's window parted briefly, allowing moonlight to stream into the office. Harry felt an immediate response in his magic, not the overwhelming surge from the train, but a gentle ripple of awareness, like a sleeping creature stirring. "I can feel it," he murmured, almost to himself. "The moon. Even through the clouds." Professor Stellaris nodded, her expression both pleased and concerned. "Your connection is stronger than I anticipated. We shall have much to discuss tomorrow." As Harry left the headmaster's office, his mind whirled with new information and lingering questions. Born during an eclipse. An eclipse child. Strange powers tied to the stars and planets. And beneath it all, a nagging feeling that there was much more to this story than his professors were willing to tell him. The Gryffindor common room was nearly empty when Harry finally made his way back, the late hour having driven most students to bed after the long journey. Only Ron and Hermione remained, waiting anxiously by the fire. "There you are!" Hermione exclaimed, jumping to her feet. "What happened? What did Dumbledore want?" Harry sank into an armchair, suddenly exhausted. The events of the day, the Dementor attack, the revelations in Dumbledore's office, had drained him completely. "I was right," he said simply. "About being born during an eclipse. Apparently, it's a really rare thing in the magical world. They called me an eclipse child." "An eclipse child?" Ron repeated, looking bewildered. "Never heard of it." Hermione, however, gasped. "I've read about that. It was just a brief mention in Magical Birthrights and Hereditary Talents. Eclipse children are supposed to have heightened magical sensitivity during astronomical events. But the book said they were mostly mythical or at least extinct." "Well, apparently I'm not a myth," Harry said dryly. "The new astronomy professor, Stellaris, says I need special training to control it. She and Lupin are going to give me private lessons." "Lupin too?" Ron asked. "What's defense against the dark arts got to do with astronomy?" Harry shrugged. "Dunno. Maybe because of what happened with the Dementor. Lupin seemed to recognize what I did, though he wouldn't say how." Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. "Harry, did they explain why your condition is manifesting now? Why not earlier?" "Magical maturation," Harry explained. "Apparently wizards' magic stabilizes around 13, and that's when this sort of thing starts showing up." "That makes sense," Hermione nodded. "I read that magical cores don't fully settle until after puberty. It's why accidental magic decreases as we get older." Ron snorted. "Only you would read about magical puberty for fun, Hermione." She flushed but ignored him. "Did they say anything else? About what you can expect or what these abilities might mean?" Harry hesitated. "Not really. But I got the feeling they were holding something back. Especially when I asked if Voldemort knew about it, or if my parents had the same thing." Ron winced at the name but looked intrigued. "You think you know who was after you because of this eclipse business, not the prophecy? Or maybe they're connected somehow," Hermione suggested. "The prophecy and your celestial sensitivity." Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. He pulled out the piece of parchment where he'd recorded his strange prophecies. Starting with figuring out what these mean. Hermione took the parchment, studying it with renewed interest. This one about the conjunction, it mentions the Seeker. At first I thought it might be referring to Quidditch, but it's someone specific, Harry finished. Someone called the Celestial Seeker. I saw him in my first vision, but I have no idea who he is. And this one about ancient eyes watching from a tower, Ron pointed out. Could that be Stellaris? She's in the Astronomy Tower, right? Maybe, Harry agreed. But which is she, the false guide or the true path? A log shifted in the fireplace, sending sparks swirling up the chimney. Outside, the storm had passed, and through the window, Harry could see the nearly full moon emerging from behind scattered clouds. Its light touched his skin, and he felt that same gentle stirring in his magical core. The harvest moon is tomorrow night, he said quietly. Stellaris wants to start my training then. We should do some research before then, Hermione decided, already in full problem-solving mode. The library must have more information about Eclipse children and celestial magic. I'll look first thing tomorrow. Ron yawned widely. Can we worry about Harry's star powers in the morning? I'm knackered. Harry nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him. Yeah, let's get some sleep. As they climbed the spiral staircase to the boys' dormitory, Ron hesitated. Harry? What was it like? When your eyes went all silver and you drove off that Dementor? Harry considered the question carefully. It was like being myself but more. Like tapping into something bigger than me that was still somehow part of me. It didn't feel wrong or dark. Just powerful. Like I was channeling something ancient. Ron nodded slowly. Wicked, he said finally. Scary, but wicked. Harry smiled faintly. Leave it to Ron to cut through all the mystical complexity with straightforward acceptance. As Harry lay in his four-poster bed listening to the soft snores of his dorm mates, he stared up at the canopy and thought about everything he'd learned. An Eclipse child. A cosmic coincidence of birth that had somehow shaped his magical destiny in ways he was only beginning to understand. And somewhere out there, someone called the Celestial Seeker who featured prominently in Harry's first vision. When 7 become 1, the Seeker shall claim what was promised or fall to his own ambition. Harry turned the words over in his mind until sleep finally claimed him, bringing dreams filled with stars that fell like rain and a hooded figure reaching toward an eclipsed sun. The next morning dawned clear and bright, as if the previous night's storm had never happened. Harry, Ron, and Hermione collected their new schedules at breakfast, comparing classes over toast and pumpkin juice. Divination first thing, Ron groaned. That's up in North Tower, isn't it? Miles away from everything. Look on the bright side, Hermione said, buttering her toast. At least we don't have potions until Wednesday. Harry was only half listening, his attention drawn to the staff table where Professor Stellaris sat in animated conversation with tiny Professor Flitwick. In the daylight, her silver hair gleamed almost supernaturally bright. As if sensing his gaze, she looked up suddenly and met his eyes across the great hall. A small smile curved her lips, and she inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. Earth to Harry, Ron waved a hand in front of his face. You coming to divination or what? Yeah, sorry, Harry tore his gaze away. Just thinking. The trek to North Tower took longer than expected, involving several wrong turns and the eccentric directions of Sir Cadogan, a knight in a painting who seemed more interested in challenging them to duels than providing helpful guidance. When they finally arrived at the divination classroom, Harry was unprepared for the wave of disorientation that hit him as he climbed through the trapdoor. The room was stifling hot, filled with cloying perfume and the soft red glow of draped lamps. But it wasn't the atmosphere that affected him, it was something else, something that made his magical core vibrate with recognition. You all right? Ron whispered as they found seats at one of the small tables. You look peaky again. Before Harry could answer, Professor Trelawney emerged from the shadows, her enormous glasses magnifying her eyes to insect-like proportions. She wore numerous shawls and glittering chains, giving her the appearance of an oversized, glittering dragonfly. Welcome, she said in a misty, ethereal voice. How nice to see you in the physical world at last. As the professor launched into a dramatic introduction to divination, Harry struggled to identify what was causing his unease. There was something about the room, or perhaps Trelawney herself, that resonated with the newly awakened celestial sensitivity inside him. We will begin with reading tea leaves, Trelawney announced. You will need the blue teacups on the shelf. When you have finished your tea, swap cups with your partner and interpret the patterns using pages 5 and 6 of Unfogging the Future. As Harry sipped his too-hot tea, he whispered to Hermione, Do you feel anything strange about this room? She looked around skeptically. You mean besides the fact that it's a sauna filled with tacky fortune-telling props? No, I mean. Harry hesitated. Magically. There's something here that feels connected, somehow. To what's happening with me? Hermione's expression sharpened with interest. Really? I wonder if there's a connection between celestial magic and divination. That would make sense, actually. Stars have been used for predictions since ancient times. Broaden your minds. Trelawney exclaimed suddenly, making them jump. You must look beyond the mundane. The class dutifully drained their teacups and swapped them with their partners. Harry peered into Ron's cup, trying to make sense of the soggy tea leaves at the bottom. Right, Ron said, consulting his textbook while staring into Harry's cup. I think that's a blob. Wait, it could be a sun. That's supposed to mean great happiness. Harry wasn't listening. As Ron turned the cup, something happened. The pattern of tea leaves seemed to shimmer and reshape itself before Harry's eyes. For a brief moment, they formed a perfect celestial pattern, a sun being eclipsed by a dark circle, with stars arranged in a distinctive constellation around it. Do you see that? Harry asked urgently. See what? Ron turned the cup again, and the pattern dissolved back into random tea leaf dregs. It's just a mess, mate. Professor Trelawney swept over to their table. Let me see that, my dear, she said, taking Harry's cup from Ron. The moment she touched it, she gasped and nearly dropped it. Her eyes, already magnified by her glasses, grew even wider as she stared first at the cup, then at Harry. My dear boy, she whispered, her voice losing its misty quality and taking on a note of genuine shock. You're. The whole class was watching now, intrigued by Trelawney's reaction. I'm what? Harry prompted when she didn't continue. Trelawney seemed to struggle for words, which Harry suspected was unusual for someone who made her living making dramatic pronouncements. The celestial mark is upon you, she finally said, her voice barely audible. Born when day turned to night and the cosmic forces aligned. She placed the cup carefully on the table, her hands trembling slightly. You carry starlight in your veins, Mr. Potter. The class broke into excited whispers. Harry felt his face grow hot with embarrassment as everyone stared at him. I thought she'd predict your death or something, Ron muttered. Not, whatever that was. Trelawney seemed to recover her composure, smoothing her shawls with shaking hands. Class dismissed, she announced abruptly. Read the introduction to palmistry for next time. Mr. Potter, a word, if you please. As the rest of the class filed out, shooting curious glances back at Harry, Trelawney motioned for him to sit opposite her at a small table near the window. Professor Stellaris has already spoken to you, hasn't she? Trelawney asked, her voice surprisingly normal now that the students had gone. Harry nodded, surprised. Last night. How did you know? Despite what some of my colleagues might think, Trelawney said with a hint of bitterness, I do possess genuine sight. Not consistently, perhaps, but enough to recognize one touched by celestial forces. She leaned forward, studying Harry's face. The stars speak through you already, don't they? Harry hesitated, then decided honesty was best. I've had episodes. Visions. And I say things I don't remember saying afterward. Trelawney nodded sagely. Prophecy takes many forms. For most true seers, it comes rarely and with great mental strain. For an Eclipse child. She shook her head in wonder. The cosmic forces channel through you more naturally, especially during celestial events. How do you know about Eclipse children? Harry asked. A sad smile crossed Trelawney's face. My great-grandmother, Cassandra Trelawney, was one, though born during a lunar rather than solar eclipse. Her gift was legendary. The professor sighed heavily. My own talent is but a shadow of hers, emerging only occasionally and often when least expected. Harry remembered the passage he'd read on the train. The most documented case is that of Cassandra Trelawney, whose prophetic abilities were said to increase tenfold during astronomical events. So it runs in families? He asked, thinking again of his parents, of the questions Dumbledore had deflected. Sometimes, Trelawney said cautiously. Though it can also appear spontaneously when the celestial conditions are particularly powerful, as they were on your birth date. She hesitated, then added, be cautious with Aurora Stellaris, Mr. Potter. Harry's attention sharpened. Why? What's wrong with her? There is nothing wrong with her, Trelawney said carefully. She is undoubtedly brilliant in her field. But those who study celestial magic often develop ambitions. Particularly when they encounter someone with natural talents they themselves can only study theoretically. You think she wants something from me? Harry asked, remembering his vision. The false guide points to ruin while the true path lies hidden in plain sight. Trelawney adjusted her shawls nervously. I think knowledge is power, Mr. Potter. And you would be wise to remember that not everyone who offers to help you has your best interests at heart. With that cryptic warning, she dismissed him, leaving Harry with even more questions than before. She's just jealous, Hermione declared when Harry recounted Trelawney's warning during lunch. Stellaris is probably much more respected in academic circles, and Trelawney feels threatened. Maybe, Harry conceded. But what if she's right? We don't actually know anything about Stellaris. Ron shrugged. Dumbledore hired her, didn't he? He wouldn't bring someone dangerous into the school. He paused, then grimaced. Well, except Quirrell. And Lockhart. Not helping, Ron, Hermione said sharply. Harry pushed his shepherd's pie around his plate, appetite gone. I just wish I knew more about what's happening to me. Everyone seems to know more than they're telling. That's why we're going to the library after Transfiguration, Hermione reminded him. I already asked Madame Pants if there's a section on celestial magic. She looked at me like I'd grown a second head, but she did mention some books in the restricted section that might help. Fat lot of good that does us without a permission slip, Ron pointed out. Hermione smiled mysteriously. Actually, I might have a solution for that. Professor Vector owes me a favor for helping organize her research notes last term. After a challenging transfiguration lesson, turning teapots into tortoises, with mixed results, the trio headed to the library. Hermione disappeared briefly to speak with Madame Pants, then returned with a signed note and a triumphant expression. Vector came through, she announced quietly. We've got access to the restricted section for advanced arithmetic research purposes. The restricted section was dimly lit and smelled of old leather and something vaguely metallic. Hermione led them confidently to a back corner where several ancient-looking tomes were chained to the shelves. Here, she said, pointing to a massive book bound in what looked disturbingly like human skin. Celestial Convergence, When Stars and Magic Align. And this one, The Eclipse Phenomenon in Magical Development. They carefully removed the books from their chains and carried them to a secluded table. The second book, when opened, released a faint shimmer of starlight that danced briefly above the pages before fading. Blimey, Ron whispered, impressed despite himself. Fancy books, these. Hermione was already scanning the index of celestial convergence. Here, Eclipse Children, Myth and Reality, page 394. The chapter began with an illustration of a wizard standing beneath an eclipsed sun, silver light streaming from his eyes and fingertips to form constellations in the air around him. Among the rarest of magical phenomena, the text read, the birth of a witch or wizard during a total solar eclipse, particularly one accompanied by other significant astronomical alignments, can produce individuals with unique magical properties. Unlike standard magical cores which remain relatively stable throughout a witch or wizard's life, the eclipse child's magic resonates with and responds to cosmic events, waxing and waning with celestial cycles. The most common manifestations include, 1. Prophetic episodes triggered by astronomical events, meteor showers, eclipses, planetary alignments, etc. 2. Enhanced magical potency during these same events, often accompanied by visible signs such as argent illumination of the eyes or skin. 3. Natural affinity for divination, astronomy, and certain branches of ancient magic. 4. In extremely rare cases, the ability to influence probability and fulfill their own prophecies, a phenomenon known as prophecy engineering. Harry's heart raced as he read the last point. Prophecy engineering? What does that mean? Hermione flipped through the eclipse phenomenon until she found a relevant passage. Here it is, she said, tracing the lines with her finger as she read aloud. Unlike traditional prophecies, which foretell immutable events, the prophecies of an eclipse child exist in a state of quantum uncertainty until the moment of their fulfillment. The most powerful eclipse children throughout history have demonstrated the ability, sometimes unconscious, to influence which of several possible prophetic outcomes manifests in reality. This ability, termed prophecy engineering by magical theorists, represents perhaps the only known instance in which the future is not merely foreseen but actively shaped by the seer themselves. It is this quality that made eclipse children both revered and feared in ancient magical societies. Ron whistled softly. Bloody hell, Harry. You're not just seeing the future, you might be creating it. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. That can't be right. How could I influence the future? It makes a certain sense, Hermione said thoughtfully. Quantum theory suggests observation itself can affect outcomes at the subatomic level. If magic operates on similar principles, and your connection to cosmic forces gives you insight into probability threads. English, please, Ron interrupted. Hermione sighed. It means Harry might be able to see different possible futures and somehow, maybe subconsciously, push reality toward one outcome over others. Harry shook his head, overwhelmed. That's too much. I can barely manage regular magic, let alone reshaping the future. Well, according to this, it's extremely rare even among eclipse children, Hermione reassured him, pointing to the text. And it seems to be something that develops over time, with training and maturity. Harry turned back to celestial convergence, scanning further down the page. A paragraph caught his eye. Perhaps the most infamous historical example of an eclipse child was Morgana Nightshade, 1513 to 1601, whose celestial prophecies earned her both devotion and persecution during the tumultuous years of the European witch hunts. Nightshade's predictions became increasingly self-fulfilling as she matured, culminating in her greatest and most terrible work, the Convergence Prophecy, which foretold a time when 7 celestial bodies aligned to open the way between worlds, allowing power beyond mortal comprehension to flow into the vessel prepared. Nightshade's obsessive pursuit of this prophesied power led to her eventual downfall at the hands of her former apprentice, Cornelia Seeker, who... Harry gasped, making Ron and Hermione jump. What? Ron demanded. What is it? The Seeker, Harry said, pointing to the name. From my vision. The Seeker shall claim what was promised or fall to his own ambition. It's talking about Cornelius Seeker. But he lived in the 16th century, Hermione pointed out. How could your vision be about him? I don't know, Harry admitted. But it can't be coincidence. He continued reading. Cornelius Seeker, who had spent decades studying the celestial arts under Nightshade's tutelage, believed her interpretations flawed. While Nightshade sought to channel the convergence power into herself, Seeker theorized that only one born during a perfect celestial alignment could truly harness such forces. His treatise, The Vessel of Stars, proposed methods for identifying and preparing such individuals, methods considered dark and forbidden by modern magical standards. Following Nightshade's death, or ascension, as some fringe scholars suggest, Seeker disappeared from historical record. Rumors persisted for centuries of a secretive lineage of celestial seekers, dedicated to locating Eclipse children and either protecting or exploiting their powers, depending on which historical account one credits. Lineage of celestial seekers, Harry repeated slowly. So my vision wasn't about Cornelius Seeker himself, but maybe his descendants? Someone carrying on his work. It would explain why this person was called the Seeker in your vision, Hermione agreed. But is he trying to protect you or exploit you? Given my luck. Probably exploit, Harry said grimly. Ron had been unusually quiet, his brow furrowed in concentration as he flipped through the eclipse phenomenon. Guys, he said suddenly. I think I found something important. He turned the book so they could see a chapter titled The Celestial Trinity, When Three Eclipses Align. While single eclipse children are exceedingly rare, appearing perhaps once or twice in a century, magical history records only 7 confirmed instances of what scholars term a celestial trinity, the birth of 3 magically gifted individuals during the same cosmic cycle of eclipses. According to the records of Cornelius Seeker's followers, such trinities represent the culmination of celestial magic's potential on Earth. When 3 eclipse children, each born under a different celestial aspect, solar, lunar, and stellar, combine their powers during a perfect cosmic alignment, they create a convergence point capable of channeling pure celestial energy into the physical realm. The exact nature and purpose of this convergence remains theoretical, as no documented trinity has successfully completed the ritual in recorded history. The last known attempt in 1682 resulted in the deaths of all 3 participants and a magical catastrophe that obliterated a village in northern Scotland. Harry stared at the passage, a cold weight settling in his stomach. So if I'm a solar eclipse child, then according to this theory, there should be 2 others, Hermione finished. One born during a lunar eclipse and one during a stellar event of some kind. And if the Seeker in your vision is looking for you, Ron added grimly, he's probably looking for the others too. A sudden shadow fell across their table, making them all start guiltily. Professor Stellaris stood before them, her silver hair gleaming even in the library's dim light. Excellent reading choices, she said, her blue eyes lingering on the open pages before them. I'm pleased to see you taking initiative, Mr. Potter. Harry hastily closed the book. Just trying to understand what's happening to me, Professor. Stellaris nodded approvingly. A commendable attitude. Knowledge is power, after all. She glanced at the library's tall windows, where the afternoon sun was beginning to lower toward the horizon. Don't forget our appointment this evening. The harvest moon rises at precisely 7:43 p.m. I expect you in the astronomy tower at 7:30. Yes, Professor, Harry agreed. As Stellaris turned to leave, Harry called after her, Professor. Have you ever heard of someone called the Celestial Seeker? Stellaris froze mid-step, then slowly turned back to face them. Her expression remained pleasant, but Harry noticed a new tension in her posture. An old legend, she said carefully. Where did you encounter that name, Mr. Potter? Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. In one of these books. It mentioned Cornelius Seeker and a lineage of followers. Ah. Something flickered in Stellaris's eyes, concern, perhaps, or calculation. Most historical accounts consider the Seekers extinct, wiped out during the global wizarding war. Grindelwald had little patience for what he considered mystical nonsense. But you don't think they're extinct? Hermione pressed, ever perceptive. Stellaris's smile tightened slightly. What I think, Miss Granger, is that we should be cautious about believing everything we read in ancient texts. Many so-called celestial prophecies were later proven to be clever fabrications. With that ambiguous answer, she departed, her star-speckled robes swishing softly against the stone floor. "Well, that wasn't suspicious at all," Ron muttered when she was out of earshot. Harry stared after her retreating figure, remembering Trelawney's warning. "She definitely knows more than she's saying. But is she hiding information to protect you or for her own purposes?" Hermione wondered. "I guess I'll find out tonight," Harry said, glancing out the window at the darkening sky. In just a few hours, the harvest moon would rise, and with it, perhaps, some answers. Harry arrived at the astronomy tower at precisely 7:30 that evening, his nerves jangling with anticipation. The circular room at the top of the tower had been transformed since his last astronomy class. The usual telescopes had been pushed to the periphery, and the center of the room now featured a large circular platform inlaid with silver symbols representing various constellations and planetary bodies. Professor Stellaris stood beside this platform, wearing formal robes of deepest blue that seemed to contain actual moving stars within their fabric. At her throat gleamed a silver pendant in the shape of a crescent moon. "Welcome, Mr. Potter," she greeted him. "Right on time." "Professor," Harry nodded, eyeing the elaborate setup warily. "What exactly are we doing tonight?" "First, we will observe and measure your baseline response to lunar energy," Stellaris explained, gesturing to various instruments arranged around the room. "Then, once the harvest moon reaches its apex, we'll conduct some simple exercises to help you channel and control the influx of celestial power." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "Is it safe?" "I mean, the last few times this happened, I wasn't exactly in control." Stellaris smiled reassuringly. "That's precisely why we're here, Mr. Potter. Uncontrolled celestial magic can indeed be dangerous, to yourself and others. But with proper training, you can learn to direct these energies rather than simply being swept along by them." She led him to the center of the silver-inlaid platform. "Stand here, please. And remove your outer robe. The fewer magical layers between you and the moonlight, the better we can measure your response." Harry complied, feeling oddly vulnerable in just his school shirt and trousers as he stood at the center of the intricate design. Stellaris circled him slowly, adjusting various silver instruments on tripods positioned at key points around the platform. "These are lunoscopes," she explained. "Modified to detect and measure celestial energy rather than simply tracking lunar phases. They'll help us quantify your connection." Through the open roof of the tower, Harry could see the sky darkening as sunset faded into twilight. Stars were beginning to appear, and on the eastern horizon, a faint glow heralded the moon's imminent rise. "Professor," Harry said, seizing the moment before they began. "There's something I wanted to ask you." "Yes." Stellaris continued adjusting her instruments without looking up. "Have you ever heard of a celestial trinity? 3 Eclipse children born in the same cycle?" Stellaris's hands stilled. She straightened slowly, fixing Harry with a penetrating stare. "Where did you hear that term?" "In one of the books in the library," Harry said, watching her reaction carefully. "It said a solar eclipse child like me might have 2 counterparts, lunar and stellar." For a long moment, Stellaris said nothing, her expression unreadable. Then she sighed and moved closer to the platform. "It's an old theory," she said finally. "And a dangerous one. Throughout history, those who pursued the power of a unified celestial trinity rarely met with happy endings." "So it's real?" Harry pressed. "There could be 2 others like me." "Like you, is not quite accurate," Stellaris corrected. "If, and I stress if, the trinity pattern manifested in your generation, the 3 individuals would have complementary but distinct abilities. A solar child, a lunar child, and a stellar child, each with different strengths and sensitivities. And together they could do what, exactly?" Harry asked, remembering the ominous text about a magical catastrophe in Scotland. Stellaris's eyes flickered to the eastern horizon, where the edge of the moon was just becoming visible. That is a discussion for another time, Mr. Potter. The harvest moon is rising. We must begin. Indeed, a golden-orange rim had appeared above the distant mountains, already sending a subtle ripple of energy through Harry's magical core. He wanted to press for more answers, but the feeling intensified as more of the moon became visible, demanding his full attention. Close your eyes, Stellaris instructed. Focus on your breathing. Feel the lunar energy as it touches you, but don't try to direct it yet. Simply observe the sensation. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on his breathing as the moon continued to rise. The energy built gradually, not the overwhelming surge he'd experienced during the meteor shower or the Dementor encounter, but a steady, mounting pressure that felt both foreign and familiar at the same time. Good, Stellaris murmured, circling him slowly. The lunoscopes are registering a clean resonance pattern. Your sensitivity appears primarily solar in nature, as expected from your birth eclipse, but with significant lunar receptivity as well. Most unusual. Harry barely heard her, too focused on the strange sensations coursing through his body. His skin tingled pleasantly, and behind his closed eyelids, patterns of light danced and shifted, constellations, planetary orbits, the graceful arc of comets. Your eyes have begun to illuminate, Stellaris commented. A soft silver glow, not the intense radiance you described from your previous episodes. Excellent control, Mr. Potter. Harry hadn't been consciously trying to control anything, but he accepted the compliment with a slight nod, not wanting to break his concentration. The moonlight felt different from the meteor shower's energy, less erratic, more stable and nurturing. Now, Stellaris continued, I want you to try channeling this energy. Extend your right hand, palm upward, and imagine the moonlight pooling there like liquid silver. Harry did as instructed, surprised at how naturally the visualization came to him. He could feel the lunar energy responding, flowing down his arm and collecting in his palm. When he dared to open his eyes a crack, he saw a small globe of silvery light hovering above his hand, pulsing gently in rhythm with his heartbeat. Remarkable, Stellaris breathed. Such fine control on your first attempt. Pride swelled in Harry's chest at the genuine amazement in her voice. For once, he was excelling at something because of his own abilities, not because of his connection to Voldemort or his parents' legacy. What can I do with it? He asked, fascinated by the globe of moonlight in his palm. For now, practice maintaining it, Stellaris advised. Lunar energy is more stable than solar or stellar forces, making it an excellent training medium. In time, you'll learn to shape it to your will, for illumination, divination, even certain forms of healing magic. Harry concentrated on the globe, experimenting with making it larger, then smaller, then changing its shape from spherical to cubic and back again. Each transformation came with surprising ease, as if he'd been working with celestial energy his entire life. You have a natural affinity, Stellaris observed, watching him with growing interest. Far stronger than I anticipated. As the harvest moon rose fully above the horizon, bathing the tower in golden-orange light, Harry felt a shift in the energy, not just an increase in power, but a change in quality. The patterns behind his eyes grew more complex, and the globe in his hand developed swirling internal structures like a miniature galaxy. And then, without warning, the familiar sensation of slipping sideways into a vision overcame him. He tried to resist, to maintain his grip on the present moment, but the lunar energy swept him away like a leaf in a stream. A circular room with walls of pure white stone. 3 pedestals arranged in a triangle, each bearing a different celestial symbol, sun, moon, and star. On each pedestal rests a crystal of corresponding color, gold, silver, and blue-white. A girl with long silver blonde hair stands before the lunar pedestal, her eyes glowing with the same silver light as Harry's. A boy with dark skin and a streak of starlight white in his black hair approaches the stellar pedestal, his eyes shimmering with blue-white radiance. And Harry himself steps toward the solar pedestal, drawn by some invisible force that connects the 3 of them across the triangular space. The Trinity assembles, says a voice from the shadows. The vessel prepares. The girl turns toward the voice, her expression fierce. We are not your vessels, Seeker. The stars chose us, not you. The stars are indifferent, the shadowed figure replies. I merely interpret their will. No, Harry hears himself say. You twist their power to your own purpose. As your ancestors have always done. The dark figure steps forward, and for a brief moment, his hooded face is illuminated, revealing features that strike Harry as hauntingly familiar. Mr. Potter. Harry. Stellaris's voice cut through the vision, yanking Harry back to the present with jarring abruptness. He blinked, disoriented, and realized he was no longer standing on the platform but kneeling on the stone floor beside it, the globe of lunar light gone from his hand. What happened? He gasped, his throat dry. Stellaris knelt beside him, her expression a mixture of concern and intense curiosity. You entered a prophetic state. The lunoscopes recorded unprecedented energy fluctuations, and you began speaking in that same resonant voice Professor Lupin described from the train. Harry's heart raced. What did I say? The Trinity awakens, Stellaris quoted softly. Silver in the north, starlight in the east. When the hunter seeks the stag at winter's deepest night, 3 shall recognize 3, and the circle shall begin to close. She studied his face intently. Does that mean anything to you? Harry hesitated, unsure whether to share his vision. Stellaris seemed genuinely concerned, but Trelawney's warning echoed in his mind, along with the strange tension he'd sensed when asking about the celestial seeker earlier. I saw fragments, he said carefully. Nothing clear. Something in Stellaris's expression suggested she didn't entirely believe him, but she didn't press the issue. Instead, she helped him to his feet and guided him to a chair near the tower's edge. That's enough for tonight, she decided. You've shown remarkable aptitude, but prophetic episodes are taxing on both mind and magic. We'll continue your training later this week, focusing on techniques to maintain consciousness during these experiences. As Harry caught his breath, staring out at the harvest moon now high in the night sky, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Professor, he said slowly, you mentioned earlier that my sensitivity seems primarily solar but with significant lunar receptivity. Is that unusual? Stellaris regarded him thoughtfully. Quite unusual, yes. Typically, Eclipse children display strong affinity only for the celestial event marking their birth. Your dual sensitivity suggests. She trailed off, seemingly reconsidering her words. Suggests what? Harry prompted. Nothing conclusive, she said smoothly. Simply that your magical nature is even more complex than initially assessed. We'll explore these nuances in future sessions. Harry nodded, not believing for a second that was all she'd been about to say. As he prepared to leave the tower, another question occurred to him. Professor, the lunar and stellar children from the old stories, what were their abilities like? How were they different from a solar child? Stellaris paused at her desk, where she'd been noting observations in a leather-bound journal. According to historical accounts, lunar eclipse children possess stronger divination abilities but less raw power than their solar counterparts. Their magic waxed and waned with the moon phases, reaching its peak during full moons. They excelled at illumination magic, mind arts, and certain forms of healing. And stellar children? The rarest of the 3, Stellaris said, a note of reverence entering her voice. Born during stellar events like supernovas or rare planetary alignments. Their magic was more constant than lunar or solar types but manifested in subtler ways, intuitive knowledge of cosmic truths, the ability to navigate by starlight alone, and in some cases, a form of celestial telepathy that allowed communication across vast distances. Harry absorbed this information, thinking of the silver-blonde girl and the boy with the streak of starlight in his hair from his vision. If they were real, if the Trinity truly existed in his generation, he needed to find them before this modern celestial seeker did. Thank you for the lesson, Professor, he said, moving toward the spiral staircase. It was illuminating. One moment, Mr. Potter, Stellaris called as he reached the first step. A word of caution. Harry turned back, tensing slightly at her serious tone. "These abilities you're developing, they come with significant responsibility," she said, her blue eyes intense in the moonlight. "Throughout history, Eclipse children have been sought after, sometimes exploited for their powers. Be careful who you trust with knowledge of your true capabilities. Not everyone at Hogwarts may have your best interests at heart." The warning was eerily similar to what Trelawney had told him, except Trelawney had been warning him about Stellaris herself. Which teacher was he supposed to trust? "I'll be careful, Professor," Harry promised, the irony not lost on him. As he descended the spiral staircase and made his way back toward Gryffindor Tower, the harvest moon's light streamed through the castle windows, casting long shadows across the stone floors. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, perhaps in the north, as his prophecy had suggested, another Eclipse child was looking up at the same moon, perhaps experiencing the first stirrings of their own celestial power. Silver in the north, starlight in the east. The words repeated in his mind, a cosmic puzzle piece waiting to be fitted into place. Luna Lovegood. Harry looked up from his breakfast the next morning to find Hermione standing over him, slightly breathless as if she'd been running. "What about her?" he asked, puzzled. "Luna Lovegood," Hermione repeated, sliding onto the bench beside him and lowering her voice. "She's a Ravenclaw second year. Silver blonde hair, always has this dreamy expression. Her birthday is during a lunar eclipse." Harry's fork clattered to his plate. "How do you know that?" "I was up half the night researching," Hermione explained, pulling a notebook from her bag. "After what you told us about your vision and the prophecy, I started thinking about who might be the Silver in the North. Luna's father edits the Quibbler, and they live in northern Scotland. Plus, her name is literally Luna. Bit on the nose, isn't it?" Ron commented around a mouthful of sausage. He'd joined them halfway through Hermione's explanation. "Names often have magical significance," Hermione pointed out. "Especially in old wizarding families. The Lovegoods are eccentric, but they come from a long magical lineage." Harry's mind raced back to his vision, the silver-blonde girl standing at the lunar pedestal. Could it really be this simple? "Do you know her?" he asked Hermione. "Have you ever spoken to her?" Hermione shook her head. "Not really. She keeps to herself mostly. Other students think she's a bit odd. They call her Loony Lovegood." She frowned disapprovingly at this. "She's supposed to be quite brilliant though. Top of her year in both astronomy and divination, according to Ginny. We need to talk to her," Harry decided. "Today, if possible." "She's usually in the library during lunch period," Hermione offered. "Ginny says she studies there because the other Ravenclaws hide her things if she stays in their common room." Harry frowned at this casual cruelty. "Then we'll find her at lunch." The morning passed with excruciating slowness. Double potions with the Slytherins was as unpleasant as ever, with Snape seeming particularly determined to find fault with Harry's work. By the time they escaped the dungeons, Harry was in a foul mood, his cosmic concerns temporarily overshadowed by more mundane frustrations. "I swear he's getting worse," Ron grumbled as they climbed the stairs toward the main floor. "Did you see how he vanished your potion? It looked exactly like mine, and he gave me an acceptable." "Forget about Snape," Hermione urged, checking her watch. "Lunch period's already started. If we want to find Luna in the library, we should go now." They took a shortcut behind a tapestry of dancing trolls, emerging near the library entrance. Inside, the vast room was relatively quiet, with most students opting for lunch in the Great Hall instead of studying. "There," Hermione whispered, pointing toward a secluded corner where a small figure sat alone, surrounded by towering stacks of books. Luna Lovegood was exactly as Harry's vision had shown her, slender and fairy-like, with waist-length silver blonde hair and large, protuberant eyes that gave her a permanently surprised look. She wore radish-shaped earrings and a necklace made of butterbeer corks, and was reading a book upside down with complete absorption. As they approached, Luna looked up suddenly, her silvery eyes fixing directly on Harry. For a moment, he felt a strange resonance, like the humming of a tuning fork matched to his own frequency. "Hello, Harry Potter," she said in a dreamy, distant voice. "I've been waiting for you to find me." Harry exchanged startled glances with Ron and Hermione. "You have?" he asked. Luna nodded serenely. "Ever since the harvest moon last night. It told me you'd come." She tilted her head, studying him with unnerving intensity. "Your eyes hold sunlight, even in the shadows. It's quite beautiful." Hermione cleared her throat awkwardly. "Luna, this is Ron Weasley. And I'm Hermione Granger. We're Harry's friends," Luna finished. "Yes, I know. The moon shows me things sometimes." She gestured to the empty chairs at her table. "You should sit. We have much to discuss before the Nargles return." "Nargles?" Ron mouthed to Hermione, who shrugged helplessly. They sat cautiously, Harry directly across from Luna. Up close, he noticed that her eyes, while normally silver-gray, had tiny flecks of luminescence that caught the light strangely. "Luna," Harry began carefully, "what exactly did the moon tell you about me?" Luna smiled dreamily. "That you were born when the sun hit its face. That you speak with the voice of stars when cosmic winds blow. That we are 2 points of a triangle not yet complete." She leaned forward conspiratorially. "And that someone watches us both, waiting for the third light to reveal itself." Harry's heart raced. There was no way Luna could know these things unless she truly was connected to him through some cosmic bond. "You're a lunar eclipse child," he said quietly, not a question but a confirmation. "Born during a lunar eclipse." Luna nodded. "December 14, 1980. The Christmas eclipse, Daddy calls it. 5 months after your solar birth." She tilted her head curiously. "You only just discovered what you are, didn't you? That explains the confusion clouds around your aura." "Confusion clouds?" Ron repeated skeptically. Luna waved a hand vaguely near Harry's head. "Swirling disturbances in the ethereal plane. They appear when someone's self-understanding is in flux. Yours have been particularly thick since term began." Hermione, who had been watching this exchange with narrowed eyes, leaned forward. "Luna, have you always known you were a lunar child? Has your father explained any of this to you?" "Daddy knows I'm special," Luna said simply. "He says Mummy was the same way. She could predict lunar events without a chart and always knew when magical creatures were near. That's why she was so good at finding them." A shadow crossed her face. Before her spell went wrong. Harry vaguely remembered hearing that Luna's mother had died in some kind of magical accident. He felt a pang of empathy for the strange girl, another child who had lost a parent to magic's dangers. "Have you had experiences like mine?" he asked. "Times when your eyes glow silver, or when you say things you don't remember saying?" Luna nodded matter-of-factly. "Every full moon since I turned 12 last year. And during lunar eclipses, of course. Those are the strongest." She fiddled with her butterbeer cork necklace. "The predictions aren't always clear, but they've never been wrong." "Predictions about what?" Hermione asked, her academic curiosity clearly overcoming her skepticism. "Small things, mostly," Luna shrugged. "Which magical creatures will appear in the forest each season? When the squid will surface in the lake? Which students will partner with which others in classes?" She glanced at Ron with a small smile. "Your sister will be asked to the Yule Ball next year by 3 different boys, but she'll say no to all of them." Ron choked. "The Yule what? That's not even a thing at Hogwarts." "It will be," Luna said with absolute certainty. "I've seen the decorations." Harry brought the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Luna, last night during the harvest moon, I had a vision. I saw 3 people, me, a girl with silver blonde hair who I think was you, and a boy with a streak of starlight in his dark hair. We were standing at 3 pedestals with crystals, and someone called the Celestial Seeker was watching us. Luna's dreamy expression sharpened suddenly, her silver eyes widening. You've seen the binding chamber, she whispered. And the third light. She clutched her necklace tightly. This is happening faster than the stars predicted. The what chamber? Ron asked. And who's the third person? The stellar kid? Luna nodded gravely. The stellar child. Born during the Perseid meteor shower with a comet passing overhead. August 11, 1980. She frowned slightly. I don't know who they are yet. The stars haven't shown me their face, only the white streak in their hair. Born between us, Harry murmured, calculating the dates. I'm July 31st, you're December 14th, and they're August 11th, right in the middle of our celestial cycle. We need to find them before the Seeker does, Luna said with surprising urgency cutting through her usual dreaminess. The hunter is already moving through the forest of minds, searching for the stellar light. The Seeker, Hermione repeated. Harry, you mentioned that name was in your vision too. Who exactly is this person? Harry hesitated, unsure how much to share in the open library. Someone who's been looking for people like Luna and me throughout history. Someone dangerous. Luna nodded solemnly. The latest in a long line of star hunters. Descendant of Cornelius, who betrayed Morgana for the secrets she wouldn't share freely. She lowered her voice to a whisper. He walks among us already, wearing a familiar face. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Someone at Hogwarts? A student? Luna shook her head. The stars haven't revealed that yet. Only that the hunter wears a mask of authority and speaks with a forked tongue, truth and lies intertwined so tightly even the wise cannot separate them. Harry thought immediately of Professor Stellaris, with her convenient appearance right as his powers were manifesting and her evasive answers about the celestial seekers. But it could just as easily be someone else. Hogwarts had no shortage of authority figures. We need somewhere private to talk about this, he decided, glancing around the library. Even relatively empty, there were too many ears that might overhear. Somewhere we can meet regularly without attracting attention. The 7th floor corridor, Luna suggested immediately. Opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls to dance. There's a room there that becomes what you need it to be. Ron looked skeptical. I've never heard of a room like that. It's called the Room of Requirement, Luna said. Most people walk past it without noticing. But it's perfect for 3 children of the stars to meet in secret. She smiled mysteriously. It's already showing itself to me in dreams, preparing for our trinity. Hermione checked her watch and gasped. We're going to be late for herbology. We have to go. Meet us tonight, Harry told Luna quickly, gathering his things. After dinner, around 8 o'clock. 7th floor corridor by the dancing trolls tapestry. Luna nodded serenely. I'll be there. The moon wanes, but its light still guides. She returned to her upside-down book as if their entire conversation about cosmic powers and mysterious seekers had been perfectly ordinary. As they hurried toward the greenhouses, Ron shook his head in bewilderment. Blimey, she's a strange one. Are you sure she's really this lunar child thing and not just, Barmy? She knew things she couldn't possibly know, Harry pointed out. About my birth during an eclipse, about my visions, about the Seeker. And did you see her eyes? They have the same silver flecks mine get during astronomical events. I admit, the statistical probability of all these coincidences is virtually nil, Hermione conceded. And now we know what silver in the north from your prophecy means. Now we just need to find starlight in the east, Harry said grimly. Before this Seeker does. The day dragged on interminably, each class seemingly longer than the last as Harry's thoughts remained fixed on the evening's meeting with Luna. By dinner, he had barely registered half of what his teachers had said, earning him a sharp reprimand from Professor McGonagall when he transfigured his hedgehog into a pincushion with legs that continued to scurry across her desk. "Sorry, Professor," he'd mumbled. Distracted. McGonagall had fixed him with her penetrating gaze. "Yes, I imagine you are, Potter. Professor Stellaris mentioned your extracurricular studies. Just remember that your regular education remains equally important." At precisely 8 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived at the 7th-floor corridor where Barnabas the Barmy eternally attempted to train trolls in ballet. Luna was already there, humming softly to herself as she traced patterns in the air with her fingers. "You came," she said, sounding pleased but unsurprised. "Now we must walk past this wall 3 times, thinking clearly about what we need, a safe place to discuss celestial magic and the Trinity, hidden from those who would exploit it." "That's oddly specific," Ron commented, but followed along as Luna began pacing in front of the blank stone wall. On their third pass, an ornate door materialized where none had been before, its wooden surface inlaid with silver designs showing the phases of the moon, a solar eclipse, and a scattering of stars. "It's responding to our combined celestial nature," Luna observed with satisfaction. "The castle's magic recognizes us." Harry pushed the door open cautiously, then gasped at what lay beyond. The room of requirement had transformed into a perfect replica of the circular chamber from his vision, white stone walls curved to form a dome overhead, where an enchanted ceiling similar to the great halls displayed a real-time map of the night sky. In the center stood 3 stone pedestals arranged in a triangle, though the crystals from Harry's vision were absent. Around the edges of the room, comfortable chairs and small tables held an assortment of books, scrolls, and strange silver instruments similar to those Professor Stellaris had used in the astronomy tower. "It's exactly like my vision," Harry breathed. "Except for the crystals. Those haven't been found yet," Luna said matter-of-factly, drifting toward the lunar pedestal. "They're scattered, waiting to be reclaimed. The solar topaz, the lunar pearl, and the stellar sapphire." Hermione approached one of the bookshelves, examining the titles with growing excitement. "These are incredible. Some of these books aren't even in the restricted section. Celestial Harmonics and Their Magical Applications, The Complete Chronicle of Eclipse Children Throughout History, Morgana Nightshade's Collected Prophecies. The room provides what we need to understand ourselves," Luna explained, running her hand over the lunar pedestal. "Knowledge hidden from those who would misuse it." Harry moved to the solar pedestal, feeling a strange familiarity as he placed his hand on its smooth surface. A warm vibration traveled up his arm, and for a brief moment, his fingertips glowed with golden light. "It recognizes you," Luna observed, her own fingers emitting a soft silver glow where they touched the lunar pedestal. "As mine recognizes me." Ron wandered to the 3rd pedestal, reaching out cautiously. "I'm guessing nothing's going to happen when I touch this one." "It awaits its rightful connection," Luna confirmed as Ron's hand produced no special effect. "The stellar child whose light we still seek." Hermione had settled into a chair with the complete chronicle of Eclipse Children, her eyes rapidly scanning the pages. "This is fascinating," she murmured. According to this, the last confirmed celestial trinity was in 1682, the same one mentioned in the library book that ended in disaster. "What went wrong?" Harry asked, joining her. Hermione frowned as she read further. "It says the 3 Eclipse children, Elias Sun, Selene Moon, and Rigel Star, attempted a convergence ritual during a total solar eclipse that coincided with a rare alignment of all 7 classical planets. They sought to channel the unprecedented celestial energy to create something called the Eternal Nexus, a permanent connection between cosmic forces and the earthly plane." "Let me guess," Ron said grimly. "It didn't work." Hermione shook her head. "The text is vague about exactly what happened, but it describes catastrophic magical feedback that resulted in the deaths of all 3 participants and the destruction of the village of Skywatchers Glen in the Scottish Highlands." "That's where the Seekers come from," Luna said unexpectedly. "The survivors of Skywatchers Glen formed the first Celestial Seekers Society, dedicated to preventing another such disaster, or so they claimed." Harry turned to her. What do you mean, so they claimed? Luna's normally dreamy eyes sharpened again. Their true purpose evolved over time. From protectors to controllers to experimenters. She shuddered slightly. They believe the 1682 Trinity failed because they were untrained, unprepared. Each generation of seekers has sought to find Eclipse children early, to mold them, to ensure the next convergence succeeds according to their design. Succeeds at what? Ron asked. What's this eternal nexus thing supposed to do? Bridge the gap between cosmic and earthly magic, Luna replied. Allow direct channeling of celestial forces without the limitations of human magical cores. Essentially, godlike power. She twirled a strand of silver blonde hair around her finger. At least, that's what the Seekers believe. Hermione looked troubled. And you think someone at Hogwarts is a Seeker? Someone who's recognized what you and Harry are and is looking for the third member of your Trinity? Harry nodded grimly. Luna's right about one thing, whoever it is must be in a position of authority. They would need access to birth records, astronomical charts, student files. Stellaris is the obvious suspect, Ron pointed out. Astronomy professor conveniently arriving just as Harry's powers activate. Plus she's weirdly interested in your training. Maybe too obvious, Hermione countered thoughtfully. If the Seeker is as cunning as Luna suggests, they might be working from a less suspicious position. Luna had wandered to one of the tables where a large star chart lay unfolded. She traced patterns on its surface, leaving faint silver trails of light where her fingers passed. The stellar child is here at Hogwarts, she said suddenly. Close to us. I can feel their presence now that my awareness has awakened. Harry joined her at the chart. Can you tell who it is? Luna shook her head, frustration briefly crossing her serene features. It's like trying to see through fog. I get impressions, dark skin, a hidden streak of white in their hair, intelligence, isolation. But no clear image. We need to find them before the Seeker does, Harry decided. If this person is at Hogwarts, we should be able to narrow it down. How many students could have been born on August 11, 1980, during a meteor shower? Hermione was already pulling out parchment and a quill. We can start by listing every student in our year since that's most likely. Then check birth dates. She paused. Though I'm not sure how we'll get that information. It's not exactly common knowledge. The hospital wing, Ron suggested unexpectedly. Madame Pomfrey keeps medical records on all students. Bet those include birth dates. The others stared at him in surprise. What? He said defensively. Fred and George taught me a few things about accessing restricted areas. They nicked a bottle of Skillgrow last year by distracting Pomfrey and raiding her filing cabinet. We are not breaking into confidential medical records, Hermione said firmly. There has to be another way. Luna smiled dreamily. Or we could just ask them. Ask who? Harry frowned. The stars, of course. Luna gestured to the enchanted ceiling above them. This room has provided us with everything else we need. Perhaps it will show us who we seek as well. To Harry's surprise, the idea didn't seem as far-fetched as it might have a few weeks ago, before meteors and prophecies had become part of his life. How do we do that? He asked. Luna moved to the center of the room, between the three pedestals. Join hands with me, she instructed. Together, our celestial connection will be stronger. We'll focus on the stellar child, our missing third, and ask the stars to guide us. Ron raised an eyebrow at Hermione, who shrugged. At this point, why not try? The four of them formed a circle, joining hands. Luna closed her eyes, her expression becoming focused in a way Harry hadn't seen before. Close your eyes, she murmured. Feel the cosmic threads that connect us all. Picture the third point of our triangle, the stellar child born when meteors rained from the sky and a comet streaked overhead. Harry closed his eyes, trying to follow her instructions. At first, he felt nothing but the warmth of his friend's hands in his. Then, gradually, he became aware of a subtle vibration, similar to what he'd felt during the harvest moon, but different somehow. It reminded him of the tingling sensation that sometimes preceded a vision, but gentler, more controlled. Luna's voice continued, taking on that resonant quality Harry recognized from his own prophetic episodes: Starlight Seeker, Cosmic Wanderer, Child of the Meteor Storm, reveal your path to those who share your celestial birthright. The vibration intensified, and Harry felt something new, a pulling sensation, as if an invisible thread attached to his solar plexus was tugging him toward something. Someone. Above them, the enchanted ceiling's display shifted dramatically. The stars rearranged themselves, constellations morphing and changing until they formed a clear pattern, a human figure with a distinctive streak of light running through their hair. "It's working," Hermione whispered, her eyes now open and fixed on the ceiling. The stellar pattern pulsed once, brightly, then began to zoom in, as if they were flying through the star field toward a specific location. The image resolved into a bird's-eye view of Hogwarts, then one particular tower, then through a window to reveal the Ravenclaw common room, Luna identified. "That's where the stellar child dwells." The view continued to sharpen, focusing on a solitary figure hunched over a desk in the corner of the room, books piled high around them. Dark skin, close-cropped black hair, and, visible only when they turned slightly toward a lamp, a thin streak of startlingly white hair just above their left temple. "I know him," Luna said softly. "That's Dean Thomas." "Dean?" Ron repeated incredulously. "No way. He's in Gryffindor, not Ravenclaw. And he doesn't have a white streak in his hair." Luna frowned at the image, which was now clearly showing Dean Thomas in the Ravenclaw common room. "The stars wouldn't show us falsely. Perhaps he's visiting someone. Or..." The image shifted again, zooming in closer on the figure. Now they could see that while the person did resemble Dean in many ways, similar height and build, similar skin tone, there were clear differences. This boy had sharper features, wire-rimmed glasses, and yes, a distinctive streak of white in his otherwise black hair. "That's not Dean," Harry realized. "But I've seen him before. He's a Ravenclaw in our year. Usually sitting alone in the library or at the end of their house table." "Blaise Zabini?" Hermione suggested. Ron shook his head. "Zabini's in Slytherin. And doesn't wear glasses." "Eli Nightwick," Luna identified suddenly. "He transferred from Wagadu last year. Keeps to himself mostly. Brilliant at astronomy and ancient runes." She tilted her head curiously. "I never noticed the white streak before. He must conceal it somehow." The celestial image faded, the stars returning to their normal patterns as the connection between them weakened and broke. Harry felt suddenly exhausted, as if he'd been running for miles. "Eli Nightwick," he repeated, committing the name to memory. "Born during a meteor shower with a comet overhead. The stellar child we've been looking for. We need to approach him carefully," Hermione cautioned. "If he's been hiding his celestial nature, he might have good reasons. And if the Seeker is watching you and Luna, they might start watching him too if we're too obvious." "I have astronomy with the Ravenclaws tomorrow evening," Harry remembered. "I could try to partner with him, feel out whether he knows anything about his birth circumstances." Luna nodded dreamily. "The stars have shown us the way. The trinity can now begin to form." She yawned suddenly, the mystical moment broken by this very human gesture. "But not tonight. The celestial connection has drained our energy. We should rest and approach Eli tomorrow with clear minds." As they prepared to leave the room of requirement, Harry took one last look at the three pedestals arranged in their perfect triangle. Soon, he thought, all three positions might be filled: solar, lunar, and stellar. And then what? What power would they unleash, intentionally or accidentally? And would the mysterious Seeker be there to guide them or exploit them when it happened? These questions followed Harry back to Gryffindor Tower, lingering in his mind as he drifted off to sleep, a sleep filled with dreams of falling stars, silver moonlight, and a boy with a streak of cosmic white in his dark hair, reaching toward him across a vast celestial sea. Chapter 2, Lunar Revelations. Harry woke before dawn, his mind already racing with plans to approach Eli Nightwick. The astronomy lesson wouldn't be until evening, which meant enduring an entire day of classes while the knowledge of the stellar child's identity burned in his thoughts. He dressed quickly and headed down to the common room, surprised to find Hermione already there, surrounded by books and parchment despite the early hour. "You're up early," he commented, dropping into the armchair across from her. Hermione looked up, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept much. "I couldn't stop thinking about everything we learned. There's so much we don't know about this celestial magic." She gestured to the books around her, clearly borrowed from the Room of Requirement. "Did you know that in 1542, an Eclipse child named Arcturus Black single-handedly held off an army of dark wizards during a lunar eclipse? The accounts describe him as shining with the light of 1,000 stars, untouchable by mortal magic." Harry raised his eyebrows, impressed despite himself. "Sounds handy. Think I could do that?" "Maybe." Hermione bit her lip. "But there are worrying accounts too. Eclipse children who were corrupted by their power, or whose prophecies caused widespread panic and destruction. And the instances where seekers captured them for experimentation." She shuddered. "It's not pleasant reading." "Good thing we've found Luna and are close to finding Eli then," Harry said grimly. "Safety in numbers and all that." Hermione watched him carefully. "Harry, are you sure about this? Forming this trinity that everyone seems so worried about throughout history?" Harry hadn't actually thought about it that way. Since discovering his Eclipse birth, he'd been focused on understanding his powers and finding the others like him. But Hermione raised a valid point: what exactly were they rushing toward? "I'm not sure about anything," he admitted. "But I know that if someone's hunting Eclipse children, Luna and Eli will be safer with us than alone. And I need to understand what's happening to me." Hermione nodded slowly. "Just promise me you'll be careful. Especially around Stellaris. There's something about her that doesn't add up." "What do you mean?" "Well, for one thing, there's no record of an Aurora Stellaris publishing any academic papers on astronomy or celestial magic, despite Dumbledore introducing her as a leading expert. I checked the library catalog." Harry frowned. "Maybe she published under a different name?" "Maybe." Hermione didn't look convinced. "Also, why would Dumbledore bring in an expert on Eclipse children the exact same year your powers are manifesting? Either he's known about your celestial nature all along and kept it from you, or—" She trailed off. "Or Stellaris sought the position specifically to get close to me," Harry finished the thought. "But how would she have known my powers would activate this year?" "Any expert in celestial magic would know about magical maturation occurring around 13, Hermione pointed out. "It's in all the books we've read." Their conversation was interrupted as other students began filtering into the common room, yawning and grumbling about early classes. Harry and Hermione gathered their things, silently agreeing to continue the discussion later. "We should go down to breakfast," Hermione suggested. "Maybe we can spot Eli in the Great Hall, get a look at him before you approach him in astronomy." "Good idea," Harry agreed, suddenly feeling a knot of nervous anticipation in his stomach. What would he say to someone he suspected was a stellar child? "Hey, were you born during a meteor shower? Ever find your eyes glowing with cosmic energy? Want to join our celestial trinity and possibly change the fate of the magical world?" "Yeah, that would go over well." The Great Hall buzzed with morning activity as Harry and Hermione found seats at the Gryffindor table, their eyes immediately drawn to the Ravenclaw table across the hall. "There," Hermione whispered, subtly nodding toward a solitary figure at the far end. "That's him, isn't it?" Harry followed her gaze to a boy sitting apart from his housemates, focused intently on a book propped against a juice pitcher as he absently stirred a bowl of porridge. His dark skin contrasted sharply with the blue trim of his Ravenclaw robes, and he wore wire-rimmed glasses that occasionally caught the light from the enchanted ceiling above. What Harry couldn't see from this distance was any sign of the white streak in his hair the celestial vision had shown them. "That's definitely him," Harry confirmed. "But I don't see the white streak." "Glamour charm, maybe?" Hermione suggested. Luna said he might be concealing it. As if sensing their attention, Eli suddenly looked up from his book, his gaze sweeping the hall until it landed directly on Harry. For a brief, electric moment, their eyes locked, and Harry felt that same strange resonance he'd experienced when first meeting Luna, a humming recognition that vibrated in his magical core. Eli's expression changed from surprise to something like wary recognition. He tilted his head slightly, studying Harry with newfound interest before deliberately returning to his book. "Did you feel that?" Harry asked Hermione, his voice hushed. "Feel what?" She looked between them, confused. "Never mind," Harry muttered. "But I think he sensed something. When our eyes met, there was this connection." "Like with Luna?" "Similar, but different. Sharper somehow." Hermione looked thoughtful. "The books mentioned that solar and stellar energies often have more intense interactions than lunar energy, which tends to be more harmonizing. If he really is the stellar child, then he probably felt the same thing I did," Harry concluded. "Which means our astronomy class tonight just got a lot more interesting." Ron joined them, yawning widely as he loaded his plate with sausages. "Morning. Did I miss anything?" "Just Harry making cosmic eye contact with our potential stellar child," Hermione said dryly, nodding toward the Ravenclaw table. Ron squinted across the hall. "That him? Bit boring looking for someone supposedly filled with starlight, isn't he? Says the guy whose best friend's magical superpowers are completely invisible until astronomical events," Harry pointed out with a grin. "Fair point," Ron conceded, digging into his breakfast. "So what's the plan? Gonna corner him after astronomy?" "I was thinking of partnering with him during class," Harry said. "Less suspicious that way. Professor Stellaris has us working in pairs to chart the waxing gibbous moon tonight." "Speaking of the moon," Hermione said, lowering her voice. "I've been looking at the astronomy calendar. There's a full moon in exactly 1 week. If what you experienced during the harvest moon was intense, a true full moon might be even stronger." Harry nodded, both excited and nervous at the prospect. "I should probably warn Stellaris. Whatever her true motives, she does seem to know how to help me control these episodes." Hermione still looked skeptical but didn't argue. As they finished breakfast and prepared to head to their first class, Harry risked one more glance at Eli. The Ravenclaw was gone, but as Harry scanned the departing students, he caught a glimpse of him slipping through the doors, his face turned briefly back toward the Gryffindor table, and specifically, toward Harry. The message in that backward glance was clear: "I know you're watching me, and I want to know why." Tonight's astronomy class couldn't come fast enough. Today we will continue our study of lunar phases and their influence on various magical properties, Professor Stellaris announced as the third-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws settled around the circular astronomy classroom. "You will work in pairs to chart the current waxing gibbous moon and note its specific effects on the 5 primary magical elements." Harry positioned himself strategically near the supply cabinet, watching as Stellaris began assigning partners. He needed to time this perfectly to end up with Eli, who stood alone by the eastern observation platform, already setting up his telescope with practiced efficiency. "Potter," Stellaris called, her silver hair gleaming in the twilight filling the tower. "You'll work with Longbottom today." Harry's heart sank. "Actually, Professor," he said quickly, "Neville and I worked together last class. I thought we were supposed to rotate partners." Neville looked confused. They hadn't partnered in the previous class, but thankfully didn't contradict him. Stellaris's eyes narrowed slightly, but her voice remained pleasant. "Very well. Longbottom with Granger, and Potter with." Her gaze swept the room, landing on Eli with what Harry thought was a strange intensity. Mr. Nightwick. Had he imagined it, or had there been the slightest hesitation before she paired him with Eli? As if she'd been trying to avoid that exact pairing. Harry gathered his star charts and joined Eli at the eastern platform, heart pounding with nervous anticipation. "Hi," he said, trying to sound casual. "I'm Harry." "I know who you are," Eli replied, his voice carrying a faint accent Harry couldn't quite place. He adjusted his telescope without looking up. "Everyone knows the famous Harry Potter." "Right." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "And you're Eli Nightwick?" "I don't think we've properly met." "We haven't." Eli finally looked up, fixing Harry with a penetrating stare. His eyes were a striking deep blue, almost indigo, with unusual flecks of lighter blue that seemed to catch the starlight. "But I've been expecting you to approach me for days now." Harry blinked, thrown off balance. "You have?" A ghost of a smile touched Eli's lips. "Subtlety isn't your strong suit, Potter. You and your friends have been watching me since yesterday morning." He leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "The question is why? What exactly do you think you know about me?" Harry glanced around to ensure Stellaris wasn't within earshot. The professor was busy helping a Ravenclaw girl with her celestial compass at the far side of the tower. "I know you were born on August 11, 1980, Harry said quietly. "During the Perseid meteor shower with a comet passing overhead." Eli went perfectly still, his knuckles whitening where he gripped the telescope. For a moment, he said nothing, his expression carefully blank. Then he exhaled slowly. "Who told you that?" he asked, his voice controlled but with an underlying tension. "No one told me. I saw it. Sort of." Harry fumbled for words that wouldn't sound completely mad. "Look, weird things have been happening to me lately. Magical things related to astronomical events. And I have reason to believe similar things might be happening to you." Eli's eyes darted toward Professor Stellaris, then back to Harry. "Not here," he said firmly. "This isn't the place for this conversation." He thrust a star chart at Harry. "Start plotting the moon's position. We'll talk after class." Harry wanted to press further, but Eli's expression brooked no argument. With a sigh, he bent over the star chart and began marking coordinates, his mind racing with questions. Throughout the lesson, he noticed Eli watching Professor Stellaris with the same wariness Harry felt toward her. Whenever she approached their platform, Eli would smoothly transition into discussing moon phases and elemental influences, his academic knowledge clearly impressive. "Excellent work, Mr. Nightwick," Stellaris praised after examining his perfectly plotted chart. "Your understanding of lunar elemental interactions is quite advanced." "Thank you, Professor," Eli replied politely but without warmth. Astronomy was a particular focus at Wagadu. "Ah yes, the African school does have an excellent celestial program," Stellaris smiled. "Though their approach to lunar magic differs significantly from European traditions." She glanced at Harry's considerably messier chart. "Mr. Potter, you seem to have mislabeled the lunar influence on aqueous elements. The waxing gibbous strengthens water magic, not weakens it." "Sorry, Professor," Harry muttered. "Got confused." Stellaris held his gaze a moment longer than necessary. "Confusion is understandable when dealing with new concepts, Mr. Potter. Remember our discussion about clarity of purpose. The same principles apply here." She moved on to the next pair, leaving Harry with the distinct feeling she'd been talking about more than just his star chart. "She suspects something," Eli whispered once she was out of earshot. "She watches you almost as much as you've been watching me. You've noticed that too?" Harry asked, surprised. Eli rolled his eyes. "I notice everything. It's a habit." He adjusted his telescope slightly. "For what it's worth, I don't trust her. There's something calculated about her interest in certain students." "Certain students like you and me?" Harry suggested. Eli's expression remained carefully neutral. "Perhaps. They worked in silence for the remainder of the class, but Harry could feel the tension between them, not hostile, but charged with unasked questions and unshared secrets. When Stellaris finally dismissed them, Eli packed his equipment with practiced efficiency and gave Harry a significant look. Astronomy corridor, third alcove on the left, he murmured. 5 minutes. He slipped away before Harry could respond, merging seamlessly with the departing Ravenclaws. Harry lingered behind, pretending to clean his telescope until most students had left. He caught Hermione's questioning glance and mouthed later to her before she reluctantly departed with the other Gryffindors. Potter, a moment, Stellaris called just as Harry was about to leave. He suppressed a groan. Of course she'd want to talk now, right when he was supposed to meet Eli. Yes, Professor, he approached her desk, trying not to look impatient. Stellaris studied him with those penetrating blue eyes. You seemed particularly interested in working with Mr. Nightwick today. Any special reason? Harry's mind raced for a plausible explanation. Just trying to branch out. Meet different people from other houses. I see. Her expression suggested she didn't believe him for a second. And did you find your partnership illuminating? Something about her careful choice of words sent warning signals through Harry's mind. He knows a lot about astronomy, he replied neutrally. It was helpful. Stellaris nodded slowly. Indeed. Mr. Nightwick has shown remarkable aptitude for celestial studies. Almost intuitive, one might say. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully against her desk. Be careful forming new friendships, Mr. Potter. Not everyone at Hogwarts is as they appear. The warning might have sounded like genuine concern from a teacher to a student, except for the calculating look in her eyes. Harry was suddenly certain she was trying to drive a wedge between him and Eli before they could properly connect. I'll keep that in mind, Professor, he said, edging toward the door. Was there anything else? Only I promised to meet Ron and Hermione to work on our transfiguration essay. No, that will be all. Stellaris waved him away. Don't forget our private lesson tomorrow evening. We'll be working on maintaining consciousness during heightened celestial awareness, a skill you may find increasingly valuable as the moon continues to wax. Harry nodded and hurried from the classroom, his mind processing the strange conversation. Stellaris was definitely suspicious of his interest in Eli, which only reinforced his growing belief that she might be the seeker Luna had warned about. The astronomy corridor was dimly lit, most students having already returned to their common rooms for the night. Harry slipped into the third alcove on the left, finding it concealed behind a heavy tapestry depicting medieval wizards charting constellations. Eli stood in the shadows, arms crossed defensively across his chest. You're late, he said without preamble. Stellaris wanted a word, Harry explained. She was asking about why I partnered with you. Eli's expression darkened. I suspected as much. What did you tell her? Nothing important. Just that I was trying to meet people from other houses. And she believed that? Not really, Harry admitted. Look, I think she's watching both of us, and I think I know why. It's the same reason I needed to talk to you. Eli sighed, some of his defensiveness fading. About being born during the Perseid meteor shower. About strange magical occurrences during astronomical events. He ran a hand through his short black hair, and for a brief moment, Harry caught a glimpse of what looked like a thin white streak near his temple before it seemed to shimmer and disappear again. How did you know? I've been careful to hide it. It's complicated, Harry said. But I was born during a solar eclipse, and recently I've started experiencing weird magical effects during astronomical events. Silver light coming from my eyes, prophecies I don't remember making, enhanced magical abilities. The eclipse child phenomenon, Eli nodded, not looking particularly surprised. And you think I'm experiencing the same thing because of my birth during the meteor shower? Not exactly the same, Harry clarified. According to what we've found, there are 3 types of celestial children: solar, lunar, and stellar. I'm solar. We've also found someone who's lunar, born during a lunar eclipse. And we think you're the stellar child. Eli was quiet for a long moment, his indigo eyes studying Harry intently. He finally asked. Me, my friends Ron and Hermione, and Luna Lovegood, she's the lunar child. Lovegood, Eli murmured. The blonde Ravenclaw's second year. Always saying strange things about creatures no one else can see. His lips quirked in a small smile. I should have guessed. There's something otherworldly about her. So you've noticed her too? Harry pressed. I notice everyone who's different, Eli said simply. When you spend your life hiding what makes you unique, you develop a sense for others doing the same. He hesitated, then asked, this connection you think exists between us, what exactly does it mean? What's supposed to happen? Harry took a deep breath. That's where it gets complicated. Have you ever heard of a celestial trinity? Eli's expression shifted subtly, a flash of recognition quickly masked. Vaguely. An old magical theory about three celestial-born individuals whose powers interconnect. It's mentioned in some obscure astronomy texts. It's more than a theory, Harry said. Throughout history, there have been instances where solar, lunar, and stellar children born in the same cosmic cycle discovered each other and, well, their combined powers were supposedly extraordinary. And dangerous, Eli added quietly. Every recorded attempt at forming a complete trinity has ended in disaster. Harry stared at him. You know more than you're letting on. Eli shrugged one shoulder. My father is a magical historian. Specifically, he studies rare magical phenomena. When I started exhibiting unusual abilities during meteor showers, he researched extensively to understand what was happening to me. And he told you about the celestial trinity? He told me to avoid anyone who showed interest in my celestial connection, Eli corrected. Particularly anyone who mentioned trinities or seekers. Harry's heart raced at the familiar term. Seekers? As in, the celestial seekers? Eli's eyes widened slightly. You know about them too. We've found some information. They're supposedly descendants of Cornelius Seeker, dedicated to finding Eclipse children for their own purposes. Not supposedly, Eli said grimly. Definitely. And their purposes aren't benevolent, whatever they might claim. His voice dropped even lower. My father encountered one when I was younger. The man presented himself as a celestial researcher, interested in helping children with astronomical sensitivities. His real plan was to study me like a lab specimen. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. You think Stellaris might be one of them? I don't know, Eli admitted. But she's shown unusual interest in my astronomical aptitude since arriving. Always finding reasons to discuss celestial events with me, watching my reactions during meteor showers or lunar phases. I've been careful not to show any obvious signs of my condition around her. Like the white streak in your hair? Harry asked. I saw it for a second just now, before you concealed it somehow. Eli looked startled, then resigned. It appears when I'm emotional or when my guard is down. A glamour charm usually hides it, but it can falter momentarily. He touched his temple self-consciously. It's been there since my first major celestial event at age 12, a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn during a meteor shower. My hair turned completely white that night. Most of it returned to normal, except for this streak. Harry nodded, thinking of how his own eyes glowed silver during celestial events. I understand hiding the visible signs. But don't you want to understand your abilities? To learn what you can really do with them? Of course I do, Eli said sharply. But not at the cost of becoming someone's magical experiment. He sighed, the defensiveness leaving his posture. Look, Potter, I appreciate that you're trying to make sense of what's happening to you. I went through the same thing last year. But forming this trinity you're talking about, it's playing with forces beyond our understanding. That's exactly why we should work together, Harry argued. To understand those forces. And to protect ourselves from people like the Seekers. Eli considered this, his expression thoughtful. You said Luna Lovegood is involved. The lunar child. Harry nodded. We've been meeting in a special room on the 7th floor, the room of requirement. It transforms based on what we need. Right now, it's providing us with books and resources about celestial magic that we can't find anywhere else in Hogwarts. Interest flickered in Eli's indigo eyes. I've heard rumors about such a room, but never found it myself. He seemed to be weighing his options. When do you meet next? Tomorrow night at 8, Harry said, hope rising. Will you come? Eli was quiet for a long moment. I'm not promising anything about this Trinity business, he finally said. But I'll come to your meeting. If only to see what information you've gathered and to meet this lunar child properly. Harry grinned, relief flooding through him. That's all I'm asking. For now. Eli checked his watch, an unusual model with multiple dials showing planetary positions as well as time. It's getting late. We should head back before curfew. As they prepared to part ways, Eli to Ravenclaw Tower, Harry to Gryffindor, Eli paused. One more thing, Potter. Has Stellaris mentioned the upcoming lunar tetrad to you? The what? Lunar tetrad. 4 consecutive total lunar eclipses, spaced 6 months apart. The first one occurs in November, less than 2 months from now. Eli's expression was deadly serious. If you're really a solar eclipse child, and Lovegood is truly lunar, a blood moon eclipse like that will affect you both powerfully. And if Stellaris is a seeker. He left the implication hanging. She hasn't mentioned it, Harry said, concern growing. Why would she hide something like that? Perhaps to catch you unprepared, Eli suggested. Or perhaps she's planning something for that specific celestial event. Either way, be careful. Lunar eclipses aren't like regular full moons. The energy they generate is volatile. With that ominous warning, he slipped out from behind the tapestry and disappeared down the corridor, leaving Harry with new information and fresh worries. A lunar tetrad? Hermione repeated, her brow furrowed as she flipped through an astronomy reference book in the Gryffindor common room later that night. Yes, here it is. 4 consecutive total lunar eclipses without any partial eclipses in between. They're relatively rare, the last one was in 1967. And Stellaris didn't mention it to Harry at all? Ron asked, looking up from the wizard chess game he was losing spectacularly to Ginny. Seems like the sort of thing your celestial magic teacher would consider important. Exactly, Harry agreed, pacing in front of the fireplace. Which makes me trust her even less. At least Eli agreed to meet with us tomorrow, Hermione pointed out. That's progress. Harry nodded, still thinking about Eli's warning. The Ravenclaw boy had clearly been dealing with his celestial nature longer than Harry had, and seemed to have insights they desperately needed. He knows things, Harry said. About the Seekers, about celestial magic. And he's been hiding his abilities, just like Luna said. Speaking of Luna, Hermione said, we should tell her about meeting Eli. She'll be excited that we found the stellar child. I'll catch her at breakfast tomorrow, Harry decided. For now, I need to learn everything I can about this lunar tetrad. Ron groaned as Ginny's queen smashed his last night to pieces. Does this mean more library time? Because I was hoping to actually enjoy the weekend. You don't have to come, Harry told him. This is my weird celestial problem, not yours. Ron looked affronted. Of course I'm coming. Just complaining for form's sake. He grinned suddenly. Besides, how many people can say they helped form a legendary celestial trinity? That's worth missing a Quidditch practice or two. Ginny, who had been half listening to their conversation while demolishing Ron's chess defenses, looked up with sudden interest. Celestial what now? Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged panicked glances, having forgotten Ginny was within earshot. Nothing, Ron said quickly. Just some astronomy project. Ginny rolled her eyes. Right. Because Harry's always been so passionate about astronomy. And you three are always whispering about normal school projects. She fixed them with a penetrating stare reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley at her most determined. Spill it. What are you up to this time? It's complicated, Harry hedged. And kind of, private. Private like the Philosopher's Stone. Or private like the Chamber of Secrets? Ginny challenged. Because I remember how well you three handled those on your own. Harry winced. She had a point, their track record of handling dangerous magical situations without additional help wasn't stellar. It's about Harry's unique magical condition, Hermione said carefully. We're still learning about it ourselves. Ginny's expression softened slightly. Is this about those silver eyes he gets during astronomical events? Fred and George saw it during the meteor shower last month. Said his eyes were glowing like twin moons. Harry gaped at her. They saw that? And they told you? They tell me lots of things, Ginny shrugged. They think I'm the only sibling worth gossiping with. She leaned forward, her game with Ron forgotten. So what's really going on? And don't bother lying, I've got 6 brothers. I know every tale in the book. Harry sighed, seeing no way around it. Besides, having another ally might not be a bad thing, especially one who'd already proven herself resilient after the Chamber of Secrets ordeal. All right, he conceded. But this stays between us, Ginny. No telling Fred and George, or anyone else. Ginny drew an X over her heart. Weasley's honor. Harry explained the basics, his birth during a solar eclipse, the recent manifestation of celestial magic, finding Luna and Eli, and their suspicions about Professor Stellaris possibly being a celestial seeker. Rather than looking shocked or skeptical, Ginny nodded thoughtfully throughout. Actually, that explains a lot, she said when he finished. Luna's always been different, brilliant but in her own world. She used to tell me the moon spoke to her, but I thought it was just Luna being Luna. You know Luna well? Hermione asked, surprised. We grew up near each other, Ginny explained. Not close friends exactly, but we played together sometimes before Hogwarts. Her mum's death hit her hard. She twisted a strand of red hair around her finger, thinking. And this Ravenclaw boy, Eli? He's the third part of your cosmic trio? Trinity, Harry corrected. And yes, we think so. He's agreed to meet with us tomorrow night. Ginny nodded decisively. I want in. Gin, this could be dangerous, Ron began. More dangerous than being possessed by Tom Riddle and nearly dying in the Chamber of Secrets, she cut him off. I don't think so. Besides, you need someone watching your backs while you're all distracted by cosmic magic and mysterious professors. Harry had to admit she had a point. Plus, having someone else who knew Luna personally might help strengthen their unusual group. All right, he agreed. But you follow our lead on this. No rushing ahead or taking unnecessary risks. Ginny snorted. That's rich coming from you three. But fine, I'll play by the rules. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. So, room of requirement tomorrow at 8. Luna was delighted by the news that they'd identified and contacted Eli. Harry found her at breakfast the next morning, sitting alone at the end of the Ravenclaw table with a copy of the Quibbler held upside down in front of her. The stars whispered he would join us soon, she said dreamily after Harry told her about their meeting. Though they didn't mention his name specifically. Just that the third light would reveal itself before the Hunter's Moon. The Hunter's Moon is the full moon after the harvest moon, Harry recalled from his astronomy reading. That's next week. Luna nodded. October 7th. It will be particularly powerful this year, aligned with Mars and vibrating at the perfect frequency to enhance prophetic abilities. She tilted her head, studying Harry. You should prepare yourself. Your solar nature will resonate strongly with the Hunter's Moon's martial energy. Harry wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but it sounded important. Do you think I'll have another prophetic episode? Almost certainly, Luna said matter-of-factly. But more controlled than before, I think. Your celestial channels are clearing. She lowered the quibbler and leaned forward conspiratorially. Did you tell Eli about the binding chamber? The what? Harry frowned, trying to recall if that term had come up in their research. The circular white stone room from your vision. Where the 3 pedestals stand in a triangle. Luna spoke as if this should be obvious. It's not just a metaphorical space created by the room of requirement. It exists physically, somewhere at Hogwarts. Harry stared at her. How do you know that? The moon showed me, Luna said simply. During last night's waxing gibbous. I saw the chamber deep beneath the castle, waiting for the Trinity to find it. She returned to her upside-down magazine. We'll need to locate it before the first blood moon of the Tetrad. That's when the Seeker will make their move. Harry felt that familiar mix of frustration and fascination that conversations with Luna often provoked. She delivered world-shifting information with the same casual tone she might use to discuss the weather. Luna, this is important, he pressed. If there's a real chamber somewhere in Hogwarts, we need to find it before Stellaris or whoever the Seeker is discovers it. Luna peered at him over her magazine. Oh, I expect they already know where it is. They just can't access it without us. She turned a page. Only those with celestial birthright can open the chamber. That's why the Seeker needs us in the first place. Before Harry could demand more explanation, Professor Flitwick approached the Ravenclaw table, giving Harry a curious look. Good morning, Mr. Potter, the tiny charms professor greeted him. Unusual to see you at the Ravenclaw table. Just discussing some astronomy homework with Luna, Professor, Harry lied smoothly. Flitwick nodded, though his shrewd eyes suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. Very well. Miss Lovegood, don't forget you're scheduled to help catalog the celestial charts in my office this afternoon. I remember, Professor, Luna said dreamily. The star patterns from 1822 need particular attention. The constellation drawings have been trying to rearrange themselves. Precisely, Flitwick agreed, apparently accustomed to Luna's odd statements. 2 o'clock sharp, please. He moved on down the table, leaving Harry and Luna alone again. We'll talk more tonight, Harry told her, standing to return to the Gryffindor table. 8 o'clock in the room of requirement. Eli will be there, and so will Ginny Weasley. Luna brightened at the mention of Ginny. Oh, that's nice. Ginny has a good heart. And she's stronger than she knows after her encounter with Tom Riddle's memory. Harry paused. How did you know about that? About Tom Riddle? Luna just smiled mysteriously and returned to her upside-down quibbler, humming a tune that seemed to shift and change with each note. The day crawled by with excruciating slowness. Double herbology followed by history of magic seemed designed to test Harry's patience as he waited for evening to arrive. Even more frustrating was his scheduled private lesson with Professor Stellaris before the group meeting in the room of requirement. I'll have to come straight from the astronomy tower to the 7th floor, Harry told Hermione and Ron as they left the Great Hall after dinner. Can you make sure Eli finds the room if I'm running late? We've got it covered, Ron assured him. Just try not to let Stellaris keep you too long. And be careful what you reveal to her, Hermione added anxiously. If she really is a Seeker. I know, Harry nodded grimly. I'll keep my guard up. The astronomy tower was bathed in the silver-blue light of the waxing gibbous moon when Harry arrived for his lesson. Professor Stellaris had transformed the space again. This time, the center of the circular room featured a shallow silver basin filled with what looked like liquid starlight. Ah, Mr. Potter, Stellaris greeted him, her own silver hair seeming to glow in the moonlight. Right on time. Tonight we'll be working with astral projection, a technique to help you maintain conscious awareness during prophetic episodes. Harry approached cautiously, eyeing the shimmering basin. What is that? A celestial pensive, Stellaris explained. Similar to a regular pensive, but attuned specifically to memories and visions of cosmic significance. I thought it might help us examine your prophetic episodes more closely. Harry tensed. The last thing he wanted was Stellaris seeing his visions of the Trinity and the Celestial Seeker. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that, he said carefully. Stellaris raised an eyebrow. Oh. And why is that? Surely understanding your visions would be beneficial to your training. Some things are private, Harry maintained. I'd rather learn to stay conscious during the episodes than share them after the fact. A calculating look crossed Stellaris's face before she smoothly shifted tactics. Of course. I understand your hesitation. We can focus on preventative techniques instead. She waved her wand, and the pensive vanished, replaced by a circle of silver symbols inlaid in the floor. Please, stand in the center. Harry complied, though every instinct warned him to be cautious. As he stepped into the circle, the silver symbols began to glow faintly, responding to his presence. These are ancient celestial runes, Stellaris explained, circling him slowly. They help stabilize the connection between cosmic and earthly magic, preventing the former from overwhelming the latter. The moonlight streaming through the tower window seemed to concentrate around Harry, drawn to him like a magnet. He felt the familiar stirring in his magical core, the celestial energy responding to the moon's influence. Good, Stellaris murmured, observing the reaction. Now, close your eyes and focus on maintaining your sense of self as the lunar energy flows through you. Visualize your consciousness as a fixed point in a flowing river of light. Harry closed his eyes and tried to follow her instructions. The sensation was similar to what he'd experienced during the harvest moon, but less intense, a gentle current rather than a raging torrent. He found he could indeed maintain his awareness more easily with the waxing gibbous than with the full harvest moon. I'm going to ask you questions, Stellaris's voice came from somewhere to his right. Try to answer without losing your connection to the lunar energy. All right, Harry agreed, eyes still closed, focusing on the silver light he could see behind his eyelids. What did you see during your first prophetic episode? The night of the meteor shower? Harry tensed, immediately suspicious of the question. Was she fishing for information about his visions? I saw fragments, he said vaguely. Nothing clear. Focus, Mr. Potter, Stellaris chided. The exercise requires honest engagement with the memories. The celestial energy will respond to truth, not evasion. Indeed, Harry could feel the lunar connection wavering as he held back. But revealing the truth about his visions felt dangerous. He decided on a middle path, partial truth. I saw a circular room, he admitted. White stone. Something about a convergence of power. The lunar energy stabilized somewhat, and Stellaris made a sound of approval. Better. And the harvest moon vision? What did you see then? Again, Harry chose his words carefully. People. 3 people with some kind of celestial connection. And someone watching them. These 3 people, Stellaris pressed, her voice casual but with an undercurrent of intense interest. Did you recognize them? Harry felt the questioning was veering into dangerous territory. Not clearly, he lied, and immediately felt the lunar connection sputter and fade. The silver light behind his eyelids dimmed dramatically. You're losing the connection, Stellaris observed, disappointment evident in her voice. Honesty is essential when working with celestial forces, Mr. Potter. They respond to authentic engagement, not calculated half-truths. Harry opened his eyes, letting the exercise end. I'm sorry, Professor. It's difficult to recall the details clearly. Stellaris studied him, her blue eyes sharp with suspicion. Is it? Or are you deliberately withholding information? She moved closer, her voice dropping. I wonder why you would do that, when I'm only trying to help you understand your abilities. Maybe I'm still figuring things out for myself, Harry countered, meeting her gaze steadily. These powers are new to me. I need time to process what's happening. Time may be a luxury you don't have, Stellaris said cryptically. Particularly with the lunar tetrad approaching. Harry's heart skipped. So she did know about it. The lunar tetrad, he repeated innocently. What's that? A fleeting expression of calculation crossed Stellaris's face before she smoothly replied, for consecutive total lunar eclipses. The first occurs in November. For someone with your celestial sensitivity, it will be a significant event, one we should prepare for carefully. Why didn't you mention it before? Harry asked, unable to keep the accusation from his voice. I didn't wish to overwhelm you with too much information at once, Stellaris said. Celestial magic is complex enough without adding the complications of rare lunar events. It was a reasonable explanation, but Harry didn't believe it for a second. There was something else going on, something Stellaris wasn't telling him. What exactly happens during a lunar tetrad? He pressed. How will it affect me? Stellaris seemed to consider how much to reveal. For a solar eclipse child, the blood moon creates a unique energetic resonance, an amplification of prophetic abilities coupled with enhanced magical potency. It can be overwhelming without proper preparation. And that's what these lessons are for. To prepare me? Precisely, Stellaris nodded. Though your progress would be more substantial if you approached the exercises with complete openness. Harry glanced at the clock on the wall, noting with relief that their lesson time was nearly up. I'll try to be more open next time, he promised insincerely. Is there anything else we need to cover tonight? Stellaris appeared to recognize his eagerness to leave and sighed slightly. One last thing. I've noticed you spending time with Luna Lovegood recently. An unusual choice of companion. Harry tensed. Luna's nice. Different, but interesting. Indeed, Stellaris agreed. Her perspective is certainly unique. I mention it because Miss Lovegood has demonstrated some remarkable insights in her astronomy assignments, particularly regarding lunar influences on magical phenomena. Has she? Harry feigned mild interest while internally alarming bells rang loudly. Yes. Almost as if she has a natural affinity for such matters. Stellaris watched him closely. Similar, in some ways, to your own emerging talents, though with a distinctly lunar quality rather than solar. Harry struggled to keep his expression neutral. She was fishing, trying to confirm her suspicions about Luna. Maybe she's just good at astronomy, he suggested with a shrug. Some people are naturally talented at certain subjects. Perhaps, Stellaris conceded, though she didn't look convinced. Well, that will be all for tonight, Mr. Potter. Our next lesson will be after the Hunter's Moon. I expect you'll have much to discuss following that experience. Harry gathered his things, relieved to escape without revealing anything crucial, yet troubled by Stellaris's obvious interest in Luna. As he reached the door, Stellaris called after him, one last thing, Mr. Potter. Should you happen to encounter other students with unusual celestial sensitivities, I would appreciate you directing them to me. For their own safety, of course. Harry turned back, meeting her gaze. Of course, Professor. I'll keep that in mind. The message was clear. Stellaris was hunting for the Trinity members, and she suspected Harry knew who they were. The question was what she planned to do once she confirmed their identities. Harry arrived at the room of requirement slightly out of breath, having raced from the astronomy tower while constantly checking over his shoulder to ensure Stellaris wasn't following him. The ornate door was already visible in the wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, indicating his friends were already inside. He pushed the door open and stepped into the now familiar circular chamber, finding an unexpected scene. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny stood to one side, watching with fascination as Luna and Eli circled each other in the center of the room, both with eyes glowing. Luna's a bright silver, Eli's a striking blue-white that reminded Harry of distant stars. What's happening? Harry whispered to Hermione as he joined them. We're not entirely sure, she whispered back. They've been like this since they first saw each other. Some kind of celestial recognition, I think. They haven't spoken a word, just been circling and connecting somehow. Indeed, thin strands of light, silver from Luna, blue-white from Eli, stretched between them, forming complex patterns in the air that shifted and changed like living constellations. As Harry watched, he felt his own magic stir in response, rising to meet the celestial energies filling the room. Without conscious effort, golden light began to emanate from his eyes and fingertips, drawing both Luna and Eli's attention. "The solar point arrives," Luna said in her resonant, prophetic voice. "The triangle completes. The trinity forms," Eli continued, his normal accent replaced by something older, more formal. "Three celestial aspects in harmony for the first time since the Skywatcher's Glen catastrophe." Harry found himself moving forward to join them in the center of the room, drawn by an irresistible force. As he stepped into the triangle formed by their positions, the energies intensified, golden light streaming from him to connect with Luna's silver and Eli's blue-white, creating a perfect triangular circuit. For a breathtaking moment, the three of them stood suspended in this cosmic connection, information and emotion flowing between them without words, Harry's courage and determination, Luna's insight and intuition, Eli's knowledge and caution, all merging into a shared consciousness. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the connection broke. The glowing strands of light dissipated, and their eyes returned to normal, or almost normal, as tiny flecks of their celestial colors remained visible in each of their irises. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed from the sidelines. "That was incredible," Ginny finished, her eyes wide with wonder. Eli staggered slightly, steadying himself against one of the pedestals. "That was not supposed to happen," he said, his voice returned to normal but shaken. "The Trinity isn't meant to connect spontaneously like that. Not without the crystals and proper preparation. Our celestial energies recognized each other," Luna explained, seemingly unperturbed by the experience. "Solar, lunar, and stellar harmonizing naturally. It's beautiful, isn't it?" Harry was still processing the flood of impressions from the connection, flashes of Eli's childhood in Uganda, his father's worried face as he explained the dangers of celestial magic, glimpses of Luna's memories of her mother working with moon phase potions before the tragic accident, and strangest of all, both of them had seen fragments of his own visions and experiences. "You saw everything," he realized aloud. "My visions, my conversations with Stellaris. And we saw yours," Luna nodded. "Your father hiding your celestial nature, Eli. The books he kept locked away. The white streak appearing during the conjunction when you were 12. Eli looked uncomfortable but didn't deny it. "This is precisely why my father warned me against finding the other Trinity members. The connection is too intense, too invasive. But also informative," Hermione pointed out, stepping forward cautiously. "You all just shared more information in 30 seconds than you could have explained in hours of conversation. Information that confirms Stellaris is almost certainly a seeker," Harry said grimly, processing what he'd glimpsed in Eli's memories, a scholarly-looking wizard with the same calculating eyes as Stellaris, approaching Eli's father years ago with questions about celestial birthdays and astronomical sensitivities. "My father recognized the signs," Eli acknowledged. "The specific questions, the unusual interest in birth charts and celestial events. That's why we left Uganda and moved to England when I was 9, to escape the attention. Only to encounter another seeker here," Ginny observed. "Bad luck, that. Or deliberate tracking," Eli suggested darkly. "The seekers are persistent and well-connected. My father believes they have people in magical governments worldwide, monitoring birth records for celestial coincidences. But what do they actually want?" Ron asked, voicing the question they were all thinking. "What's the endgame for these seeker people?" "Power," Luna said simply. "The kind that comes from controlling cosmic forces directly. They believe a properly prepared trinity can channel pure celestial energy into the physical world, energy they can harness for their own purposes." The binding chamber, Harry remembered suddenly. "Luna, you said it's a real place somewhere in Hogwarts." Is that where this channeling would happen? Luna nodded. It's the focal point where cosmic and earthly magic can converge most powerfully. Built centuries ago by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, who was fascinated by celestial magic. Ravenclaw was a seeker. Hermione asked, surprised. No, Eli shook his head. According to my father's research, Ravenclaw built the chamber to study celestial magic safely, to contain and direct it for beneficial purposes. The Seekers later corrupted her work for their own agenda. So where is this chamber? Ron pressed. If it's somewhere in Hogwarts, we should find it before Stellaris does. She already knows where it is, Luna said dreamily. But she can't enter without us. The chamber recognizes only those with celestial birthright and those they willingly bring with them. Which is why she's trying to gain Harry's trust, Hermione realized. To convince him to bring her to the chamber once he finds it. Eli moved to one of the bookshelves, scanning the titles before pulling down a large, ancient-looking tome bound in midnight blue leather. Here, he said, opening it to reveal detailed architectural plans of Hogwarts. The room provided this, plans of the castle's original construction under the founders. They gathered around as Eli flipped through pages of archaic diagrams and notes in faded ink. There, Luna pointed suddenly to a circular chamber deep beneath the castle, labeled in flowing script, Caelestis Conclave, Ravenclaw's Celestial Conclave. It's directly beneath the Astronomy Tower, Eli noted, tracing the connecting passages. But the entrance isn't marked clearly. Because it moves, Luna explained. Like the staircases. The entrance appears only when the stars are properly aligned or when called by those with celestial birthright. Harry studied the plans, a sense of destiny settling over him. So we need to find this chamber before the blood moon in November. Before Stellaris can manipulate any of us into taking her there. But we still don't know what exactly happens in this chamber, Hermione pointed out practically. What is the convergence these books keep mentioning? What power is supposedly channeled, and how? I think I know, Eli said quietly, his expression troubled. Or at least, I know what my father fears it might be. He looked up, meeting each of their gazes in turn. The ability to rewrite reality itself. A stunned silence followed this statement. Explain, Hermione finally demanded. Eli sighed heavily. Celestial magic operates on different principles than ordinary magic. It's connected to the fundamental forces that shape reality, time, space, probability. A properly unified trinity, channeling the pure cosmic forces during a perfect celestial alignment like the lunar tetrad, could theoretically alter these fundamental principles temporarily. Meaning what exactly? Ron asked, looking lost. Meaning they could change what is possible and what isn't, Eli explained. Reverse death. Rewrite history. Create or destroy magic itself. At least in theory. That's. Hermione trailed off, clearly struggling with the concept. Terrifying, Harry finished for her. And explains why the Seekers have been hunting Eclipse children for centuries. It also explains why every previous attempt has ended in disaster, Eli added grimly. Mortal minds and magical cores aren't designed to channel such power. The backlash when it fails. He shuddered slightly. My father has accounts of the Skywatcher's Glen incident. The 3 Eclipse children didn't just die, they were unmade. As if they'd never existed at all. Only the most powerful preservation charms saved any record of them. Luna, who had been unusually quiet during this explanation, spoke up in her dreamy voice. But that's because they tried to control what cannot be controlled. The cosmic forces flow where they will. The Trinity doesn't direct them, it merely opens the way. Opens the way for what? Ginny asked, voicing what they were all thinking. Luna smiled mysteriously. For what needs to be. For what the stars themselves have written in their light. Harry wasn't entirely comforted by this cryptic answer, but before he could press for clarification, Hermione gasped, pointing to one of the books that had appeared on a nearby table. "Look at this," she said urgently, opening the leather-bound volume to reveal a painting of three figures standing in a triangular formation, channeling streams of golden, silver, and blue-white light toward a central point where the beams converged to form a swirling portal of pure energy. The illustration was labeled, "The Celestial Convergence of 1327, the only successful Trinity channeling in recorded history." There was a successful convergence? Harry asked, moving to examine the illustration more closely. According to this, Hermione read rapidly, 3 Eclipse children, Solaris Peveril, Selena Ollivander, and Eridanus Black, successfully performed a convergence ritual during a lunar eclipse in 1327. Rather than attempting to control the cosmic forces, they surrendered to the celestial will and allowed themselves to serve as conduits. And what happened? Ron prompted when she paused in her reading. Hermione's eyes widened as she continued. The convergence created a temporary bridge between cosmic and earthly magic, during which the veil between worlds thinned and knowledge long lost was restored to wizardkind. Specifically. She looked up, her expression amazed. The ritual restored several forms of ancient magic that had been fading from the world, including certain aspects of wandless magic, beast-speaking, and elemental manipulation. They didn't rewrite reality, Harry realized. They renewed it. Strengthened magic itself when it was weakening. That's what the stars intended, Luna nodded serenely. And why the attempts to control the process for selfish purposes always fail. Cosmic magic can only be channeled, not commanded. Eli looked skeptical. One successful convergence against dozens of catastrophic failures isn't encouraging odds. And we still don't know what the stars intend for our Trinity, assuming we even decide to attempt such a dangerous ritual. Which we haven't agreed to do, Harry pointed out quickly. Right now, we're just trying to understand what's happening to us and protect ourselves from Stellaris or whoever the Seeker is. Speaking of which, Ginny said, shouldn't we be focusing on confirming whether Stellaris really is a Seeker? And if she is, figuring out how to avoid her manipulations? Ginny's right, Hermione agreed. All this talk of cosmic convergence is fascinating but premature. First, we need proof about Stellaris. I might have an idea about that, Ron said unexpectedly. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. What? I have ideas sometimes. He grinned. Anyway, Fred and George gave me one of their experimental inventions, an extendable ear. Lets you listen in on conversations from a distance. We could use it to eavesdrop on Stellaris in her office. That's... Hermione began, clearly preparing to lecture about privacy and ethics. Brilliant, Harry finished for her. If she's planning something dangerous, we need to know. Hermione sighed but didn't argue further. Fine. But we need to be incredibly careful. If she really is a Seeker, she's likely to have magical protections on her office. We'll need a distraction, Eli mused. Something to draw her out of her office while one of us plants the listening device. He glanced at Harry. Your next private lesson would be the perfect opportunity. While she's focused on you, one of us could slip in. I'll do it, Ginny volunteered immediately. I'm smaller and quieter than the rest of you, except maybe Luna. And I can create a celestial disturbance to ensure Stellaris's full attention remains on Harry, Luna added dreamily. The waxing moon will help amplify my lunar magic. Harry nodded slowly, the plan taking shape in his mind. All right. My next lesson with Stellaris is scheduled for after the Hunter's Moon next week. We'll make our move then. As they continued refining their plan, Harry couldn't help but feel they were reaching a critical juncture. The Trinity was formed, solar, lunar, and stellar united for the first time in centuries. The Hunter's Moon approached, promising to amplify their abilities further. And somewhere beneath their feet, Ravenclaw's celestial conclave waited, a chamber of white stone where cosmic forces could converge with earthly magic, for good or ill. The only question was whether they would be masters of their celestial destiny or pawns in the Seeker's ancient game. The hunter's moon rose blood-red over the forbidden forest exactly 1 week later, bathing Hogwarts in an eerie crimson glow. Harry felt its influence the moment the massive disk crested the horizon, sending waves of tingling energy through his magical core. Unlike previous celestial events, this time he was prepared. Following techniques Eli had taught him, Harry focused on his breathing, visualizing his consciousness as a stable point in the flowing river of cosmic energy. It helped, the overwhelming urge to slip into a prophetic trance lessened, though the power surging through him remained potent. "You're doing well," Hermione observed from beside him at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. "Your eyes are glowing, but you seem fully present." Harry nodded, careful to keep his gaze down to hide the golden light he could feel emanating from his eyes. "It's easier when I know it's coming. I can sort of ride the wave instead of being swept away by it." Across the hall, he spotted Luna at the Ravenclaw table, her silver eyes shimmering visibly in the enchanted ceiling's moonlight. She seemed to be having a perfectly normal conversation with a bewildered-looking first-year despite the obvious celestial energy flowing through her. Eli was harder to spot initially, but Harry eventually located him at the far end of the Ravenclaw table, his back deliberately turned to the windows. Unlike Harry and Luna, Eli seemed to be actively suppressing his celestial response, though occasional flickers of blue-white light reflected off his glasses when he moved a certain way. "Stellaris is watching all three of you," Ron muttered, casually glancing toward the staff table. Not even trying to be subtle about it. Harry risked a quick look and found Ron was right. Professor Stellaris was observing them with undisguised interest, her silver hair catching the red moonlight in a way that made it appear flame-like. When she caught Harry looking, she smiled and raised her goblet in a small toast, as if acknowledging their shared awareness of the celestial event. "She knows," Harry said quietly. "About all three of us. She's just waiting for confirmation." "Then tonight's plan is even more important," Hermione said. "We need to know exactly what she's up to before the lunar eclipse in November." After dinner, Harry made his way to his scheduled lesson in the astronomy tower, hyper-aware of the hunter's moon's influence with each step. The castle itself seemed different under the red moonlight, shadows deeper, stone walls almost humming with ancient magic, portraits watching him with unusual attention as he passed. Professor Stellaris was waiting at the top of the tower, the circular room now arranged with a complex pattern of silver and gold symbols inlaid on the floor. The ceiling had been enchanted to display not just the moon but an elaborate map of cosmic forces, swirling currents of magical energy connecting various celestial bodies. "Ah, Mr. Potter," she greeted him, eyes immediately fixing on his glowing irises. "I see you're experiencing the hunter's moon quite powerfully. Yet you maintain your consciousness, impressive progress." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, feigning more comfort than he felt. His entire body thrummed with cosmic energy, making it difficult to stand still. "Tonight, we'll attempt to channel this energy constructively," Stellaris explained, gesturing to the complex pattern on the floor. "Please, stand in the center." Harry complied, feeling the familiar surge of power as he stepped into the focal point of the magical diagram. The hunter's moon hung directly overhead through the tower's open ceiling, bathing him in blood-red light that seemed to penetrate to his very core. "The hunter's moon has martial qualities," Stellaris explained, circling him slowly. "It enhances courage, decisive action, and penetrating insight, particularly useful for a solar eclipse child whose natural affinity already includes these traits." She began a complex wandwork pattern, causing the symbols around Harry to glow with increasing intensity. "I want you to reach out with your celestial senses," she instructed. "Not to the past or future as with prophecy, but to the present moment. Extend your awareness through the castle." Harry was immediately suspicious. Was this an attempt to get him to reveal Luna and Eli's locations? Or perhaps to sense the celestial conclave hidden somewhere beneath them? "What am I looking for?" he asked cautiously. "Nothing specific," Stellaris replied smoothly. "Simply practice extending your cosmic awareness. It's a useful skill for an eclipse child, one that may serve you well in the future." Deciding it was safer to comply partially than refuse outright, Harry closed his eyes and allowed his celestial senses to extend beyond his physical body. The sensation was remarkable, like threads of golden light stretching outward from his center, filtering through the castle stone as if it were mist rather than solid matter. Almost immediately, he sensed Luna and Eli. Their celestial signatures blazed like beacons to his enhanced perception, Luna a cool, silvery presence moving purposefully along the fifth-floor corridor, and Eli a sharp, starlight brilliance hovering near the entrance to Stellaris's office one floor below. Ginny was with him, her ordinary magical signature much fainter but still detectable due to her proximity to Eli. The plan was in motion, Luna creating a magical disturbance on the fifth floor to draw any potential monitoring spells away from Stellaris's office while Ginny planted the extendable ear under Eli's protection. Careful not to betray their locations, Harry redirected his celestial senses elsewhere, letting his awareness drift randomly through the castle. And that's when he felt it, a powerful resonance deep beneath the tower, a circular chamber of white stone humming with latent celestial energy. The celestial conclave. Ravenclaw's hidden chamber. It called to him like a lodestone to iron, pulling at his solar essence. Fascinating, Stellaris murmured, watching his face closely. You sense something significant, don't you? Something that resonates with your celestial nature. Harry quickly masked his reaction, opening his eyes and letting the extended awareness retract. Just the moon's influence throughout the castle, he said vaguely. It affects the ancient stones somehow. Stellaris looked skeptical but didn't press further. The hunter's moon reveals hidden things, she said instead. Secrets, pathways, connections that remain obscured under ordinary circumstances. She studied him with calculating intensity. Have you experienced any unusual connections recently, Mr. Potter? Perhaps with other students who share your sensitivity to celestial events. The question was so direct that Harry nearly laughed at her abandonment of subtlety. The hunter's moon must be affecting her too, pushing her toward more aggressive inquiry. I've noticed some students seem more aware of astronomical events than others, he replied noncommittally. But I haven't paid much attention to who specifically. Stellaris smiled thinly. Come now, Mr. Potter. We're well past such evasions, aren't we? Miss Lovegood's lunar affinity is hardly subtle tonight, her eyes shine like twin moons. And Mr. Nightwick, despite his careful concealment, betrays his stellar nature to those who know what to look for. Harry tensed. So she had confirmed all three of them. What exactly are you saying, Professor? He asked, deciding to force her hand. Stellaris considered him for a long moment, then seemed to come to a decision. I'm saying that the three of you represent something extraordinarily rare and powerful. A complete celestial trinity, born within the same cosmic cycle, now united at Hogwarts during a lunar tetrad. She stepped closer, her voice dropping. Do you have any idea how significant that is? What potential it represents? I've read some things, Harry said carefully. About trinities and convergences. Most of them ended badly. Because they were unprepared, untrained, Stellaris countered immediately. Imagine what a properly prepared trinity could accomplish under expert guidance. Her eyes gleamed with fervent intensity. You could change the very fabric of magic itself. Restore lost arts. Perhaps even alter the course of coming events. Coming events like what? Harry pressed, watching her closely. Stellaris hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal. The magical world stands at a crossroads, Mr. Potter. Dark forces gather strength. Ancient prophecies approach fulfillment. Celestial signs point to a time of great upheaval. She gestured to the cosmic map swirling above them. Those who understand these signs know that extraordinary measures may be necessary to ensure the right outcome. And you understand these signs? Harry asked skeptically. Better than most, she confirmed with absolute confidence. My family has studied celestial magic for generations. We have protected and guided Eclipse children throughout history, helping them fulfill their cosmic purpose. Your family, Harry repeated slowly. The Seekers, you mean? Stellaris didn't even flinch at the name, merely inclining her head in acknowledgement. An old title, somewhat melodramatic perhaps, but accurate in its way. We seek understanding of cosmic forces and those who channel them. And what happens to these Eclipse children after they've fulfilled their cosmic purpose? Harry challenged. The books weren't clear on that point. A shadow crossed Stellaris's face. History is written by the survivors, Mr. Potter. The truth is more complex than what you've read in sensationalized accounts. Yes, there have been failures, catastrophic ones. But there have also been triumphs that transformed magic itself. Like the convergence of 1327, Harry suggested, watching her reaction carefully. Surprise flickered briefly in her eyes. You've done more research than I expected. Yes, the Peveril Ollivander Trinity achieved something remarkable. But even they only scratched the surface of what's possible. And you think we could do more? Harry kept his tone neutral, though internally his mind raced with implications. I know you could, Stellaris said with conviction. Especially with proper guidance. She paused, studying him intently. The lunar eclipse in November presents a rare opportunity, the first of 4 blood moons, each amplifying the potential of the last. With my help, the 3 of you could channel cosmic forces in ways not seen for centuries. To what end? Harry pressed. What exactly do you want us to do? Stellaris smiled, a calculating expression that didn't reach her eyes. To fulfill your celestial birthright, of course. To connect cosmic and earthly magic at a fundamental level. She hesitated, then added, and perhaps, to create certain safeguards against coming darkness. Voldemort, Harry said flatly. You're talking about Voldemort's return. Stellaris didn't flinch at the name. Among other threats. The celestial signs are clear, a convergence of dark forces approaches. Your Trinity could establish powerful protective measures before these forces fully manifest. It sounded reasonable, even noble on the surface. Yet Harry couldn't shake his instinctive distrust. And you'd guide this process? Tell us exactly how to channel these cosmic forces. Precisely, Stellaris nodded. My ancestors have preserved knowledge that cannot be found in any library, the true methods of celestial channeling, the proper preparation of the Trinity members, the correct invocations. And where would this channeling take place? Harry asked innocently. Is there a special location needed? Stellaris's eyes gleamed with triumph, clearly believing she was making progress. There is, in fact. A chamber designed specifically for celestial convergence, hidden somewhere in this very castle. Ravenclaw's greatest secret, her celestial conclave. And you know where it is? Harry prompted. I know it exists beneath the Astronomy Tower, Stellaris admitted. But its exact entrance is concealed by powerful magic, magic that responds only to those with celestial birthright. She fixed Harry with an intent gaze. With your solar sensitivity enhanced by the Hunter's Moon, you might be able to sense it even now. Harry recalled the powerful resonance he'd felt earlier during his expanded awareness. I might have felt something, he acknowledged cautiously. A kind of pulling sensation, deep beneath us. Stellaris nodded eagerly. The chamber calls to you, recognizing your celestial nature. Before the November eclipse, we must locate its entrance. With the Trinity united in the conclave during the blood moon. She trailed off, her expression hungry with anticipated power. The lesson continued for another hour, with Stellaris alternating between practical exercises to control Harry's Hunter's Moon sensitivity and not-so-subtle attempts to convince him of the importance of finding Ravenclaw's chamber. By the time she dismissed him, Harry had confirmed beyond doubt that she was indeed a seeker with specific plans for their Trinity during the upcoming lunar tetrad. What remained unclear was whether her stated goal of establishing safeguards against darkness was her true objective or merely a convenient justification. She admitted it outright. Ron asked incredulously when they reconvened in the room of requirement later that night. Just straight up confirmed she's a seeker. She didn't even try to deny it, Harry confirmed, still processing the revelations from his lesson. Once she realized I knew about trinities and convergences, she switched tactics completely. Started trying to convince me we need her guidance to fulfill our celestial birthright and create protections against coming dark forces. Including Voldemort, Hermione noted grimly. She's trying to use your history with him as leverage. Luna sat cross-legged on the floor, still glowing faintly with lunar energy from the hunter's moon. The stars warned of a guide with two faces, she said dreamily. One turned toward protection, the other toward control. Did you get the extendable ear planted? Harry asked Ginny, who sat beside Ron looking pleased with herself. She nodded. Right under her desk, charmed to activate when she enters the room. Fred and George's receiver component should pick up everything she says in there. She pulled a flesh-colored string from her pocket. We can listen in whenever she's in her office. Excellent, Eli approved. Though based on what Harry's reporting, she's being unusually direct now. The hunter's moon often brings hidden agendas to the surface, it's a poor time for subterfuge. Which is why we scheduled the eavesdropping for tonight, Hermione pointed out. If she's going to reveal anything important, it would be under the hunter's moon's influence. There's something else, Harry said, remembering the most significant discovery of the evening. I sensed the celestial conclave during the lesson. It's definitely there, beneath the astronomy tower, just like in the plans we found. And it responded to me somehow. Like it recognized my celestial nature. The chamber awakens, Luna nodded serenely. It's been dormant for centuries, waiting for a complete trinity to activate its full potential. Did you sense how to enter it? Eli asked intently, his scholarly interest evident despite his usual caution. Harry shook his head. Just its presence, not its entrance. But I think if the three of us combined our awareness, we might be able to locate it. We should try, Luna suggested, her silver eyes bright with excitement. While the hunter's moon still strengthens our connection. Eli looked hesitant. Is that wise? If we find the entrance, Stellaris will expect Harry to lead her there. Not if we're careful, Harry countered. Knowing where it is gives us an advantage. We can decide whether to use it or avoid it entirely. I think Harry's right, Hermione weighed in. Information is power in this situation. And the more we understand about this chamber, the better we can assess the real risks of what Stellaris is proposing. After some further discussion, the group agreed that Harry, Luna, and Eli would attempt to locate the conclave's entrance while the others continued research on celestial convergences and the potential consequences of the upcoming lunar eclipse. The three Eclipse children moved to the center of the room of requirement, standing in the now familiar triangular formation that had connected them during their first meeting. This time, however, they deliberately initiated the connection, extending their celestial awareness toward each other with conscious intent. Golden, silver, and blue-white light streamed from their eyes and fingertips, forming the triangular circuit Harry had experienced before. But instead of focusing on each other, they directed their combined awareness downward, seeking the hidden chamber beneath the castle. The sensation was extraordinary, Harry's consciousness merging partially with Luna's intuitive perception and Eli's precise analytical focus, creating a composite awareness far more powerful than any of them could achieve alone. Through stone and earth they sent their combined celestial senses, following the resonant call of the conclave. The white stone chamber appeared in their shared vision, circular, domed, with three pedestals arranged in a triangle around a central focal point marked with intricate celestial symbols. But more importantly, they traced the path to its entrance, a seemingly ordinary section of wall in a disused corridor 2 floors below the astronomy tower, marked with a faint engraving of a crescent moon, sun, and star that would be invisible to non-celestial eyes. The way opens when three aspects align, Luna's voice echoed in their shared consciousness. Solar hand on the sun, lunar on the moon, stellar on the star. As their awareness returned to their physical bodies, the connection slowly faded, leaving them swaying slightly from the intensity of the experience. We found it, Harry confirmed to the others, who had been watching with fascination. "We know how to enter the conclave. The entrance is concealed behind an enchanted wall," Eli explained, his voice hoarse as if he'd been shouting. "Invisible to regular sight, but clear to our celestial perception. It requires all three of us to open it. Which explains why Stellaris needs us," Luna added dreamily. "The Seeker cannot enter alone, no matter how much celestial knowledge they possess." Ginny frowned thoughtfully. "So she needs to convince at least one of you to take her in willingly? That seems like a major design flaw in a secret chamber." "Not a flaw," Eli corrected. "A safeguard." Ravenclaw understood the power contained within, power that should only be accessed by those with the natural birthright to channel it, working in harmony. "So what do we do now?" Ron asked the obvious question. "Now that we know where it is and how to get in." Harry considered carefully before answering. "I think we need to see it for ourselves. Understand what's actually in there before deciding whether to trust Stellaris's plans for using it." "That's incredibly risky," Hermione protested. "What if entering the chamber triggers something we can't control?" "The chamber remains dormant until a formal convergence ritual is initiated," Luna assured her. "We can explore safely if we're careful not to activate the focal point." Eli nodded in agreement. "Luna's right about that, at least. According to my father's research, the conclave itself isn't dangerous, only the energies it can channel when purposely activated." After further discussion, they agreed on a plan. They would explore the celestial conclave the following night, when the Hunter's Moon's influence would still be strong enough to enhance their abilities but beginning to wane, reducing the risk of accidental magical discharge. In the meantime, Ginny would monitor the extendable ear for any revealing conversations in Stellaris's office, while Hermione continued researching the specific effects of blood moon eclipses on celestial magic. As the meeting broke up and they prepared to return to their dormitories, Harry found himself standing beside Eli near the stellar pedestal, both of them watching Luna as she dreamily traced lunar symbols in the air with trails of silver light. "She's completely at peace with all of this," Harry observed quietly. "The Trinity, the cosmic connection, even the prophecies. Nothing seems to frighten her." Eli's expression was unreadable behind his wire-rimmed glasses. "Luna experiences celestial magic differently than we do," he said after a moment. "For her, it's like coming home to something familiar. For us." He trailed off. "For us it's more like being caught in a current," Harry finished. "Something powerful pulling us toward an unknown destination." Eli nodded slowly. "My father warned me about this feeling, the sense of cosmic inevitability that comes with celestial awareness. He said it's the most dangerous aspect of our condition." "Dangerous how?" "It makes you stop questioning," Eli explained, his voice low and intense. "Stop making choices based on your own judgment and start believing in some predetermined cosmic plan." His indigo eyes met Harry's directly. "But destiny is just another form of prison, Potter. Don't let the stars decide your path." With that sobering warning, Eli departed, leaving Harry to ponder the fine line between fulfilling one's celestial potential and surrendering one's free will to cosmic forces beyond comprehension. "She's contacting someone," Ginny announced the next afternoon, bursting into the empty classroom where Harry, Ron, and Hermione were pretending to study while actually discussing their plans to explore the conclave that evening. "Who?" Harry asked, immediately alert. Ginny held up the flesh-colored receiver of the extendable ear. "I don't know yet. She's preparing some kind of communication ritual in her office, lots of muttering about connecting with the Celestial Council and reporting significant progress." "The Celestial Council?" Hermione repeated, already pulling out parchment to take notes. "That must be some kind of seeker organization." "Makes sense," Ron nodded. "If they've been hunting Eclipse children for centuries, they'd need some sort of structure to coordinate across generations." "We need to hear this conversation," Harry decided, standing up. "Now." They hurried to an unused broom cupboard near the astronomy tower, where they could activate the extendable ear without risk of being overheard. Ginny carefully unspooled the receiver, and they all huddled around it as Stellaris's voice emerged, unnaturally clear despite the distance. Confirmation of all three aspects, she was saying to someone. Solar, lunar, and stellar, exactly as the celestial charts predicted. And they've already formed preliminary connections, I can sense the trinity bond beginning to stabilize. A deeper voice responded, distorted as if coming through some magical equivalent of a long-distance call. Excellent work, Aurora. The Council is pleased with your progress. Have you located Ravenclaw's conclave yet? Not precisely, Stellaris admitted. But the Potter boy sensed it during last night's Hunter's Moon. His celestial awareness is developing rapidly, faster than anticipated. I believe he'll lead us to the entrance before the November eclipse. And the others? The lunar and stellar children? Luna Lovegood and Eli Nightwick, Stellaris confirmed. The girl is remarkably attuned to lunar energies, perhaps the strongest lunar affinity I've seen in decades. The boy is more guarded, actively suppressing his stellar nature, but his capacity is undeniable. The white streak in his hair is a classic marker of stellar sensitivity. Perfect alignment, the unknown voice remarked with satisfaction. Born within the same cosmic cycle, united at Hogwarts during the Tetrad. The stars have favored us greatly. Indeed, Stellaris agreed. Though Potter remains somewhat suspicious. He's been researching celestial magic extensively, even identified me as a seeker. A pause, then, this complicates matters. How much does he know about our true purpose? Only fragments, I believe, Stellaris replied. The historical accounts available to him would emphasize the catastrophic outcomes of previous convergences, not the successful applications of Trinity channeling. I'm positioning myself as a necessary guide, someone who can help them avoid those historical tragedies. A wise approach, the voice approved. They need not understand the full scope of what we intend until the convergence is underway. By then, the cosmic momentum will be too powerful to resist. Harry exchanged alarmed glances with his friends. Whatever the Seekers were planning, it clearly involved manipulating them until it was too late to back out. What preparations remain before November's eclipse, the voice continued. The Trinity must locate and enter the conclave at least once before the ritual, Stellaris explained. This creates a preliminary attunement between their celestial signatures and the chamber's focal point. Then we'll need to secure the crystals, the solar topaz, lunar pearl, and stellar sapphire. Without these amplifiers, the convergence energy may prove too volatile even for prepared vessels. The crystals are being transported as we speak, the voice assured her. They will arrive before Samhain. As for the conclave, perhaps a strategic suggestion might accelerate Potter's exploration. An impression that investigating the chamber is his own idea rather than yours. Already implemented, Stellaris said with obvious satisfaction. I've emphasized the chamber's importance while being deliberately vague about its exact location. His natural curiosity will do the rest, especially with the Lunar Girl's intuitive guidance. Excellent. And what of Dumbledore? Does he suspect? A hesitation. Dumbledore is difficult to read. He knows of Potter's celestial nature, of course, it's why he approved my appointment in the first place. But whether he understands the significance of the complete Trinity, I cannot say. Maintain your cover, the voice instructed firmly. Dumbledore's interference could jeopardize centuries of preparation. This convergence must proceed as planned, the magical weakening has already begun. Magical weakening? Stellaris questioned, sounding genuinely surprised. I've seen no evidence of that. It's subtle yet, the voice explained. Certain ancient spells failing, magical creatures showing diminished powers, the veil between worlds thickening. The Council's measurements indicate a 5% decline in ambient magical energy over the past decade alone. Without intervention, we face a future of gradually diminishing magical capacity. Like the situation before the 1327 convergence, Stellaris realized. Precisely. But this tetrad offers potential for much more comprehensive renewal, a complete magical restoration rather than a partial one. With proper guidance, this trinity could reverse the decline permanently. I understand, Stellaris affirmed. I won't fail. The trinity will enter the conclave during the blood moon, and the convergence will proceed according to the council's design. See that it does, Aurora. The future of wizard kind depends on it. The connection ended with a faint magical crackle, leaving the four friends staring at each other in stunned silence. Magical weakening? Hermione finally whispered. Is that actually happening? I've never heard anything about it, Ron frowned. Dad would have mentioned something that's serious. Maybe it's so gradual most people haven't noticed yet, Harry suggested. Or maybe the ministry's keeping it quiet to prevent panic. Or maybe it's a lie, Ginny countered. A justification to manipulate you three into doing whatever ritual they really want. Either way, they're definitely planning something specific for the blood moon, Harry said grimly. Something they're not telling us about until it's too late to resist. And they're bringing these crystal things, Ron added. Solar topaz, lunar pearl, and stellar sapphire. Must be important for whatever they're planning. They are, Luna's dreamy voice came from the broom cupboard doorway, making them all jump in surprise. No one had heard her approach. The crystals are focal points for our individual celestial energies. They amplify and direct the convergence. Luna. Hermione gasped. How long have you been there? Long enough, Luna said serenely, slipping into the cramped cupboard to join them. The moon told me you were uncovering secrets, so I followed its guidance. She smiled at their bewildered expressions. Don't worry, I made sure no one saw me. Did you hear what they said about magical weakening? Harry asked her. About magic gradually diminishing? Luna nodded, her expression unusually serious. The stars have been whispering about it for years. The cosmic flows that feed magic into our world are changing, redirecting. Like a river slowly altering its course. And you believe it's real? Hermione pressed. Not just seeker propaganda. Oh, it's real, Luna confirmed. But their solution may not be the only one. Or the right one. She tilted her head thoughtfully. The convergence they want might restore magic, but at what cost? And to whose benefit? That's the real question, Harry agreed. If they're hiding their true purpose until it's too late to resist, it can't be good. We should tell Eli about this before we explore the conclave tonight, Hermione decided. He might have insights from his father's research about what the Seekers really want from a convergence. Luna's silver eyes grew distant, as if seeing something beyond the cramped broom cupboard. The Starlight Child already suspects, she murmured. His father faced the Seekers before. He knows their hunger for control. Control of what exactly? Ron asked. Just magical restoration, or something more? Control of magic itself, Luna replied simply. Who can use it? How it flows? Who decides its future? She focused on Harry directly. The Celestial Council believes they should be the ones making those decisions. Not for individual power, perhaps, but for what they see as the greater good. The greater good, Harry repeated bitterly, reminded of the justifications used for so many terrible things throughout history. That never ends well. Which is why we need to see the conclave for ourselves, Ginny pointed out practically. Understand exactly what we're dealing with before deciding what to do about Stellaris and her council. Harry nodded in agreement. Tonight, then. After curfew, when the castle is quiet. He glanced at Luna. Can you let Eli know what we've discovered? And confirm he's still willing to help us access the chamber? He'll come, Luna said with absolute certainty. The stars have aligned too perfectly for him to resist, no matter how cautious his nature. She slipped back out of the cupboard as silently as she'd arrived, leaving the others to ponder the increasingly complex situation they faced. The Seekers weren't just interested in studying or exploiting the Trinity, they had specific plans for the convergence during the blood moon eclipse. Plans involving a supposed magical weakening that needed to be reversed. Plans they deliberately kept hidden from the very eclipse children they needed to implement them. Whatever happened in Ravenclaw's celestial conclave tonight, Harry was determined to uncover the full truth before November's eclipse changed their lives, and possibly the magical world, forever. The castle corridors were eerily silent as Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way toward the agreed meeting point 2 floors below the astronomy tower. They moved carefully under the invisibility cloak, consulting the Marauder's map to avoid Filch and the patrolling prefects. "There they are," Ron whispered, pointing to 3 dots labeled Luna Lovegood, Eli Nightwick, and Ginevra Weasley, already waiting in the disused corridor where the conclave entrance supposedly lay hidden. They hurried forward, rounding the final corner to find Luna serenely examining what appeared to be a blank stone wall, while Eli and Ginny kept nervous watch. "About time," Ginny muttered as they pulled off the invisibility cloak. "We've been waiting ages." "Peeves," Harry explained tersely. "Had to take the long way around." "Did Luna tell you what we overheard?" Eli nodded, his expression grave. "The Celestial Council's plans for magical restoration through convergence. It aligns with what my father suspected. They believe they can direct cosmic energy to strengthen magical currents throughout the world. But they're hiding something about how they want to do it," Hermione pointed out. "Something they think would make you three resist if you knew beforehand." "Almost certainly involving control mechanisms," Eli agreed. "The ability to influence who benefits from the restored magic, or how it manifests. My father believes the Seekers want to reshape the fundamental nature of magic to suit their vision of proper magical society." "Which would be?" Ron prompted. Eli's expression darkened. "A stricter hierarchy. More regulated magical access. Less wild magic and more structured, controllable forms." He adjusted his glasses with a frown. "Essentially, making magic more like a resource they can manage rather than a natural force that flows where it will." "That's horrible," Ginny said flatly. "Magic isn't meant to be controlled like that." "Exactly why we need to understand what we're really dealing with," Harry reminded them, turning to Luna. "Can you see the entrance? Even with the Hunter's moon fading, I can still sense something behind this wall." Luna nodded dreamily. "It's there. The doorway between worlds." She reached out, tracing invisible patterns on the seemingly solid stone. "Here, the celestial sigils. Sun, moon, and star, arranged in a triangle just like our pedestals within." Now that she pointed them out, Harry could faintly perceive the symbols, not with his physical sight, but with the celestial awareness that had been growing stronger since his powers awakened. Eli stepped forward too, his indigo eyes focused intensely on the wall. "I see them," he confirmed. "Faint but distinct. The entrance mechanism is elegant, it requires the Trinity's combined celestial signatures, but activates without drawing significant magical attention." Ravenclaw was brilliant. "So how do we open it?" Ron asked practically. Luna positioned herself before the wall, then gestured for Harry and Eli to join her. "Solar hand on the sun," she instructed, placing her own palm against the invisible crescent moon symbol. "Stellar on the star." Harry and Eli moved into position, forming a triangle before the wall. As Harry's hand touched the sun symbol, he immediately felt a warm vibration, as if the stone itself recognized his solar nature. Beside him, Eli pressed his palm to the star symbol, and a blue-white glow began to emanate from beneath his fingers. The three symbols illuminated simultaneously: golden sun, silver moon, blue-white star, and the stone between them rippled like water disturbed by falling rain. Slowly, a doorway formed in the previously solid wall, revealing a spiral staircase descending into darkness. "Blimey," Ron breathed, staring at the materializing entrance. "It actually worked." "Of course it worked," Luna said serenely. "We are the Trinity the chamber has awaited for centuries." A cool breeze wafted up from the staircase, carrying the scent of ancient stone and something else, a distinctive tang of raw magic, powerful and primal. The celestial energies have been accumulating down there since the last convergence, Eli explained, sensing Harry's question before he could ask it. The chamber acts as a reservoir of sorts, collecting and preserving cosmic magic for potential future use. Is it safe? Hermione asked nervously, peering into the darkness. As long as we don't activate the focal point, Luna assured her. The chamber sleeps until called upon. Harry lit his wand with a murmured "Lumos," and took the first step onto the spiral staircase. The stone felt unusual beneath his feet, smoother than ordinary castle stone and faintly resonant, as if it might sing if struck properly. White marble infused with celestial silver, Eli identified, noticing Harry's curious expression. Mined during a meteor shower and shaped under moonlight. The entire chamber is constructed from it, the perfect conduit for cosmic energies. They descended in single file, the staircase spiraling deep beneath the castle, much further than seemed physically possible given Hogwarts' known layout. We're entering a magically expanded space, Hermione observed. Like a pocket dimension connected to the castle but not entirely within it. Another of Ravenclaw's innovations, Luna agreed. The chamber exists partially between realms, touching both the physical world and the cosmic plane. That's why it can channel celestial energies so effectively. After what felt like hundreds of steps, the staircase finally opened into a vast circular chamber exactly as Harry had seen in his visions, walls of gleaming white stone rising to form a perfect dome overhead, where an enchanted ceiling displayed the current night sky with extraordinary clarity. In the center of the chamber stood 3 white pedestals arranged in a triangle around a circular platform inscribed with intricate celestial symbols. Each pedestal featured a hollow depression shaped to hold a specific object, presumably the crystal Stellaris had mentioned. Around the perimeter of the room, 7 tall archways were set into the walls at equal distances, each framing what appeared to be a shimmering silver mirror. But instead of reflecting the chamber, each mirror showed a different astronomical scene. One displayed the surface of the moon in incredible detail, another showed the sun's churning surface with its solar flares and prominences, a third depicted a dense star field centered on a brilliant blue-white star. The 7 celestial windows, Eli breathed, his scholarly caution momentarily forgotten in the face of such magical wonders. I've read about these, but never thought I'd actually see them. Their direct observation points to 7 key celestial bodies, Moon, Sun, Polaris, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Ravenclaw created them to monitor cosmic events in real time, Luna added dreamily, drifting toward the lunar window. They show not just what we can see from Earth, but the magical currents flowing through each celestial body. While the others explored the perimeter of the chamber, Harry found himself drawn to the central platform and its 3 pedestals. As he approached, faint golden light began to trail from his fingertips, responding to the latent magic embedded in the white stone. The pedestal marked with a sun symbol seemed to call to him specifically, a resonance he felt in his magical core. The crystals would sit here, he murmured, tracing the sunburst depression on the solar pedestal. Amplifying and focusing our energies. The convergence point, Eli confirmed, joining him at the central platform. Where celestial and earthly magic meet. His expression was troubled as he examined the intricate symbols inscribed on the floor. These are activation sequences, rituals to direct the convergence energy toward specific outcomes. Can you read them? Hermione asked, peering at the unfamiliar symbols. Partially, Eli admitted. They're written in ancient celestial script, my father taught me some basics. This section, he pointed to a spiral pattern of symbols, relates to magical restoration, drawing cosmic energy to reinforce Earth's magical currents. But these others. He frowned, tracing a more complex arrangement. Something about selective flow and guided manifestation. Essentially controlling who can access the restored magic, and how. That fits with what we overheard, Harry said grimly. The Seekers don't just want to restore magic, they want to control who benefits from the restoration. Luna had moved to the lunar pedestal, her silver eyes reflecting the chamber's ambient light. The moon shows both faces, she said cryptically. Light and shadow, truth and deception. The seekers speak of restoration but think of reshaping. Reshaping magic itself? Ginny asked, looking troubled. Reshaping how it flows through the world, Luna clarified. Like redirecting a river to water only certain fields while leaving others dry. The implications were disturbing. If the seekers could control the distribution of magically restored, they could effectively determine which magical communities thrived and which withered, which magical creatures retained their powers and which lost them, which forms of magic remained viable and which became impossible to perform. This is why they need us, Harry realized. Not just to access the chamber, but because only natural-born Eclipse children can channel cosmic energy without imposing artificial constraints on it. If they tried to perform the convergence themselves, the cosmic forces would reject their controlling intent. But if they manipulate us into conducting the convergence according to their specifications. Hermione began. They get what they want without the cosmic forces detecting the interference, Eli finished. Our celestial birthright makes the convergence possible, while their ritual specifications determine its outcome. Harry turned slowly in place, taking in the magnificent chamber with new understanding. Ravenclaw built this place for genuine communion with celestial forces, to study them, perhaps to channel them when necessary for beneficial purposes. But the Seekers want to use it to impose their vision of what magic should be. So what do we do? Ron asked, voicing the question they were all thinking. Stellaris expects you three to find this place. She's counting on it for her plans. We let her think we're cooperating, Harry decided after a moment's consideration. Let her believe we've found the chamber but are still depending on her guidance for the convergence ritual. Meanwhile, we research alternative approaches, Hermione suggested. If magic truly is weakening, perhaps there's a way to restore it without the controlling elements the Seekers want to introduce. My father might have resources that could help, Eli offered cautiously. Though contacting him would be risky, the Seekers likely monitor my communications. The Room of Requirement could provide what we need, Luna suggested dreamily. It's already shown us books and information that can't be found elsewhere in Hogwarts. As they continued discussing strategy, Harry wandered toward one of the 7 celestial windows, the one showing the sun's surface in mesmerizing detail. Standing before it, he felt a powerful connection, as if he could reach through the shimmering silver surface and touch the solar flames themselves. On impulse, he raised his hand toward the window. Immediately, golden light streamed from his palm, connecting with the solar image. The sensation was extraordinary, like plunging his consciousness directly into the sun's heart, feeling its immense energy and ancient awareness. Vessels prepare. Convergence approaches. Choose wisely, child of Eclipse. The path divides. The solar consciousness touched his mind briefly before withdrawing, leaving Harry gasping and disoriented. The others rushed to his side as he staggered backward from the window. What happened? Hermione demanded anxiously. Are you all right? The sun, Harry managed, still reeling from the contact. It spoke to me. Or something like that. A consciousness within the sun. The celestial intelligences, Luna nodded as if this were perfectly normal. The awareness that dwells within cosmic bodies. They rarely communicate directly with humans, even Eclipse children. Eli looked both fascinated and alarmed. What did it say? Harry repeated the cryptic message, watching their reactions. It seemed to be warning me that we have a choice to make about the convergence, that there are different possible paths. Different from the Seeker's plan, obviously, Ron suggested. Maybe the sun knows how to restore magic without all the controlling rubbish. It's possible, Eli said thoughtfully. Celestial intelligences perceive reality differently than we do, they see connections and possibilities across vast timeframes. If there's another approach to addressing magical weakening, they might know it. Can we communicate with them more directly? Harry asked Luna, who seemed to understand these cosmic entities best. Ask specific questions. Not easily, she admitted. They speak in patterns and potentials, not straightforward instructions. But during the blood moon, when the veil between cosmic and earthly realms thins. She trailed off suggestively. We might be able to establish clearer communication, Eli concluded. Which means we need to be in this chamber during the eclipse, but following our own agenda rather than the Seekers. A dangerous game, Hermione warned. Stellaris and her council will be expecting you to perform their ritual. If you deviate from it, we'll need a plan, Harry acknowledged. A way to seem compliant until the last moment, then implement whatever alternative we discover. He gazed around at the magnificent chamber, feeling both the weight of responsibility and the spark of possibility. We have just over 3 weeks until the November eclipse. 3 weeks to figure out how to restore magic on our terms, not theirs. As they prepared to leave the celestial conclave, each lost in their own thoughts about what they discovered, Luna paused at the lunar window. Like Harry had done with the solar window, she reached toward its shimmering surface. Silver light connected her palm to the detailed lunar landscape, and her eyes briefly glowed with heightened radiance. The Trinity must be whole, she said when the connection broke, her voice carrying that distinctive prophetic resonance. Not just 3 aspects united, but 3 crystals aligned. The Seekers bring what we need, though not as they intend. The crystals, Harry realized. Stellaris said they're being transported now, scheduled to arrive before Samhain. We'll need them for whatever alternative approach we develop, Eli pointed out. Harnessing cosmic energy safely requires those amplifiers. So we let Stellaris bring the crystals to Hogwarts, Ginny summarized. Let her think everything's proceeding according to plan. Then what? Then we learn everything we can about how this chamber really works, Harry said firmly. About what the convergence is truly meant to accomplish. And we find a way to restore magic that benefits everyone, not just those the Seekers deem worthy. As they sealed the conclave entrance behind them and made their way back through the sleeping castle, Harry felt a strange mixture of dread and hope. The Trinity was formed, the chamber discovered, and the cosmic forces themselves seemed to be reaching out with guidance. Whatever happened during the blood moon eclipse, one thing was certain, it would change the course of magic forever. The only question was whether that change would come on the Seekers' controlling terms, or in alignment with the true cosmic purpose the Trinity was meant to serve. In the days that followed, Harry maintained a careful balance, attending his scheduled lessons with Stellaris while revealing nothing about their midnight exploration of the conclave, and spending every spare moment researching alternative approaches to magical restoration with his friends. The Room of Requirement proved invaluable, providing increasingly specific texts as they refined their questions. Ancient journals of Eclipse children from previous generations, theoretical works on cosmic energy channeling, even Ravenclaw's personal notes on the conclave's design and purpose. Listen to this, Hermione said excitedly during one of their research sessions, reading from a leather-bound journal. The true purpose of celestial convergence is not to control magical flow but to renew its natural patterns. Like a great river that occasionally changes course, magic requires periodic realignment with cosmic sources. The Trinity serves as conduit, not director, opening the way for celestial and earthly forces to rebalance according to their own inherent wisdom. That sounds very different from what the Seekers are planning, Ron observed, looking up from a star chart he was studying. They want to be the directors, deciding how magic flows after the restoration. Which violates the fundamental principle of convergence, Eli agreed, pushing his glasses up with a scholarly gesture that reminded Harry strongly of Hermione. Cosmic forces cannot be truly controlled, only channeled. Attempting to impose artificial constraints would create dangerous instabilities. Like the disasters that happened in previous convergence attempts, Harry realized. Maybe those weren't failures of technique but failures of intention, trying to control what should only be guided. Luna, who had been arranging small crystals in patterns on the floor, looked up with her characteristic dreamy smile. The stars dance their own dance, she said. We can join them or fight them, but we cannot choreograph their movements. Poetic, but accurate, Eli acknowledged with a slight smile. His initial skepticism about Luna had gradually given way to a kind of bemused respect for her intuitive understanding of celestial matters. "So what's the alternative?" Ginny asked practically. "If we don't use the Seeker's controlling ritual, what do we do instead?" "I think I found something," Harry said, turning one of Ravenclaw's journals toward them. Here, she describes a pure convergence, a ritual that establishes connection without imposition, allowing the cosmic forces to restore natural magical patterns without human interference. He pointed to a diagram showing 3 figures at the familiar pedestals, but instead of directing energy toward specific symbols on the central platform, they were channeling it upward into a swirling vortex that then dispersed throughout the illustration in natural, organic patterns. "The difference is subtle but critical," Eli noted, studying the diagram intently. "Instead of using the controlling symbols on the platform, this approach activates only the harmonizing sequences around the perimeter. The convergence energy flows where it's needed rather than where it's directed. And that would restore magic without reshaping it to suit the Seeker's preferences," Hermione concluded. "Magic would return to its natural patterns, benefiting all magical beings equally." "But would it work?" Ron asked skeptically. "I mean, if magic really is weakening like they claim, would this fix the problem?" According to Ravenclaw's notes, yes, Harry confirmed. She believed natural convergence was always more effective than controlled channeling precisely because cosmic forces understand better than humans what balance requires. Their research continued for 2 more weeks, interrupted only by classes, meals, and Harry's increasingly frequent sessions with Professor Stellaris, who had grown noticeably more enthusiastic as the blood moon approached. She spoke often of preparing for a historic moment in magical history, and the honor of guiding the Trinity in their cosmic purpose, careful to emphasize restoration while avoiding any mention of control or selectivity. Harry played along, expressing appropriate interest and even cautious excitement, all while sharing everything she revealed with his friends during their secret meetings. Ginny's extendable ear continued to provide valuable intelligence, including confirmation that the crystals had arrived at Hogwarts and were being kept in a hidden compartment in Stellaris's office. "We'll need those crystals," Eli pointed out during their final planning session 3 days before the eclipse. "No matter which approach we take, the Seeker's controlling ritual or Ravenclaw's natural convergence, the crystals are essential amplifiers for our celestial energies. Stellaris won't hand them over until we're actually in the conclave, ready to begin the ritual," Harry said. "Which means we'll need to appear compliant until the very last moment." "And then what?" Hermione asked, concern evident in her voice. "Once you're in the chamber with the crystals, how do you switch from their ritual to Ravenclaw's without Stellaris stopping you?" "That's where the rest of you come in," Harry explained, outlining the plan they developed. "Stellaris expects to guide the ritual alone, just her and the 3 of us. But nothing prevents us from bringing others into the chamber beforehand." Ron grinned. "So we hide in the chamber before Stellaris arrives with you 3 and the crystals. Then what? Jump out and stun her when she's not looking?" "Not exactly," Harry grimaced. "Remember, we still need her knowledge of how to initiate the basic convergence sequence. The difference between her approach and Ravenclaw's comes in the final stages of the ritual. So we let her start the process," Ginny concluded. "Then intervene before she implements the controlling elements." "Precisely," Eli nodded. "It's risky, but it's our best option given the time constraints. The blood moon won't wait, and we may not get another chance to access the chamber with all 3 crystals before the Seekers realize we're not following their agenda." Luna, who had been unusually quiet throughout this discussion, suddenly spoke in her dreamy voice. "The hunter returns empty-handed when the prey becomes the guide." Her silver eyes had taken on that familiar prophetic glow. "The Seeker finds only what the stars wish revealed. 3 lights unite, 7 windows awaken, and magic remembers its true nature." The impromptu prophecy sent a shiver through the room. Even after weeks of exposure to Luna's celestial pronouncements, they still carried an otherworldly weight that commanded attention. "I think," Harry said slowly, "that's cosmic confirmation of our plan. The Seeker, Stellaris, we'll find her controlling agenda thwarted when we take guidance from the celestial forces themselves. Let's hope you're right, Hermione said, not entirely convinced. Because if this goes wrong, we could be facing another Skywatcher's Glen disaster. It won't go wrong, Harry insisted with more confidence than he truly felt. The Trinity is meant for this moment. The cosmic forces themselves have been guiding us toward it. He looked at Luna and Eli, sensing the invisible bonds that had been strengthening between them since that first connection in this very room. We just need to trust our celestial nature rather than someone else's agenda for it. As the meeting concluded and they went their separate ways for the evening, Harry found himself standing with Eli at the window, looking out at the nearly full moon hanging low over the forbidden forest. "Are you afraid?" he asked the normally reserved Ravenclaw. Eli considered the question seriously before answering. Terrified, he admitted with a small, wry smile. But also, exhilarated. It's strange. All my life, my father taught me to hide my celestial nature, to fear what it might lead to. Now I'm voluntarily walking into exactly the situation he warned me against. Having second thoughts? Harry asked quietly. Eli shook his head. No. Despite my caution, I've always wanted to understand this part of myself. To know what it truly means to be a stellar child. He glanced at Harry, unusual vulnerability in his normally composed expression. And I trust you and Luna. More than I expected to, honestly. The Trinity connection, Harry nodded. It's getting stronger, isn't it? I can feel both of you sometimes, even when we're not actively linking. It's unprecedented, according to the historical accounts, Eli confirmed. Most Trinities only achieved meaningful connection during formal convergence attempts. Our spontaneous bonding suggests unusually strong celestial affinities in all three of us. Which makes us either the perfect vessels for the Seeker's plans or the perfect instruments for thwarting them, Harry observed. Eli's lips curved in a rare genuine smile. Both, I think. The cosmic irony is rather perfect, isn't it? They've spent centuries searching for the ideal Trinity, only to find one that refuses to be controlled. Let's just hope that refusal doesn't get us all unmade like the Skywatcher's Glen Trinity, Harry said dryly. It won't, Luna's voice came from behind them. Neither had noticed her approach. They tried to command the stars. We will dance with them. Her silver eyes reflected the moonlight streaming through the window. There's a difference. As Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower later that night, he pondered Luna's simple distinction. Dancing with the stars rather than commanding them. Serving as conduits rather than directors. Opening the way for magic to renew itself naturally rather than imposing their vision of what magic should be. The blood moon was only 3 days away. Soon they would discover whether that difference would lead to triumph or disaster. Chapter 3, Conjunction. The night before the blood moon, Harry couldn't sleep. He sat by the window in the Gryffindor common room, watching the nearly full moon crawl across the sky. Tomorrow night, that same moon would pass through Earth's shadow and turn the color of fresh blood, the first eclipse of the tetrad, and the moment everything would change. His body hummed with a now familiar tension, celestial energy building in his core, responding to the approaching cosmic event. The sensation had grown steadily stronger over the past 3 days, a constant reminder that his magic wasn't entirely his own. It belonged partly to the stars, to ancient forces that had marked him at birth during that long-ago solar eclipse. Can't sleep either. Hermione's voice came softly from the staircase. Harry turned to see her standing in her dressing gown, hair even wilder than usual and dark circles under her eyes suggesting she'd been tossing and turning as much as he had. Too wired, he admitted. Like drinking 10 cups of coffee, except it's cosmic energy instead of caffeine. She joined him at the window seat, tucking her feet underneath her. Nervous about tomorrow? Terrified, he admitted with a half-smile. We're either going to save magic itself or cause a catastrophe that makes us cease to exist. No pressure or anything. Hermione's laugh was soft but genuine. Just another Tuesday for Harry Potter. He nudged her shoulder playfully. Hey, this time I had weeks to plan instead of just winging it. That's progress, right? Definite progress, she agreed, then grew serious. Do you trust Luna and Eli? Really trust them? Your lives will be literally connected tomorrow night. Harry considered the question carefully. I do, he said finally. It's weird because I barely knew either of them a month ago, but now, it's like we've always been connected, just didn't know it. He searched for words to explain. When we link our celestial energies, there's no room for deception. I've seen parts of who they really are, and they've seen me. Not everything, but enough to know we share the same goal. Hermione nodded slowly. I've noticed the changes in how you interact. The three of you move like you're aware of each other without looking. Anticipating thoughts before they're spoken. Side effect of cosmic bonding, Harry shrugged. According to Ravenclaw's journals, it gets stronger the closer we get to convergence. And after? Hermione asked quietly. After the convergence, what happens to this bond? Harry realized with a start that he hadn't really considered the aftermath. They'd been so focused on thwarting the Seeker's controlling ritual that the question of what came next had been pushed aside. I don't know, he admitted. The historical records aren't clear. The Skywatcher's Glen Trinity didn't survive to leave accounts, and the 1327 convergence journals are incomplete. He glanced at her. Why do you ask? Hermione looked down, suddenly fascinated by a loose thread on her sleeve. It's just, you seem different lately. More connected to Luna and Eli than to. She trailed off. Then to you and Ron. Harry guessed. When she didn't answer, he continued softly, it's not the same kind of connection, Hermione. What I have with them is, cosmic, I guess. Magical. But what I have with you and Ron is about choice. About who we decided to be for each other. That matters more. The relief in her eyes was obvious. I've been worried, she confessed. Not just about tomorrow, but about after. If you'd still be, you. Harry reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. I'll still be me. Promise. Just hopefully a me who's helped restore magic to the world rather than let the Seekers reshape it. Hermione looked down at their joined hands, then back up to his face. Something shifted in her expression, a hesitation, a question, a decision. Before Harry could process what was happening, she leaned forward and pressed her lips to his in a brief, gentle kiss. For luck, she whispered as she pulled back, cheeks flushed. In case we don't get a chance tomorrow. Harry stared at her, stunned and suddenly very aware of how close they were sitting, of the moonlight catching in her hair, of the fact that this felt both completely unexpected and somehow inevitable. That was. He began, not quite sure how to finish the sentence. Impulsive, Hermione supplied, looking mortified. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Harry didn't let her finish, closing the distance between them to return the kiss, longer this time, more deliberate. When they separated, both slightly breathless, he gave her a lopsided smile. Don't be sorry. I'm not. They sat in silence for a moment, the implications of this new development settling over them like a warm blanket. Timing could be better, Harry finally said with a rueful laugh. Eve of potential magical catastrophe and all that. On brand for us, though, Hermione pointed out, a shy smile playing at her lips. We never do anything the easy way. Speaking of not easy, Harry sighed, reluctantly bringing them back to reality. We should try to get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be historic, terrifying, potentially world-altering. Hermione suggested. I was going to say long, but those work too. He stood, keeping hold of her hand. Everything's ready, right? You, Ron, and Ginny know when to be in the chamber. She nodded. We'll enter 2 hours before the eclipse begins. The invisibility cloak should cover Ron and me if we stay close, and Ginny's mastered the disillusionment charm well enough to manage on her own. And the counter-ritual? You've memorized Ravenclaw's version. Every word and symbol, Hermione confirmed. I'll guide you through the transition once Stellaris initiates the basic convergence sequence. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for her meticulous preparation. I don't know what I'd do without you, he said softly. She smiled, the moonlight catching in her eyes. Let's make sure you never have to find out. Morning dawned cold and clear, with a crystalline quality to the air that made every sound seem sharper, every color more vivid. Harry felt the difference immediately upon waking, his celestial sensitivity heightened to unprecedented levels, making the very stones of Hogwarts seem to hum with ancient magic. At breakfast, he caught Luna's eye across the great hall. She smiled dreamily, but he could see the same awareness in her silver eyes, the cosmic current strengthening as the eclipse approached. Eli was harder to spot at first, but Harry eventually located him at the Ravenclaw table, head bent low over a book, the white streak in his hair now fully visible without his usual glamour charm. Apparently, hiding his stellar nature had become impossible as the celestial event drew near. Professor Stellaris was conspicuously absent from the staff table, but Professor McGonagall stopped by the Gryffindor table with a note for Harry. From Professor Stellaris, she explained, her expression suggesting she found the request unusual. She requests your presence in her office at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Something about additional astronomy observations for tonight's lunar eclipse. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, accepting the note with what he hoped was an appropriately casual manner. McGonagall studied him for a moment, her sharp eyes noting his slightly too bright gaze. Are you feeling well, Potter? You look feverish. Just excited about the eclipse, Harry improvised. It's supposed to be spectacular. McGonagall's expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced but had too many other concerns to pursue it further. Very well. Do remember that regular curfew applies despite the astronomical event. Professor Stellaris has permission to conduct official observations with select students, but everyone else should be in their dormitories. As she walked away, Ron leaned in. Convenient excuse she set up. Official observations lets her get you 3 to the chamber without questions. Everything's falling into place, Hermione agreed quietly. Almost too perfectly. Harry knew what she meant, there was something unnerving about how smoothly their path to tonight's confrontation was unfolding, as if cosmic forces were indeed arranging circumstances to ensure the convergence occurred. Luna would say the stars have decided, he murmured. I'm not sure if that's comforting or terrifying. The day crawled by with excruciating slowness. Harry struggled to concentrate in his classes, his awareness increasingly pulled toward celestial currents invisible to others. Objects seemed to have subtle auras, people trailed lingering traces of magic as they moved, and occasionally, when he turned too quickly, he caught glimpses of strange patterns in the air, cosmic flows intersecting with the physical world. By the time 4 o'clock approached, Harry was almost relieved to have something concrete to focus on. He made his way to Stellaris's office, meeting Luna and Eli in the corridor outside. Luna looked serene as ever, though her silver eyes glowed visibly even in the well-lit hallway. The veil thins, she said by way of greeting. Can you feel it? Harry could, a subtle shifting in reality itself, as if the boundaries between different aspects of existence were becoming more permeable. Eli looked less comfortable with the sensations. His normally composed face was tense, and the white streak in his hair seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. This is more intense than I expected, he admitted quietly. The cosmic energies are already building, hours before the actual eclipse. A good sign for the convergence, Luna observed dreamily. The channels are opening naturally. Before they could discuss further, the office door swung open to reveal Professor Stellaris. Her silver hair was elaborately styled, and she wore formal midnight blue robes embroidered with actual moving constellations, clearly ceremonial attire for the evening's event. Ah, perfect timing, she greeted them with barely contained excitement. Please, come in. We have much to prepare before tonight's eclipse. The office had been transformed since Harry's last visit. The usual astronomical instruments and charts had been cleared away, replaced by a central table bearing 3 velvet-lined boxes and an ancient-looking scroll spread open to reveal complex diagrams of the celestial conclave. The time has finally arrived, Stellaris said, closing the door behind them. Tonight, during the blood moon, you 3 will make magical history. A true celestial convergence, the first successful one in nearly 7 centuries. You seem very confident it will be successful, Eli observed carefully. Despite the rather catastrophic history of previous attempts. Stellaris smiled indulgently. Previous attempts lacked proper guidance and preparation. The Trinity at Skywatcher's Glen had no experienced mentor, no understanding of the proper channeling techniques. She gestured to the scroll. The Celestial Council has refined the convergence ritual through centuries of study. We know exactly how to help you channel the cosmic energies safely and effectively. To restore magic, Harry said, watching her reaction closely. That's the purpose, right? Reversing this weakening you mentioned? Precisely, Stellaris confirmed smoothly. The cosmic-earthly connection has been deteriorating for generations. Tonight's convergence will re-establish those essential channels, ensuring magic continues to flow into our world for centuries to come. She was careful, Harry noticed, to emphasize the restoration aspect while avoiding any mention of control or selectivity. Just as they'd anticipated. And these must be the crystals you mentioned, Luna said, drifting toward the velvet boxes. The amplifiers for our celestial energies. Indeed, Stellaris's eyes gleamed with pride as she opened the first box. The lunar pearl, formed in the depths of the ocean during a total lunar eclipse nearly 4,000 years ago. The pearl within was unlike any Harry had seen, not white or cream but silver with swirling internal patterns that mimicked the phases of the moon. It seemed to pulse gently with its own inner light, resonating visibly as Luna approached. It recognizes you, Stellaris noted with satisfaction. The lunar aspect calling to its matching vessel. She opened the second box. The stellar sapphire, created when a meteor-carrying star metal crashed into a sapphire deposit during the Perseid meteor shower of 982 CE. The sapphire was deep blue with a starburst pattern of white light captured within, seeming to twinkle like an actual star. As Eli neared it, the gemstone's light intensified, and Harry noticed the white streak in Eli's hair brightening in response. Finally, Stellaris opened the third box with particular reverence. And the solar topaz, formed at the exact center point of a solar eclipse's shadow path, when sunlight focused through magical crystals in a Mexican temple observatory during the total eclipse of 1496. The topaz gleamed golden amber with a fiery inner core that shifted and moved like the surface of the sun itself. Harry felt an immediate pull toward it, his magical core resonating with the crystal's energy. These 3 celestial artifacts, combined with the Trinity's natural energies, will create a convergence powerful enough to reshape the very foundations of magic, Stellaris explained, her voice taking on an almost reverential quality. Harry caught the slip immediately, reshape rather than simply restore. From the slight narrowing of Eli's eyes, he had noticed it too. The ritual will begin at precisely 9:47 p.m., when the moon first touches Earth's shadow, Stellaris continued, unaware of their heightened attention. The convergence itself will reach its peak during the totality phase at 11:23 p.m., lasting approximately 14 minutes before the moon begins to emerge. And we'll conduct this ritual in Ravenclaw's celestial conclave, Harry said, making it a statement rather than a question. Stellaris paused, studying him with sudden intensity. You know about the conclave, she said carefully. Have you found it already? Harry exchanged quick glances with Luna and Eli before nodding. We discovered it last week. The entrance revealed itself to our combined celestial awareness. Rather than being upset at this initiative, Stellaris looked delighted. Excellent. This confirms your Trinity bond is strengthening appropriately. Did you enter the chamber? Explore it? Briefly, Harry admitted, maintaining the appearance of openness while being careful not to reveal too much. It's incredible, exactly as described in the old texts. The white stone walls, the 7 celestial windows, the central platform with the 3 pedestals. Perfect, Stellaris beamed. The chamber will have begun attuning to your combined celestial signatures, essential preparation for tonight's ritual. This saves us considerable time. She turned to the scroll, pointing out specific sections of the convergence diagram. Tonight's ritual will proceed in 3 phases. First, attunement, connecting each of you to your respective crystals and establishing the trinity circuit. Second, invocation, opening the cosmic channels to allow celestial energy to flow through the conclave. Finally, convergence, directing that energy through specific pathways to achieve the desired magical restoration. The desired restoration, Harry noted, another careful word choice that concealed the seeker's true intentions. The ritual itself is complex, Stellaris continued, but your roles are primarily intuitive. Your celestial natures will guide you once the initial connections are established. I'll provide the necessary incantations and activation sequences. And the Celestial Council? Eli asked innocently. Will they be observing this historic achievement? Stellaris's expression flickered briefly with something unreadable. The council will be connected remotely through specialized communication methods. As the culmination of centuries of work, they naturally wish to witness the convergence, though physical presence would disrupt the delicate energetic balance. Of course, Eli nodded, as if this explanation made perfect sense. They spent the next hour reviewing the ritual preparations, with Stellaris explaining the specific positions, movements, and focal points they would need to maintain during each phase. She was thorough in her instructions but noticeably vague about certain critical elements, particularly what Harry had begun thinking of as the control sequences that would determine exactly how the restored magic would flow. We should prepare ourselves individually before meeting at the conclave entrance, Stellaris concluded as evening approached. Meditative alignment with your respective celestial aspects will facilitate smoother energy flow during the ritual. She carefully repacked the crystals in their velvet boxes. These will remain with me until we begin. Their energies should not interact prematurely. As they prepared to leave, Stellaris added with studied casualness, "Oh, and please maintain discretion about tonight's activities. While the headmaster is aware of our astronomical observations, the specific nature of the convergence ritual should remain between us. Not everyone understands the importance of celestial magic." "Of course, Professor," Harry agreed, matching her casual tone. "Just the 4 of us tonight." Stellaris smiled, satisfied with his apparent compliance. "Meet me at the entrance at 9:15 p.m. The journey to the conclave will give us time to attune to the building energies before the eclipse begins." "She's definitely planning something beyond simple restoration," Harry reported to Ron, Hermione, and Ginny in their hasty meeting in the room of requirement afterward. "Kept talking about desired outcomes and reshaping foundations while pretending it's just about renewal." "Classic misdirection," Ginny nodded. "Fred and George use the same technique when setting up their pranks. Tell you enough truth to sound legitimate while conveniently omitting the parts that would make you run screaming. The crystals are real, though," Luna added, her voice dreamy but her silver eyes sharp. "Ancient and powerful. They recognized us immediately, called to our celestial aspects. Which means they'll work just as well for Ravenclaw's natural convergence as for the Seeker's controlling version," Hermione pointed out. "The difference is in how the energy is directed once channeled, not in the initial gathering." "Did she say anything about magical protections or guards?" Ron asked practically. "Anything that might complicate our plan to intervene?" "Nothing obvious," Eli replied, absently touching the white streak in his hair that now seemed permanently visible. "She believes we're fully cooperative, which works in our favor. Her focus will be on conducting the ritual, not watching for interference." "Still, we should expect the unexpected," Harry warned. "The Seekers have been planning this for centuries. They won't risk failure if they can help it." Hermione checked her watch. It's nearly 6. Ron, Ginny, and I should eat quickly and then get into position. We need to be in the chamber well before Stellaris brings you 3 down. Take the map, Harry said, handing over the Marauder's map. Make sure your path is clear. The last thing we need is running into Filch or a prefect patrol. As the others prepared to leave, Luna drifted to Harry's side. The stars are singing tonight, she said softly. Can you hear them? Harry couldn't hear anything exactly, but he could feel something, a vibration in his magical core that resonated with cosmic energies growing stronger by the hour. I feel them, he acknowledged. Like pressure building before a storm. Not a storm, Luna corrected gently. A dance. The celestial bodies move in perfect harmony, creating patterns that shape magic itself. Tonight we join their dance for a brief moment. Her silver eyes met his, unusually direct. Are you afraid? Harry considered lying, then decided against it. Luna would see through it anyway. Terrified, he admitted. Not of the cosmic energies or even the ritual itself, but of making a mistake. If we get this wrong. We won't, she said with simple certainty. The stars have arranged this convergence for centuries, Harry. They wouldn't have brought us together if we weren't meant to succeed. Her absolute confidence was strangely comforting, even to Harry's more skeptical mind. I hope you're right. I am, she smiled serenely. You should talk to Hermione before we begin, though. She needs reassurance more than I do. Harry blinked, surprised by the direct reference to his complicated feelings. How did you? The moon reveals what hearts try to hide, Luna said cryptically, then drifted away to join Eli in a discussion about stellar energy channeling techniques. Taking Luna's advice, Harry caught up with Hermione as she prepared to leave with Ron and Ginny. Got a minute? He asked, pulling her slightly aside. Her expression was tense but softened as she met his eyes. Is everything okay? That's what I wanted to ask you, he said quietly. About last night. A blush spread across her cheeks. Oh. That. Look, I understand if it was just the stress of the moment or, it wasn't, he interrupted firmly. At least, not for me. He took a deep breath. I don't know what happens after tonight. But I know that whatever comes next, I want to face it with you. Not just as friends. The smile that bloomed across her face was like sunrise after a long night. Me too, she said simply, reaching for his hand. So don't you dare get yourself unmade during this cosmic ritual thing, understood? We have unfinished business. Harry laughed, feeling some of the tension leave his body. Yes, ma'am. No getting unmade. Got it. She hesitated, then stood on tiptoe to press a quick kiss to his lips. For luck, she whispered, echoing her words from the night before. See you in the chamber. As Harry watched her leave with Ron and Ginny, Eli approached, an unusually amused expression on his normally serious face. Luna said you'd be doing that, he commented dryly. She has an unsettling habit of being right about people. It's the lunar aspect, Harry explained with a shrug. Intuitive awareness, emotional perception, all that stuff we've been reading about. Convenient excuse for being nosy, Eli said, but without real irritation. His indigo eyes, now visibly threaded with starlight, grew serious. Are you ready for tonight? Really ready? Harry considered the question. As ready as I can be. You. I've spent most of my life hiding what I am, Eli said quietly. Tonight I'm not just revealing it but channeling it at full strength. It's terrifying and liberating at the same time. He adjusted his glasses in a characteristic gesture. My father would be horrified. Or proud, Harry suggested. You're not submitting to the Seeker's agenda, you're standing against it. Using your celestial nature on your terms, not theirs. Perhaps, Eli conceded. Though he might consider any convergence too dangerous to attempt, regardless of intent. He glanced at his watch. We should prepare individually, as Stellaris suggested. Not for her reasons, but for our own. The more centered we are in our respective celestial aspects, the better we can channel during the critical transition from her ritual to Ravenclaws. Harry nodded, recognizing the wisdom in this. Meet at the entrance at 9:15, then. And Eli? He hesitated, then continued, whatever happens tonight, I'm glad we found each other. The Trinity feels, right, somehow. Like something that was always meant to be. A rare smile crossed Eli's face. Don't tell my father I said this, but I agree. Despite the danger, despite the Seeker's interference, there's something correct about the three of us united in our celestial aspects. He straightened, composure returning. Which is why we'll succeed tonight. The cosmic forces themselves are with us. Hogwarts Castle felt different as Harry made his way toward the conclave entrance that evening, quieter, more attentive somehow, as if the ancient stones themselves were awaiting the night's events. Most students had been herded to their common rooms after dinner, with only a few prefects and staff members moving through the corridors on patrol duties. Outside the windows, twilight had given way to full darkness, the night sky extraordinarily clear and brilliant with stars. The moon, not yet touched by Earth's shadow, hung almost directly overhead, full and luminous. Harry could feel its influence with every step, his solar aspect resonating with its reflected sunlight. Luna and Eli were already waiting at the meeting point, both visibly transformed by the approaching eclipse. Luna's silver blonde hair seemed to float around her face as if underwater, defying gravity in subtle ways, while her eyes glowed with moonlight from within. Eli's white streak had expanded to cover nearly a third of his dark hair, and starlight patterns shifted across his skin like living constellations. Harry knew he must look equally changed, he could feel golden light pulsing behind his eyes, and his skin tingled with solar energy that occasionally manifested as rippling patterns of fire-like illumination across his hands and arms. She's coming, Eli murmured, his enhanced stellar senses detecting Stellaris's approach before the others. Moments later, Professor Stellaris rounded the corner, carrying an ornate wooden case that presumably contained the three crystals. She had changed into even more elaborate ceremonial robes, midnight blue with silver and gold embroidery depicting the phases of the moon surrounding a total solar eclipse. Good, you're all here, she said, her eyes bright with barely contained excitement. Can you feel it? The cosmic energies gathering as the eclipse approaches? She studied their illuminated features with satisfaction. Your celestial aspects are manifesting beautifully. The convergence should be exceptionally powerful. She turned toward the seemingly blank wall that concealed the entrance to the conclave. Now, if you would be so kind as to open the way. I believe you discovered the mechanism during your previous visit. Harry, Luna, and Eli moved into position before the wall, each reaching out to touch their respective celestial symbol. As before, the symbols illuminated beneath their hands, golden sun, silver moon, blue-white star, and the stone between them rippled like water before parting to reveal the spiral staircase descending into darkness. Magnificent, Stellaris breathed, watching the ancient magic respond to their combined celestial signatures. Ravenclaw's genius never fails to inspire awe. She produced her wand, conjuring a floating orb of light to guide their descent, and led the way down the spiral staircase. Harry followed, with Luna and Eli close behind, each step taking them deeper into the earth and closer to the confrontation that would determine the future of magic itself. The celestial conclave looked even more impressive than during their previous visit. The white stone walls seemed to pulse with subtle luminescence, responding to the gathering eclipse energies. The enchanted ceiling displayed the night sky in perfect detail, the moon visibly beginning to darken at one edge as Earth's shadow approached. The 7 celestial windows around the perimeter gleamed with increased clarity, showing their respective cosmic views with extraordinary definition. The chamber recognizes the coming convergence, Stellaris explained, moving to the central platform. It's been waiting centuries for this moment, for a complete trinity to channel cosmic forces during a blood moon tetrad. She placed the wooden case on a small table that hadn't been present during their previous visit, likely conjured specifically for tonight's ritual, and began making preparations. From inside her robes, she withdrew several small silver instruments and arranged them precisely around the central platform, occasionally consulting a parchment diagram to ensure correct placement. Harry scanned the chamber carefully, looking for any sign of Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Though he saw nothing, he trusted they were there under the invisibility cloak and disillusionment charm, watching and waiting for the right moment to intervene. "The eclipse begins in 26 minutes, Stellaris announced, checking a complex astronomical timepiece. "We should begin preliminary attunement now." She opened the wooden case, revealing the 3 crystals nestled in individual velvet compartments. "Please approach the pedestals corresponding to your celestial aspect." Harry moved to the solar pedestal, feeling the immediate resonance as he stepped onto the inlaid sun symbol on the floor. To his right, Luna took position at the lunar pedestal, her silver eyes fixed on the ceiling where the moon was now visibly darkening. To his left, Eli stood at the stellar pedestal, his posture rigid with tension despite his outward composure. Stellaris approached each of them in turn, presenting their respective crystals. "Place these in the receptacles," she instructed. "But do not attempt to channel energy through them yet. This is merely physical placement, the energetic connection will form during the ritual itself." The solar topaz felt warm in Harry's hand, pulsing with inner fire that matched his own celestial energy. As he placed it in the sunburst-shaped depression on his pedestal, the crystal settled with a soft click, immediately beginning to glow more intensely. Around the chamber, Luna's pearl and Eli's sapphire did the same as they took their positions. "Perfect," Stellaris breathed, watching as the 3 crystals illuminated in harmony. "The trinity circuit is already beginning to form. Can you feel it?" Harry could, a subtle current of energy flowing between the 3 pedestals, connecting him to Luna and Eli in a triangular circuit that grew stronger with each passing minute. It wasn't the full celestial bond they'd experienced during their practice sessions, but rather a foundation upon which that bond would build during the convergence. "Now we prepare the activation sequences," Stellaris continued, moving to the central platform. With her wand, she began tracing complex patterns on the stone floor, illuminating specific symbol arrangements that Harry recognized from their research, the initial convergence sequence that would open the cosmic channels. What she didn't know was that Hermione had memorized a different set of symbols, Ravenclaw's natural convergence pattern that would allow the cosmic energies to flow where needed rather than being directed according to the Seeker's agenda. "The eclipse progresses perfectly," Stellaris noted, glancing at the enchanted ceiling where the moon was now nearly half covered by Earth's shadow. "In approximately 12 minutes, we'll begin the formal invocation. Until then, I suggest you each connect more deeply with your celestial aspect. Focus on the core quality of your cosmic nature, solar brilliance, lunar intuition, stellar constancy." As Stellaris moved around the chamber making final preparations, Harry closed his eyes, appearing to follow her suggestion while actually extending his awareness to locate their hidden friends. After a moment of concentration, he detected 3 human presences near the lunar window, faint magical signatures masked by concealment charms but not entirely invisible to his enhanced celestial perception. Through the growing trinity bond, he sensed Luna and Eli doing the same, acknowledging the hidden allies without betraying their presence to Stellaris. Their plan was proceeding exactly as designed. Now they just needed to maintain the deception until the critical moment. 5 minutes, Stellaris announced, returning to the central platform. "The invocation begins as the moon enters half-shadow. Are you prepared?" "We are," Harry confirmed, speaking for all 3. The solar energy within him had reached unprecedented levels, making his skin glow visibly with golden light. Luna and Eli showed similar manifestations of their respective celestial aspects, silver radiance for Luna, starlight patterns for Eli. "Excellent," Stellaris smiled, satisfaction evident in her voice. Centuries of searching, of preparation, all culminating in this moment. The Celestial Council will be most pleased. She raised her arms dramatically as the eclipse overhead reached exactly half coverage, the moon now visibly reddening as it passed deeper into Earth's shadow. "Let the convergence begin." What followed was both simpler and more complex than Harry had anticipated. Stellaris began an incantation in what sounded like ancient Celtic mixed with Latin and something even older, her voice resonant with practiced precision. The symbols on the floor illuminated in specific patterns, responding to her words and wand work. But the real power came from the Trinity themselves. As Stellaris's ritual activated the preliminary connections, Harry felt cosmic energy pouring into him through the solar topaz, which now blazed with golden fire. The sensation was extraordinary, like containing a star within his human form, power beyond imagination flowing through channels that had existed within him since birth but only now fully awakened. Through the Trinity bond, he sensed Luna experiencing a similar influx of lunar energy, silver, fluid, intuitive, and Eli channeling the sharp, clear power of stellar forces. Their three distinct energies began to merge in the center of the triangular circuit, creating a swirling vortex of combined celestial power. Yes! Stellaris exclaimed, watching the energy patterns with triumph. The channels open. The convergence forms. She moved quickly around the central platform, activating additional symbol sequences with precise wand work. Each activated sequence caused the swirling vortex of combined energy to change slightly, becoming more structured, more directed. Harry recognized what was happening. Stellaris was implementing the control elements of the Seeker's ritual, gradually shaping the free-flowing cosmic energy into rigid channels that would allow selective distribution of the restored magic. If they didn't intervene soon, the pattern would become too established to alter. He caught Hermione's eye across the chamber, where she had partially emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, watching the symbol activations with intense concentration. She gave a subtle nod, the signal that she was ready to implement Ravenclaw's alternative pattern. The moment had come. As Stellaris reached the final phase of her ritual, raising her arms to activate the master control sequence, Harry acted. Drawing on the solar power flowing through him, he sent a pulse of pure golden energy through the Trinity circuit, momentarily disrupting the careful pattern Stellaris had established. What? Stellaris spun toward him, confusion quickly turning to alarm. No. Maintain the pattern. The control sequence must complete before totality. Now. Harry shouted, and chaos erupted in the chamber. Ron and Ginny threw off their concealment, wands raised to create a barrier between Stellaris and the central platform. Hermione rushed forward, her memorized knowledge of Ravenclaw's natural convergence guiding her as she began tracing different symbols on the floor, symbols that illuminated with bright white light, overriding the Seeker's controlling patterns. Stop! Stellaris cried, fury and desperation in her voice. You have no idea what you're doing. Without proper controls, the convergence energy could destroy us all. That's what the Seekers want you to believe, Eli called back, maintaining his position while channeling a steady stream of stellar energy into the Trinity circuit. But Ravenclaw designed this chamber for natural convergence, not controlled manipulation. Stellaris raised her wand, but Ginny was faster, sending a well-placed impediment jinx that slowed the professor's movements to a crawl. Ron followed with an Expelliarmus that sent her wand flying across the chamber. Almost there. Hermione called, completing another section of Ravenclaw's pattern. The vortex of celestial energy responded immediately, shifting from rigid, directed flows to more organic, branching patterns that spread throughout the chamber like a living tree of light. Above them, the eclipse had reached near totality, the moon now glowing blood-red in the enchanted ceiling. The convergence energy intensified dramatically, pushing against the Trinity's ability to channel it safely. Hold steady. Harry urged Luna and Eli, feeling the strain in their Trinity bond. Just a little longer. Stellaris had broken free of Ginny's jinx and was desperately trying to reach her wand. You're making a catastrophic mistake, she shouted. The Skywatcher's Glen disaster will seem minor compared to what you're about to unleash. Uncontrolled cosmic forces will tear apart the very fabric of magic. Not uncontrolled, Luna replied, her dreamy voice somehow cutting through the chaos. Natural. As magic was always meant to be. Free-flowing, not directed by human agendas. Hermione completed the final sequence of Ravenclaw's pattern just as the eclipse reached full totality. The chamber flooded with blood-red light from above, and the vortex of celestial energy expanded explosively, breaking free of the central platform to fill the entire space. Harry felt the Trinity bond strengthen to unprecedented levels as the convergence reached its peak. His consciousness merged partially with Luna's and Eli's, creating a composite awareness that could perceive beyond normal human limitations. Through this enhanced perception, he saw the truth of what they were doing, not just channeling energy but opening a gateway between cosmic and earthly realms, allowing the fundamental patterns of magic to realign naturally. The 7 celestial windows around the chamber activated simultaneously, each projecting its cosmic view into the convergence vortex. The sun's fiery surface, the moon's cratered landscape, the bright points of stars and planets, all merged with the swirling energies, adding their distinct influences to the magical restoration. Stellaris had given up fighting and stood watching in a mixture of horror and fascination as the convergence proceeded according to Ravenclaw's design rather than the Seeker's. "The Council will never forgive this," she murmured. "Centuries of planning, undone in moments. Look!" Ginny shouted, pointing to the center of the vortex where something unexpected was forming, a shimmering portal of pure light, through which undefined shapes and movements could be glimpsed. "The veil thins," Luna said in her prophetic voice. "The separation between worlds diminishes. Magic returns to its source to be renewed." From the portal, tendrils of pure magical essence began to emerge, not the controlled, directed streams the Seekers had planned, but natural, organic flows that spread outward in all directions. These tendrils passed through the chamber walls as if they weren't there, extending beyond Hogwarts to the world beyond. Harry understood instinctively what was happening. The magical weakening the Seekers had detected was real, the connection between cosmic source and earthly manifestation had indeed been deteriorating. But their solution, controlling and directing the renewal, would have created an artificial system dependent on their continued management. Instead, Ravenclaw's natural convergence was restoring the original patterns, allowing magic to flow freely once more. As the convergence reached its apex, Harry, Luna, and Eli found themselves lifted slightly from the floor, suspended in the vortex of cosmic energy they were channeling. Their bodies glowed with their respective celestial aspects, golden solar, silver lunar, blue-white stellar, merging at the center point to create a perfect balance of cosmic forces. Through their shared consciousness, Harry perceived something amazing, a vast, complex network of magical energy extending throughout the world, connecting all magical beings, creatures, and places in a living web. This network had been fraying, developing gaps and weak points over centuries. Now, the convergence energy was restoring those connections, strengthening the entire system without preference or control. The restoration continued for what seemed like both an eternity and an instant, time itself behaving strangely within the convergence field. Harry glimpsed countless moments simultaneously, ancient druids raising stone circles attuned to celestial forces, Ravenclaw designing the conclave with far-seeing wisdom, previous trinities attempting convergence with varying degrees of success and failure, future generations of witches and wizards practicing magic strengthened by tonight's work. Gradually, as the blood moon began to emerge from totality, the convergence energy started to recede. The portal at the center slowly closed, its purpose fulfilled. The Trinity bond remained strong, but their suspended state ended, feet gently returning to the chamber floor as gravity reasserted itself. The crystals, topaz, pearl, and sapphire, gave one final pulse of brilliant light before settling into a steady, harmonious glow, forever changed by the energies they had channeled. Harry's separate consciousness fully returned, though echoes of Luna's intuitive perception and Eli's analytical clarity remained. He felt simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated, drained yet filled with new awareness of magic's true nature. "We did it," he breathed, looking around at his friends. The natural convergence worked. Hermione rushed to his side, supporting him as his legs threatened to buckle from fatigue. "Are you all right? All of you?" Luna looked dreamily content, silver light still shimmering around her hair like a halo. "Better than all right," she confirmed. The moon sings with renewed vigor. Can't you hear it? Eli seemed the most affected, leaning heavily against his pedestal, the white streak in his hair now permanently threaded with tiny points of light like actual stars. That was, beyond anything my father described, he managed, his voice hoarse. The stellar networks are restored. Magic flows properly again. Stellaris stood frozen, staring at the central platform where Ravenclaw's natural pattern still glowed softly. You have no idea what you've done, she said finally. The Celestial Council spent centuries planning the controlled restoration. Without their guiding framework, magic will develop chaotically, unpredictably. As it should, Ron said firmly. Magic isn't meant to be controlled by some secret council. It's supposed to be wild and wonderful and a bit unpredictable. What happens now? Ginny asked, looking between the Trinity and Stellaris. With the Seekers, I mean. Won't they come after you? Harry considered this, feeling the last of the convergence energy settling into new patterns throughout the magical world. I don't think they can do much, he concluded. The convergence is complete. Magic is restored along its natural pathways. They can't undo what's been done. They'll try, Stellaris warned, her voice bitter with defeat. The Council doesn't abandon centuries of planning without consequence. Let them try, Eli said with unusual fierceness. The Trinity remains. And now we understand our power. The normally cautious boy looked transformed by the experience, more confident in his celestial nature than Harry had ever seen him. Luna drifted to the lunar window, placing her palm against its shimmering surface. The future branches with new possibilities, she said, her silver eyes reflecting the lunar landscape within. Magic remembers its true nature. Those who seek to control it will find it slips through their fingers like starlight. Harry turned to Hermione, who had been watching the aftermath with analytical intensity. Did it work the way Ravenclaw described? Is magic truly restored? She nodded slowly, wonder in her eyes. I think so. During the convergence, I could see the pattern forming, exactly as shown in her journals. Natural distribution, following existing magical ley lines and connectivity points. She gestured to where the last traces of the pattern still glowed on the floor. It's beautiful in its complexity. Far more elegant than the Seekers' controlled channels. As they gathered their strength and prepared to leave the chamber, Harry approached the 3 pedestals where the crystals still rested, forever changed by the convergence energies. What happens to these now? He asked, looking at the solar topaz that had helped channel cosmic forces through his body. They belong to us, Luna said simply, retrieving her lunar pearl. The convergence bound them to our celestial aspects permanently. They'll help us channel more safely in the future. The future, Harry repeated, the word carrying new weight after what they'd experienced. I suppose we should think about that now. First, we need to deal with her, Ron pointed out, gesturing to where Stellaris stood looking defeated but still defiant. She'll report everything to this celestial council of hers the first chance she gets. Actually, Eli said thoughtfully, I'm not sure she will. He approached their former professor with careful consideration. The convergence changed things, didn't it, Professor? You felt it too, the rightness of magic's natural patterns. The Seeker's controlling approach would have created something lesser. Stellaris's expression flickered with conflict. I felt something, she admitted reluctantly. A resonance I didn't expect. The cosmic intelligences themselves seem to approve of your alternative approach. She straightened her shoulders with dignity. The council will demand explanations, of course. Tell them the truth, Harry suggested. That magic has been restored, just not according to their specifications. That the Trinity fulfilled its cosmic purpose as intended by forces greater than human agendas. And if they don't accept that explanation? Stellaris challenged. Luna answered with surprising directness. Then they oppose the will of the stars themselves. A dangerous position, even for those who study celestial forces. The professor considered this, conflict evident in her face. Finally, she nodded once, sharply. I will report what occurred truthfully. The consequences will be significant, but perhaps necessary. The Seekers have operated unopposed for too long, believing their understanding of cosmic forces superior to all others. She looked around the chamber with new appreciation. Ravenclaw understood something we forgot, that magic thrives best when it flows according to its own nature, not our impositions. As they made their way back up the spiral staircase, leaving the celestial conclave behind, Harry felt a profound sense of completion. The celestial journey that had begun on his birthday during the meteor shower had reached its culmination, not an ending, but a transformation. His solar aspect was now fully integrated with his magical core, a permanent part of who he was rather than an occasional, unpredictable influence. The same was true for Luna and Eli, their respective lunar and stellar aspects now stabilized and accessible rather than erratic and overwhelming. The Trinity bond remained, a subtle connection linking their celestial natures even as their individual consciousness remained separate and distinct. What happens now? Hermione asked as they emerged from the hidden entrance, which sealed itself behind them. With your celestial powers, I mean. They stay with us, Harry explained, understanding this instinctively through the remnants of the Trinity consciousness. But controlled now, integrated. No more random prophecies or glowing eyes during meteor showers. Unless we choose to channel deliberately, Eli added. The crystals will help with that, focusing tools for when we need to access deeper celestial energies. For what purpose? Ron wondered. I mean, you've already restored magic to the world. What's left? Luna smiled her dreamy smile. Everything, she said simply. The convergence was just the beginning. The stars have many more tasks for their children. Harry might have found such a cryptic statement frustrating weeks ago, but now he understood the truth behind her words. The celestial forces operated on time frames beyond human comprehension, with purposes that unfolded across centuries. Tonight's convergence was one important step in a cosmic dance that had been ongoing since magic first touched the earth. Whatever comes next, he said, feeling the solar topaz warm against his palm, we'll face it together. All of us. Hermione slipped her hand into his, squeezing gently. Always, she promised. As they walked back through the sleeping castle, the blood moon continued its slow emergence from Earth's shadow overhead. But the real change was spreading unseen throughout the magical world, ancient connections re-established, weakened ley lines strengthened, magical creatures feeling renewed vitality, witches and wizards experiencing subtle enhancements to their spells. Magic, flowing as it was always meant to flow, wild and wonderful and free. Not controlled or directed by human agendas, but aligned with cosmic patterns beyond mortal understanding. And at the center of this vast restoration, 3 children marked by the stars, solar, lunar, stellar, a trinity fulfilling a destiny written in celestial light. Harry Potter, the Eclipse child, had found his true cosmic purpose. Not as a prophecy engine controlled by others, but as a conscious channel between stars and earth, helping magic remember its original nature. The boy who lived had become something more, the solar aspect who, together with his lunar and stellar counterparts, had ensured magic would continue to live and thrive for generations to come. And somewhere in the vastness of space, the celestial intelligences that had guided this convergence continued their eternal dance, satisfied with the night's work and patient for the next phase of their grand design to unfold in its proper time. Magic felt different in the days following the convergence. Not obviously, most Hogwarts students noticed nothing unusual, but to those sensitive to such things, the change was unmistakable. Spells flowed more easily, potions brewed more potently, magical creatures displayed renewed vigor. Professor Flitwick was overheard marveling at a first-year's levitation charm that lifted a feather to the ceiling with barely a whispered incantation. Professor McGonagall found transfigurations requiring less precise wand work while achieving more detailed results. Even Professor Snape grudgingly acknowledged that the 6th year's potions displayed marginally less incompetence than usual, high praise indeed. For Harry, Luna, and Eli, the changes were more personal and profound. The erratic manifestations of their celestial aspects had given way to stable, integrated awareness. Harry no longer experienced unexpected prophetic episodes during astronomical events, though he could access that heightened perception deliberately when needed, especially with the solar topaz to focus his energies. Luna's dreamy disconnect had transformed into something more balanced. She remained uniquely perceptive of hidden truths, but could communicate them more clearly to others. The lunar pearl she now wore on a silver chain around her neck glowed softly against her skin, especially in moonlight. Perhaps the most dramatic change was in Eli. The reserved, cautious Ravenclaw had found new confidence in his stellar nature. The white streak in his hair remained permanent, now interwoven with tiny points of starlight that occasionally shifted into recognizable constellations. He no longer attempted to hide these visible signs of his celestial connection, instead embracing them as part of his identity. The Trinity bond persisted as well, a subtle connection that allowed them to sense each other's presence and general emotional states. Not intrusive mind reading, but rather an awareness similar to what identical twins often described, a knowing beyond ordinary perception. Professor Stellaris had departed Hogwarts abruptly 3 days after the convergence, leaving only a brief note citing urgent family matters that required her immediate attention. Whether she had been summoned by the Celestial Council or had chosen to leave on her own remained unclear. Dumbledore had appointed Professor Sinistra to return from her research sabbatical to resume astronomy classes, making no public comment about Stellaris's sudden departure. But Harry had noticed the headmaster watching him, Luna, and Eli with particular interest during meals in the Great Hall, a knowing twinkle in his blue eyes suggesting he understood more about the convergence than he let on. 1 week after the blood moon eclipse, Harry received a note requesting his presence in the headmaster's office that evening. He showed it to Hermione as they sat together by the lake, enjoying a rare warm November afternoon. "Do you think he knows everything?" Hermione asked, returning the note. "About the convergence and the Seekers?" "Probably," Harry shrugged, no longer surprised by Dumbledore's seemingly omniscient awareness of significant magical events. "He knew about my celestial nature from the beginning, that's why he arranged for Stellaris to come teach here in the first place." "But whose side was he on?" Hermione pressed. "Did he want the Seekers to succeed with their controlled restoration, or did he anticipate you'd find another way?" Harry considered this, watching the giant squid lazily wave a tentacle above the lake's surface. Was it his imagination, or did the creature seem more energetic since the convergence? Both, maybe, he decided. Dumbledore plays the long game. He probably wanted magic restored but had reservations about the Seeker's controlling approach. So he created circumstances where multiple outcomes were possible and trusted it would resolve for the best. Risky strategy, Hermione frowned. What if you hadn't discovered Ravenclaw's alternative? But we did, Harry pointed out with a smile. Maybe that was part of his calculation too, that you'd researched thoroughly enough to find another option. Hermione blushed at the compliment. Well, the room of requirement provided exactly what we needed. Sometimes I wonder if the castle itself was helping us. Hogwarts does seem more aware since the convergence, Harry agreed. The staircases move more helpfully, rooms appear when needed, even the suits of armor seem more attentive. He squeezed her hand. Magic everywhere is waking up, remembering what it's supposed to be. Hermione leaned against his shoulder, a gesture that still gave Harry a pleasant flutter in his chest despite having become more common in recent days. Their relationship had evolved naturally in the aftermath of the convergence, study sessions that ended with quiet conversations by the fire, walks around the lake with hands intertwined, occasional kisses stolen in empty corridors. "Will you tell Dumbledore everything?" she asked. "I think so," Harry nodded. "He deserves to know what happened, even the parts that might reflect poorly on his staff's selection." He grinned. Besides, keeping secrets from Dumbledore rarely works out well. Later that evening, Harry found himself once again in the circular headmaster's office, sitting across from Dumbledore while Fawkes the Phoenix watched with intelligent interest from his perch. "Thank you for coming, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "I suspect you know why I've asked to speak with you." "The convergence," Harry confirmed. The Blood Moon Ritual in Ravenclaw's Celestial Conclave. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Indeed. A most remarkable magical event, perhaps the most significant in several centuries. The effects are still rippling through the magical world, renewing connections long weakened. You knew about it beforehand, Harry stated rather than asked. About my celestial nature, about the Trinity, about the Seeker's plans. Not everything, Dumbledore admitted, surprising Harry with his candor. I knew of your birth during the solar eclipse, of course. Such celestial coincidences are recorded in the Book of Admittance with special notation. He steepled his fingers thoughtfully. I suspected your celestial aspect would manifest around your 13th year, as magical maturation typically triggers such latent abilities. So you brought in Stellaris to help me understand what was happening, Harry concluded. Even though you knew she was a seeker. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. Professor Stellaris was indeed affiliated with the Celestial Council, an organization I've observed with both interest and concern for many decades. Her expertise in celestial magic was genuine, however, and necessary for your proper understanding of your emerging abilities. Did you know about Luna and Eli too? That the full Trinity was here at Hogwarts? I suspected Miss Lovegood's lunar connection, Dumbledore acknowledged. Her mother exhibited certain traits consistent with lunar sensitivity, though never fully manifested. As for Mr. Nightwick. He smiled slightly. His transfer from Wagadu last year seemed remarkably timely, though I had no proof of his stellar nature until recent events. And the convergence itself? Harry pressed. Did you know what the Seekers really wanted? Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. The Celestial Council has pursued controlled magical restoration for centuries, believing themselves the rightful arbiters of how magic should flow through our world. Their concerns about magical weakening were legitimate, the cosmic earthly connection has indeed been deteriorating gradually. Their solution, however. He trailed off, shaking his head slightly. Would have given them unprecedented control over magic itself, Harry finished. Who could access it, how it manifested, which traditions thrived or withered? Precisely, Dumbledore nodded. A concerning prospect, regardless of how benevolent their initial intentions might have been. Power of that magnitude inevitably corrupts over time. So you let it all unfold, Stellaris, the Trinity formation, the convergence preparation, knowing we might find an alternative approach? I had faith in you, Harry, Dumbledore said simply. In your fundamental character and in the friends you surround yourself with. The prophecy that has shaped your life speaks of power the Dark Lord knows not. While many assume this refers solely to love, a power not to be underestimated, I have long suspected your celestial nature might play a role as well. Harry absorbed this, connecting pieces he hadn't previously considered. The prophecy, my birth marked by the eclipse, they're related somehow, aren't they? Dumbledore's expression became inscrutable. The interplay between prophetic forces and celestial influences is complex, Harry. Perhaps one day, when you've had more time to understand your solar aspect fully, we might discuss these deeper connections. Harry recognized the gentle deflection but decided not to push. There would be time for those questions later. For now, he had more immediate concerns. What happens with the Seekers now? Stellaris left suddenly, summoned by the Celestial Council, we think. Will they retaliate somehow? The Council's influence has likely been diminished by recent events, Dumbledore mused. The natural convergence you achieved with Miss Lovegood and Mr. Nightwick has restored magic along patterns they cannot easily manipulate. Their centuries of planning culminated in an outcome they neither intended nor control. A small smile played at his lips. They will adapt, as such organizations always do. Whether that adaptation involves acceptance or resistance remains to be seen. And if they choose resistance? Harry asked, thinking of the crystal now permanently bonded to his celestial aspect. If they come after us? Then they will find themselves facing not only the Trinity but those who support you, Dumbledore said firmly. Myself included. Though I suspect the cosmic forces themselves might intercede if the Council were foolish enough to directly challenge those they chose as vessels. The conversation continued for some time, Harry explaining the details of the convergence ritual and their discovery of Ravenclaw's natural approach. Dumbledore listened attentively, asking occasional questions but mostly allowing Harry to tell the story in his own way. "I am curious about one thing," the headmaster said as their discussion drew to a close. "The three crystals, the solar topaz, lunar pearl, and stellar sapphire. The Seekers went to considerable effort to obtain these artifacts. What became of them after the convergence?" Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. "They bonded to us," he explained. "Permanently connected to our celestial aspects. They help us channel cosmic energies more safely, more controllably." He didn't mention that the crystals had also developed new properties since the convergence, abilities they were still exploring carefully through private experiments in the Room of Requirement. Dumbledore nodded, seeming unsurprised. "Artifacts of such power tend to find their rightful wielders eventually. I suspect those crystals were always meant for you three, regardless of the Seeker's temporary possession of them." As Harry prepared to leave, Dumbledore offered one final observation: "The trinity bond you share with Miss Lovegood and Mr. Nightwick is exceedingly rare, Harry, perhaps unique in its spontaneous formation and stability. Such connections transcend ordinary magic, touching on the fundamental forces that shape our reality. I would encourage you to nurture this bond, to explore its potential. The convergence may have been just the beginning of what you three can accomplish together." Harry thought about this as he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, feeling the subtle awareness of Luna somewhere in Ravenclaw Tower and Eli in the library, both connected to him across distance by their shared celestial nature. The Trinity had formed because of the Seeker's manipulations, yet had transcended their control to achieve something greater, a restoration of magic on its own terms rather than human impositions. Whatever came next, whether further confrontation with the Celestial Council or new cosmic challenges, they would face it together. The solar, lunar, and stellar aspects united in purpose if not always in method. Harry found comfort in that certainty, a foundation upon which to build whatever future the stars had written for their children. The second blood moon of the Tetrad arrived in May, painting the night sky crimson once again. Harry, Luna, and Eli gathered in the Astronomy Tower, not to perform another convergence, but simply to experience the eclipse through their enhanced celestial awareness. "It feels different this time," Luna observed, her silver eyes reflecting the blood-red moonlight. "Less urgent, more celebratory." Eli nodded, the starlight patterns in his white streak shifting subtly as he studied the eclipse through specialized glasses of his own design. "The cosmic forces are satisfied with the restoration. This eclipse acknowledges the work completed rather than demanding new effort." Harry leaned against the tower parapet, the solar topaz warm against his chest where he wore it on a golden chain. Unlike the first blood moon, which had filled him with restless energy and urgency, this one brought a sense of peaceful completion. "The magical renewal is stabilizing," he noted, sensing the currents that had been chaotic immediately after the convergence now settling into natural, sustainable patterns. "Everything's finding its proper balance." In the months since the November eclipse, they had observed the effects of their work spreading gradually throughout the magical world. Creatures long declining in power and number began to recover, unicorn foals born in the Forbidden Forest for the first time in decades, phoenix populations reporting new hatchlings, even dragon reserves noting increased vitality in their charges. Magical communities worldwide experienced subtle but significant enhancements. Spells that had been growing less reliable over generations regained their full potency. Ancient protective enchantments renewed themselves without intervention. Magical plants flourished with unprecedented vigor. The Ministry of Magic, predictably, noticed these changes but attributed them to various unrelated factors, favorable astronomical alignments, natural magical cycles, even their own regulatory improvements. Only a small number of individuals understood the truth, that a fundamental restoration had occurred, channeled through three teenagers with celestial birthright in a hidden chamber beneath Hogwarts. "Have you heard anything from your father about the Seekers?" Harry asked Eli, who had cautiously reconnected with his parent after years of strained relations. Eli adjusted his glasses, a habit that persisted despite his newfound confidence. The Celestial Council is apparently in disarray. Factions have formed, those who accept the natural restoration as superior to their controlled approach, versus traditionalists who consider our intervention a catastrophic disruption of centuries of planning. Stellaris sided with the former, Luna added dreamily. She's been advocating for the Council to study the natural patterns rather than attempt to reimpose control. The moon shows her speaking to skeptical audiences, gradually winning converts. Harry had long since stopped questioning how Luna knew such things. Her lunar aspect gave her insights that defied ordinary explanation, glimpses of distant events and people connected to their shared purpose. And the traditionalists, he asked, concerned about potential retaliation. Any sign they're planning something against us? Eli shook his head. Not directly. They seem to be adopting a long-term perspective, studying the results of the natural convergence, documenting the differences from their predictions, perhaps hoping to find evidence of flaws they can use to justify future intervention. They'll be waiting a long time, Harry said with conviction. Magic is healing itself exactly as it should, finding its own balance without human agendas shaping it. The three of them fell silent, watching as the blood moon reached totality overhead, bathing the Hogwarts grounds in ethereal crimson light. Their trinity bond hummed with quiet harmony, solar, lunar, and stellar aspects resonating in perfect balance. Later, as the eclipse began to wane, they were joined by their friends, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, who had been giving them private time for their celestial communion but couldn't resist joining for the spectacular astronomical display. "It's beautiful," Hermione said softly, slipping her hand into Harry's as they watched the moon slowly emerging from Earth's shadow. "Hard to believe something so peaceful-looking caused such chaos in our lives 6 months ago." Harry smiled, drawing her closer. Their relationship had flourished in the aftermath of the convergence, grounded in friendship but grown into something deeper, more meaningful. "Good chaos, though," he pointed out. "The kind that leads to better things." "Usually the case with you," she replied with affectionate exasperation. "Trouble followed by improvement." Ron, who had initially been surprised by their romantic development but had adjusted with unexpected maturity, joined them at the parapet. "So what's next for the great celestial trinity? More cosmic adventures? Saving magic from secret councils?" Luna tilted her head, her expression becoming briefly distant as it did when she accessed deeper lunar perceptions. "The stars have more tasks for us," she said cryptically. "But not immediately. They allow time for growth and learning between great works." Eli nodded in agreement. "The next significant cosmic alignment isn't until the third blood moon of the Tetrad in October. We have months to prepare, to understand our abilities more fully." "Prepare for what exactly?" Ginny asked, practical as always. The Trinity exchanged glances, sharing through their bond what they had individually sensed but not yet discussed openly, fragments of future challenges, glimpses of cosmic purposes not yet fully revealed. "We're not entirely sure," Harry admitted. "But whatever it is, we'll face it together. All of us." He looked around at his friends, both those who shared his celestial connection and those who supported them through human bonds of loyalty and love. "That's what got us through the convergence, and it's what will carry us forward." As the blood moon completed its journey through Earth's shadow, returning to its normal silver brilliance, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness. His life had always been shaped by forces beyond his control, prophecy, fate, the machinations of others. But his celestial nature had given him something different, not freedom from destiny, but partnership with it. The ability to channel cosmic purpose consciously rather than being merely its unwitting instrument. The boy who lived had become the solar aspect, one point of a celestial trinity that had changed the course of magic itself. Whatever challenges awaited them, whether from the disgruntled seekers or from new cosmic necessities, they would meet them with the combined strength of solar brilliance, lunar insight, and stellar constancy. And as the stars continued their eternal dance overhead, Harry Potter, Eclipse child and living prophecy engine, embraced his true nature not as a burden but as a gift, a connection to forces that had marked him from birth for a purpose greater than he had ever imagined. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.